look, to me, it just comes down to like, it's a gut check moment for crypto, but this is not the end. This is a digestion period. You know, we're bullish overall. You know, as I've talked about, disruptive technology has happened in tech, crypto, everything that's selling off. But ultimately, these are the opportunities, and I think that's what, you know, to me, that is why this is an important moment for the market.
Just to add on really quickly, Morgan, what's interesting about crypto, in times of distress, it turns into a cash machine. It becomes way overcorrelated and exaggerated to the overall global macro sentiment. So it's in a cash machine moment right now, but I think it's going to find some stabilization.
Jeff could be wearing an orange tie.
All right, more on where some of that cash is headed on the other side of this break. Stay with me. Welcome back. Let's bring back our panel. Dan Ives of Wedbush Securities, Jeff Kilberg of KKM Financial. All right, we've got a couple minutes left of the show. Lightning round. I want to pick up on what you just said, Jeff, before the break, and that is the cash machine that is crypto right now, where that cash is going. We're seeing quite a rotation in the S&P right now, and some of the older, boring names have turned quite sexy, including consumer staples.
Well, now you're speaking my book. As you know, I manage the Essential 40 ETF, ESN, for those listening on the radio, but look at our top holdings. FedEx, Lockheed Martin, ExxonMobil, Freeport-McMoran, Marathon Petroleum, Nutrien, Verizon. Boring names, blue chip boring names. They're way sexy right now.
Yeah. You know what else is sexy? SpaceX IPO possibility. I was talking to a banker yesterday and said, you know, hey, XAI, SpaceX combination, moving towards a summer IPO here. Everything else is going to try and get out ahead of this.
Yep.
Because it's going to just suck all the capital out of the room. How are you gaming this out?
I mean, to me, I think it's actually just another step to where Tesla and SpaceX eventually, I ultimately think in some form actually merge.
I was just going to go there with you. That's always been the plan, a big super company with everything that enables multi-planetary life on Mars.
And XAI was so important in terms of SpaceX relative to the AI, but now it comes down to that's why Tesla alone, it's its most important year, I think, ever from us, given autonomous and robotics. I think this is just step by step. They're going to walk down the aisle. I think Tesla, SpaceX, and this is just, Musk in terms of the master plan, building an AI ecosystem under one hood.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to this journal report. We're showing it on the screen, Jeff, that SpaceX is looking to talk to the different indexes about getting added quickly, potentially to the S&P 500, to the NASDAQ 100. I mean, what would that signal? How unprecedented would that be?
Well, Elon does not want to walk. He wants to run or hop on a rocket, as you know. But Dan knows more about the Musk autonomy than I do. But what has he done? He's really building a refined or focused alphabet. He found XI as the body, and he's building out this, think of it as an octopus with these different tentacles. He's going to bring in, obviously, SpaceX. He's going to bring in Tesla at some point. I think he's going to build this multi-planetary, is that the word? Multi-planetary? There we go.
Multi-planetary.
But what Elon is doing, thank you. What Elon is doing here is sensational. It's going to be the most oversubscribed, sensational IPO. It's going to be an essential name that we are dying to own in our Essential 40, and every other person on earth is going to want to own this because of the upside possibility. It doesn't matter if it's a 1 trillion, 2 trillion valuation. It really doesn't, Morgan. People want it.
And of course, all the publicly traded space names have been trading on every SpaceX headline anyway. Okay, I'm going to go from one space billionaire to another. Watch this. Jeff Bezos, Amazon. Amazon after the bell. What are you watching?
I think it's going to be a huge barometer in terms of AWS growth. I mean, when you look at Google's growth on cloud, what Azure and Microsoft did, I actually think it's going to be a shining moment for them on AWS. I think it's actually going to be a huge bullish sign in terms of just another sort of piece of that puzzle. I think this is a stock not reflecting AI success, and that's what we're going to see tonight.
Jeff, what are you looking for? Especially, you know what? We don't talk about it enough, whether it's Alphabet or Amazon, but what they're doing on the chip side too, that's potentially disruptive to NVIDIA.
No, that's a great point. I think everyone's, it's an arms race to get your own chips, but we're expecting Amazon to have revenue around $212 billion for the quarter, which is sensational, representing about 12.5% year-over-year growth. So those earnings expectations for Q4 are going to continue to move higher with the likes of Amazon. But to Dan's point, we really want to see what the AWS growth and AI payoff is. If that is a substantial payoff, and they talk about they just don't have enough, they have too much demand and not enough capacity, that's going to be a tailwind for all these tech stocks that have been taken out to the woodshed.
Yeah, consumer piece, you've got the AI piece, and then you also have the cloud piece.
And then think about advertising is not being factored.
Right.
Look, because right now, Jassy, Rodney Dangerfield of technology, no respect. And I think he's going to really show what I believe is going to be massive. So this is really going to be a huge year for Amazon.
Yeah, and they have space and autonomy and some other things in the mix too that we also don't talk about very often. Gentlemen, great to have you here. Thank you.
Thanks, Morgan.
We've got Jeff Kilberg and Dan Ives right here on set. And as I mentioned, we've got a mixed picture for futures. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that, including an attempted rebound for some of those tech stocks this morning, particularly the chip names that just took it on the chin yesterday. Squawk Box starts right now.
Good morning. A new look now into big tech's AI spending plans. Google, parent Alphabet, outlining huge, doubling really, CapEx projections for the year ahead. Meantime, shares of one prominent chip name getting hit hard on the global shortage in computer memory. And President Trump providing some more details on his decision to tap Kevin Warsh for the Fed's top job. It's Thursday, February 5th, 2026. And Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. We are live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. And this morning we are looking at a mixed picture for the U.S. equities. Dow futures are off by about 86 points, but the Dow was actually higher yesterday. It is less than 0.5% from its all-time high. If you're watching what's happening with the S&P 500, it's flat right now. Yesterday, the Dow was down for 5 out of 6 sessions, but it was the NASDAQ that really bore the brunt of things yesterday. It was down significantly. In fact, the NASDAQ 100 is now almost 5% from an all-time high. NASDAQ is indicated a little higher this morning. You can see here, though, off by about 1.5% yesterday. For the week today, down by 2.4%, and we haven't seen volatility like this since President Trump was unveiling his tariff plans last April.
Two straight declines of 1% back to back. It's been since April.
Yeah.
But then I looked at a 1 year, like that looks like, ooh. And then I looked at a 1 year chart of the NASDAQ, and it's
been
just
unbelievable. Yeah.
like that. And then at the very end, you just see this.
Tiny drop.
Yeah.
There are already people who are talking about, is this the time for value stocks versus growth stocks again? If you look at value stocks versus growth stocks all the way back to 2008, it's a set of lines that have not crossed since that point. But there are people who are looking at this and saying, well, maybe this is a time. Don't want to get premature kind of speculation about some of these things, but it has been a few days and some concerns here about technology and about software companies in particular.
It's like anything that just went stratospheric.
Right.
Which includes, you're going to get to Bitcoin in a second. I mean, AI, tech, and crypto.
Yeah.
People go on other places. I don't know. Does everyone decide at once? I don't know. They all using the same AI program to
Tell them what to trade.
Yeah.
Treasuries this morning, a little bit, yields are higher for the 10-year at 4.28. The yield for the 2-year, though, is a little lower at 3.55. As Joe mentioned, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been under pressure. Bitcoin is down by about 3.5%, 70,803. There was some pretty significant movement yesterday. And then if you look at the metals, stocks go up, stocks go down, but silver and gold prices seem to do that quite a bit faster. This morning, silver prices are down by about 7% to $78.56. Gold's back below $5,000 an ounce. It's at $4,905. But again, these have been very rapid up movements and then a little bit of panic in the last several sessions.
the high on silver in our brain, just so we know. It was 100 and something, and now 78.
Yeah. But again, 78 is not bad if you were looking at where...
No, it's insane.
Yeah.
Because it was 50. Hunt Brothers got it to 50. What else?
1980, and then
Ancient,
it took another 4 decades for it to get back to those
Right.
levels. Energy, if you check out the energy complex, oil prices jumped yesterday after President Trump told NBC News that Iran's supreme leader should, in his words, be very worried. A report also suggested U.S.-Iran talks scheduled for tomorrow could collapse, but officials from both countries later said that the talks would go ahead. WTI off by about 1.4 this morning to $64.22.
Qualcomm shares getting hit hard this morning. The company's current quarter earnings and revenue projections both falling below analysts' estimates. Qualcomm's executives telling CNBC that the shortfall is directly related to the global shortage in computer memory. Big orders from data centers have put a strain on memory availability for smartphones and other devices, and the company's CEO says he doesn't know if smartphone makers will raise prices, but he expects Qualcomm's customers to focus on higher tier devices, which will be capable of absorbing memory price increases easier than budget phones.
Meantime, shares of Google parent Alphabet trading lower. The company beating profit and revenue expectations, but investors are focusing on spending plans. The tech giant says capital expenditures will range from $175 billion to $185 billion. That's just this year. Top end of that forecast would be more than double what was its 2025 capex, which people thought was remarkable unto itself. Joining us right now to break all this down is Ron Josdes, Citi senior internet analyst. Alphabet is one of his top picks across the internet sector, and we'll start with whether it still is, Ron.
It remains one of our top picks, and you're right. I think the big surprise out of the quarter, not last night, it wasn't the 17% acceleration growth in search. It wasn't the 48% growth in cloud, and it wasn't the demand, or at least called the backlog of cloud computing, but the guidance on CapEx, which, Andrew, you said it right, sort of unfathomable a few years ago, and here we are, $180 billion at the midpoint. But it remains our top pick, to your question, specifically because of the results that they're seeing as a direct relation or result from their investments in AI, and seeing how Gemini and also TPUs and the agent side of the platform are all delivering better overall results. I think you should be investing in growth, and I think you should be investing to gain as much possible share as you can.
Well, but that I think is the big question. For the past year, maybe longer now, most of the big tech companies have been rewarded by the investor class for investment plans and big CapEx spending because there's been this big bet. It has only been really in this last quarter where all of a sudden the investment community is saying, I don't know, there's a lot of money. What's it going to do to margins? What's it going to do to the future? I don't know if Ron fully
I don't think you
heard.
stumped him with the question.
Where-
I don't think he heard the
You
question.
stumped
Fully
me.
heard the question.
I have no idea.
But that is the question.
No, I know.
Which is we've now hit this weird.
I'm glad I don't have to know.
I don't know if it's an inflection point in terms of just the psychology of the market. I don't know if there's a realization that the CapEx spending all of a sudden turns these technology companies, which were, by the way, capital-light businesses
Right, which
for
is
all
why they
of
did
this
so well
time.
for so long.
And all of a sudden, they may turn into, I don't want to say
Industrials,
utilities,
yeah,
but industrials
yeah.
in their own way, given the amount of spending that's going to be involved, given the data centers, given if the data centers are in space even, the amount of money you're going to spend to have all of that happen. So that is, I think, the question that's sort of,
Does the growth potential,
circling right now.
does the
This
growth
better be
potential-
good.
Right.
AI better be good.
Justify the.
Gosh darn it, if it is really good, no one will ever have a job again. That's just really.
But that's the other piece of it. If it's
So
that
weird.
darn,
Win-win.
Right.
This is what I've always said. Even in success, you could have failure because if it's so good,
Tell me about it.
and then no one has the job, no one has any money to pay for it.
I know. And the machines won't need us, so that's
Well, that's
secondary.
I'm not even. I'm
yeah,
not
that's
even
down the road a
The
little.
second derivative
That's road, will be
issue.
fertilizer.
Ron, you're back with us.
I'm back with you. Yes, I can hear you again. Thanks.
So
Sorry about that.
where we're trying to go with this is we were talking about how this quarter appears not just about Google but everybody. The first real inflection point where for some reason the psychology of the investment community is no longer necessarily rewarding spending. If people aren't saying, "Oh my goodness, there's this great opportunity ahead," they say, "Oh my goodness, maybe these capital-light businesses are going to be like utilities."
Yeah, and you're seeing that from the CapEx, and we get the question all the time, Andrew, when do we peak CapEx? And the answer is, when we don't see the growth, when the growth slows down, and when the growth sort of stops here, and we're still now in a massive compute cycle where you listen to Meta, you listen to Alphabet, we'll hear what Amazon has to say later today, where they're investing in capacity because they still have significant demand. And so that's the question, right? My free cash flow comes down significantly. The market is right now debating, how do we balance growth with these investments of the future of what's to come? And at the end of the day, from a Google perspective and Meta and Amazon, called the largest of the large, they're sort of in the seat right now because they own the model. They're building out the chips or the silicon. They're delivering or creating the agents. And to hear, as we think about 2026, this might be the year where agents might be real, where agentic commerce might actually change how we shop. And so 25 was a year of, to your point, Andrew, excitement. What could be 26 is rubber hitting road, and let's see how this changes the model and how this changes user behavior. Though I would say the more that Google continues to execute, the more perhaps things don't change as quickly. I hope that made sense.
I hear you. The second order effect, and maybe it's a first order impact that we all were just talking about also, I think you probably couldn't hear us, we were talking about is, in great success, meaning if Google is as successful as we want to justify these prices, to some level, you have to create remarkable productivity. Remarkable productivity means you need to be able to effectively lower costs. That means probably getting rid of lots of jobs. And ultimately, whether you actually think it's going to have such an impact on employment, and whether it could, that all of a sudden there's nobody around as a consumer to pay for the product. I know that's sort of a much more sort of philosophical question.
Yeah, that is the question to ask longer term to see what happens here. The only thing we can point to now, because it's hard to know, and we saw this really throughout the month of January, and certainly the last couple of days, where my sector across the internet, you had concerns around travel, around the legal industry, the real estate industry, the marketplaces, and the list goes on and on. The one thing that actually we get back to, the more complicated the transaction, the more complicated the whatever it is you're doing online, I think you're still going to have people to execute that. And look at what Meta's doing. Look at Google. They're still hiring. So agreed, unclear what happens from a broader macro perspective and who's doing the work for everyone. But it's interesting that those companies that are sort of, again, directing us on where things are going are still hiring quite a bit. in AI, in developer jobs, and really across the board to build. And you obviously do need demand.
Fair enough. Ron, it's good to talk to you this morning. I would love to talk to you even more. Really, actually, we didn't even get to dig into some of the other details. Here we are just talking about the spending, which is the sort of the overhang, but you're right. Some of the other results have been just sort of breathtaking in terms of just the growth of the revenue piece, especially because people had thought that so much of it actually might get impacted on the other side of all this.
It's amazing how quickly things have turned. You know, Google was the AI loser, so to speak, in 22, 23, 24. Here we are, 25. They have a real product, and now in 26, that product's going to start changing how we act and do and move online. And so, how we use internet, how we use websites, how we use apps are going to change completely. And Google is in the pilot seat right now.
All right. Thanks so much. It's nice to see you.
Thanks, Andrew. Likewise.
All right, when we come back, the head of one of the country's largest law firms stepping down amid the Epstein Files scandal. We have the details right after a break. Plus, we will bring you the latest results from Snapchat parent Snap. Shares of that company rising sharply this morning. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
The chairman of a major corporate law firm, Paul Weiss, resigning his post amid fallout over emails between him and notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The emails were among millions of Epstein-related documents released last week by the Justice Department. Now, earlier this week, Paul Weiss said its chairman, Brad Karp, had attended 2 group dinners in New York and had what it called a small number of social interactions by email with Epstein, which the firm said Karp regretted. Now, in a statement, Karp said, "Recent reporting has created a distraction and has placed a focus on me that is not in the best interest of the firm." He will, though, continue to work at Paul Weiss, though not in that chairman role. And here's the interesting part. This is like the takeover is now fully complete here. Scott Barchet, who had been the chair of the firm's corporate department, was appointed chairman. And the reason this is interesting is Scott Barchet had worked at Cravath for a very long time, was brought over on a lateral move, effectively. I don't know, in the legal world they call it lateral. He's probably the biggest rainmaker at the firm, but he was the lawyer at the firm who really pushed for the settlement with the Trump administration at the very beginning of the administration's term. And Brad Karp ultimately went along with it. And they were the first law firm to agree to this, which then led to all the other law firms to agree with it. There was a number.
Brad Karp's a big Democrat.
There were a number of lawyers who left Paul Weiss because of that decision. And so the whole thing is it's fascinating just to see sort of the drama playing out inside this firm, Paul Weiss. We don't talk about Paul Weiss so much because they're a private law firm that you can't, buy or sell the stock, but they have a huge influence in terms of just the way corporate America even approaches the world in so many ways.
So that didn't hold him back from getting to where he is now, I guess, settling with Trump. When push comes to shove, this is probably a bigger deal. Epstein.
For Brad Karp, this is a bigger deal. Yes.
Right. I like the way it was phrased. So what was it? It was a small number of social interactions by email. It's just crazy that in this day and age that there's millions of pages about anybody. And B, that you just put in a name.
It's all his emails.
That's what I mean. And you guys showed me how to, I'm clueless over the weekend. I didn't check to see who was in
Everybody
there.
else was like searching on the search engine.
Exactly.
Look for my name, look for my spouse's names, look for everybody, all my friends, and then look for everybody I don't like.
I mean, I think I'd know if I met the sleazebag, but
it's weird. Like,
but no one knew who.
In that picture where you just happen to be standing.
I told you I was at the Victoria's Secrets thing, and he was standing on. It is 1995, and in the documentary on him, you can see me in the background. No one knew who he was in but no one knew who he was in 1995. I was the last.
But
I didn't know who he was in 2000. I didn't know who he was.
Victoria's Secret was Les Wexner. Les Wexner was Epstein's initial.
Right.
I don't know if you want to call him art.
Thank God we all dodged that bullet, because any of us could, before the grace of God, could have been some, in our business in some way.
Yeah, no, I happily never knew him.
Which I can't believe, because you are Mr.
I never knew the man.
But you were a little bit young when he was really in his prime. But I was like that could have been, I could have met him at that Victoria's Secret thing. And been, hey, man, thank God. Shares of social media player Snap rising, profits and revenue topping estimates. The company also offering upbeat earnings guidance, announcing a $500 million stock buyback program. CEO Evan Spiegel will join Money Movers later this morning, which is on this network, apparently.
President Trump offering some details on his decision to choose former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to replace Jay Powell as Federal Reserve Chair. Here's the president in an interview with NBC News.
Does your new Fed pick understand that you want him to lower interest rates?
Well, I think he does, but I think he wants to anyway. I mean, if he came in and said, I want to raise it,
if he said that, he wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
The president said he thinks the Fed is an independent body, in his words, in theory. But he suggested that the central bank should take his advice because he knows the economy better than most people, he said. He said he didn't have much doubt that interest rates would soon be low.
Meantime, Fed Governor Lisa Cook signaling that she won't back another interest rate cut until she sees progress on price pressures. Cook telling the Economic Club of Miami that she's more worried about inflation than a weakening labor market. She said, quote, "We put a lot of easing into the pipeline at the end of last year, and I think that given where the labor market is, where inflation is, this is the right time to sit back and wait to see what happens." Cook voted with the majority in last week's 10-2 Fed decision to keep interest rates steady, and so one of Kevin Warsh's first moves will have to be to persuade her otherwise.
It's a hard job. The dual mandate is almost impossible, you know, to constantly.
That's why Alan Greenspan always said that he focused on inflation.
But if it's 45, 55 balance one way or the other where the risks are, and you're actually making policy based, you don't have the resolution to do it effectively. It's like a crapshoot or a seat of the pants.
But Greenspan, as you know, his theory was if you took care of inflation, the rest would take care of it.
A lot, I think Warsh is more like that. Probably.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, Amazon thinking about tapping OpenAI to help power future versions of Alexa. Got the details next. Squawk Box, we'll be right back. OpenAI's models could help power Amazon's Alexa assistant and other internal projects at the company. A source tells CNBC that the collaboration between the two companies is being discussed in tandem with Amazon's ongoing talks to invest up to $50 billion in OpenAI. Separately on Amazon, the company announcing that CEO Andy Jassy will tap its vice president of worldwide selling partner services as a new technical advisor next month. That role is often referred to inside Amazon as the CEO's shadow advisor. Employees in that role typically go on to assume greater responsibilities at the company. In the early 2000s, in fact, Andy Jassy served as Jeff Bezos' shadow. Amazon is set to report fourth quarter earnings after the bell tonight.
You'd have to have a pretty good hope that you'd get to the top spot to agree to be called someone shadow for a while. I would think.
It's kind of cool. Everybody wants to be a shadow.
No, you don't. Sounds like a total
shadow.
You want to be
lackey.
the shadow Fed chairman?
No, I don't want to be the shadow of
Peter Pan?
yeah, Peter Pan. That's probably that's a pretty good description. Coming up, you know, I don't ever want to grow up. I don't want to ever grow up. I can't.
I don't want to grow up.
Age doesn't do it. I was hoping it'd be like this. You could
Instant
cross a
maturity?
Rubicon somewhere, but it never doesn't come with age. Okay, details on the latest U.S. efforts to secure supplies of critical minerals. It's a sector currently dominated by China. But first, as we head to break, we'll look at yesterday's S&P 500 winners and losers.
Good morning. Welcome back to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. We're live at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Take a look at the futures right now. The Dow off about 37 points. The NASDAQ up about 33 points. The S&P 500 up as well. We've got some other news including a big partnership to talk about.
U.S. announcing partnerships with Mexico, Japan, and the EU aimed at shoring up supply chains for rare earth minerals, which I just want to celebrate. Pippa Stevens is here with more. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. So this is all about trying to break China's chokehold on critical minerals, and the U.S. assembling more than 50 nations at the ministerial speaks to the enormity of this challenge. The partnerships, one with Japan and the EU and another with Mexico, will identify key projects and supply chains and outline policies to encourage mining and also potentially implement price floors. That is key because China has flooded metals markets in the past, making some Western projects uneconomic. Now, a lot of focus has been placed on rare earths, given China weaponized exports last year and has a near lock on that market, processing more than 90%. But their dominance extends across critical minerals. China is the primary refiner for all but one. Now, critical minerals are increasingly driving foreign policy because they are key for everything from defense to tech, energy, and AI. And to compete globally, you need secure supplies. And so what we heard from Vice President Vance yesterday was that he wants to create what's called a preferential trade zone.
We all need a little remedial work in geology, I think, because it's not just where they are, it's the ability to refine and process these things, because they come and they're useless.
Dirty, it's kind of dirty. And
right,
there's always
filthy
an
water,
nobody wanted
energy,
it.
all these things. Where's the mother lode? Really? I guess everywhere, or?
Yeah, so the U.S. has a lot of rare earths, but what we've seen is that it really is that refining and processing portion that is the biggest bottleneck. And so even when we were producing out in California at Mountain Pass, that material was being sent to China to be refined and then sent back to the U.S. to be implemented in magnets. And there's only one meaningful copper smelter in the United States. If you think there's no appetite to build a mine, there is absolutely no appetite to build a smelter or refiner.
Yeah, nobody wants it in their neighborhood or in their,
exactly.
in their, yeah.
So the idea is that if you bring all these nations together, then maybe there can be some progress on the refining and smelting part, and then also a price floor could incentivize Western output, and then maybe combat China flooding the market with things like rare earths and lithium.
Okay. All right, Pippa. Thanks for that report. Well,
All right, when we come back, President Trump says that he will stay out of the Netflix Paramount fight over Warner Brothers. We've got the details on that when we return.
President Trump telling NBC News he won't get involved in the battle between Netflix and Paramount Skydance to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. That's a change from the president's stance just a few weeks ago. Joining us now is Tom Rogers. He's the former NBC cable president, a CNBC contributor, and a senior advisor of CNBC's parent company, Versant. Good morning, Tom. It's good to see you. I want to talk about Disney, too, after we get through this. But I don't know. The administration's always, they can say they're not going to get involved, but we know that a lot of times the agencies, more or less, are doing the bidding of the guy in charge. I think the president could say that and still influence it in some way. I mean, whoever was running the auto pen in the Biden administration, look at Merrick Garland, Lena Khan. You don't think they had the implicit blessing of the Biden administration to do a lot of things?
Well, Joe, as you well know, President Trump isn't very shy about saying where he is on issues. So
we should believe him, maybe.
I said when I was last on your show that I thought President Trump had a pretty benign view of Netflix, and I wouldn't expect him to get involved because I didn't think there was a strong public policy case to be made for Paramount being better than Netflix as a bidder. But more importantly, I think President Trump's issue is CNN. If Paramount ends up winning this thing, I think CNN is in hands that he's comfortable with. If Netflix wins, they're not going to own CNN. Right. So I think this phase of the fight probably doesn't mean much to him. I think he might get involved down the road once CNN is part of an independent company, if Warner gets to the point of spinning off the cable networks. And at that point, who might own CNN might be of much greater interest to him.
I mean, what we saw yesterday might be more interesting, and that's the sideshow in Congress. I mean, you listen to a couple of Missouri senators, you would think Netflix, that every show is ramming transgender ideology down young people's throats. And then on the other side, Cory Booker, it's like there's not going to be a single job left for anyone in a union out in Hollywood. So both sides don't like this. The Journal points out, look, if Netflix is the only Hollywood entity that has a progressive ideology, you're blind or naive or something. Is Netflix worse than anyone else? Or better, in your view, of it than anyone else?
Having been counsel to a congressional committee with media jurisdiction, I can tell you a hearing like this is a field day for lobbyists. And labor was all over this, right-wing culture groups, producers, theater owners, and it's all about getting somebody to ask your questions and take your positions. I don't think any of that theater is going to have much to do with what position is taken by the federal government here on it. I think what Netflix may have to worry about is what state AGs and European regulators feel about this, where there clearly is some real ground that they're going to have to make up, I think, because they're behind the eight ball when it comes to that set of regulators.
What I didn't realize, Tom, and also in just the op-ed piece, okay, it'd be a huge company, but right now Netflix has got 325 million subscribers. Warner Brothers, HBO Max, and Discovery, 128 million. You can't add those because 94% of HBO Max already have Netflix. They're not, it's not like a concentration of, it's not putting them all together and additive.
Right. I mean, the antitrust issues here, one, it's hard to make a case that consumer pricing is really going to be a problem when it comes to these services, because Netflix has really pursued a strategy here of having the lowest priced advertising-based streaming service. And I think if they bundle HBO with Netflix, it's likely to cause a reduction in the price where, as you say, most HBO subscribers already have Netflix. And so they may see prices come down for having the two services.
Yeah. Do you expect the Ellisons they got more up their sleeve? Because at this point, I really sort of watched it in slow motion, the sort of the tide turning in, it sounds cash, for the whole company. You don't need that stub. It's valued more. But you look at where the money's coming from versus the market cap size of Netflix and its ability to really be, good money, good for money. It almost seems like, I don't know, unless Larry Ellison, created a trust with a couple of $100 billion in it or something, it just doesn't seem like the Ellisons are going to do this.
Well, it's a bit of a head scratcher here because it's clear that if they're going to turn heads, they're going to have to come up with more money. I don't know about creating a trust of that size, but clearly something in the order of $10 to $12 billion of additional funds need to come forward to make the bid something that I think would turn the head of Warner's board. Larry Ellison.
They keep saying it's not the money, that they don't trust that the bid would go through. It's not just money, but if they're worried about the idea that the deal will go through or it could get yanked.
But they'd be so leveraged.
You show up with more money, that's more than I get.
The Warner board clearly has concerns, and legitimate concerns, that with a company that would be this highly leveraged at close to 9 times at close, that lenders, which are providing an enormous amount of the financing here, if anything happens over the course of the year with continued decline of the cable business at Paramount, which is certainly possible given the macro environment and all, that the financing might not be there at close. Having said that, they've also put out signals that if the bid is raised, they'd have to take it very seriously. And I think more importantly, the key institutional shareholders of Warner would take it very seriously.
But Tom, what do you think the timing needs to be? I mean, they're running out of time.
No doubt about it. It seems as if Larry Ellison has said to David, I got my limit here, and those additional funds are not going to come from me, so you got to find another source of passive investment here, like the Mideast money that they found. And I'm not sure that's very attractive for anybody to be an additional passive investor in this thing, leveraged at this point. So they clearly are having a tough time, it would seem, raising that additional money. And you're right, time is running out. So they may not find it, but clearly they're looking for it.
We could have you back tomorrow to talk about Disney, but we always have you on as the expert on Disney because you know so much about media and streaming and Disney Plus and all this stuff. Little did we know, you better bone up on cruises and on theme parks because it's an experiential company now. It has got nothing to do with Disney Plus. It's keeping the Legionnaire's disease off some Mickey Mouse cruise ship is the most important thing for Disney. And it's $107, can't get out of its own way, the stock.
Well, it's lower than it was 10 years ago. And they've made real strides in streaming, but clearly the streaming business has its issues. And they made a good choice as CEO of the company because the parks business is the biggest business and they're putting $60 billion behind it. And there's not as if there's a whole lot of talent out there that knows how to run worldwide theme parks. There's a whole lot more talent on the TV side. But the streaming side of things is kind of stuck. They haven't moved their engagement in 2 years, and linear viewing continues to decline. Streaming picks up, but none of that viewing share is really going to Disney Plus. And so this choice doesn't really deal with the issues they have on that front. And when I see 4% increase in advertising for streaming, when Netflix is talking about 100% increase in its advertising for streaming over the course of the year, I think we're looking at something that clearly needs to be addressed. And I think that went to the heart of why the Disney stock took the hit it did at earnings.
All right, very good. Thanks, Tom. Maybe we'll have you on again. Get more on that. But you're on pretty much. See you later. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right, you're welcome. Coming up, expectations for today's jobless claims data due at 8:38 a.m. Eastern. And later in the show, we're going to talk with Senate Banking Committee member, Ohio, great state of Ohio, Republican Senator Bernie Moreno. First, though, not Bernie Moreno, But Bernie Rayno, this is really weird. AccuWeather forecast now from our meteorologist.
Seems like the high temperature map never changes. We always have cold where? From the lakes toward the northeast. Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast showing that again today. Watch some flurries this morning in Chicago. Some snow this afternoon in Detroit, New York City, Philadelphia. Sunshine today. Storm departing the Carolinas this morning. Its frontal boundary produces some showers in Florida. West? Boy, look at all the warm air. Heading north today, 81 degrees in Los Angeles. No big travel delays across the country. Watch some minor delays out of Chicago this morning. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
Weekly jobless claims are due out at 8:30 Eastern this morning. The consensus on Wall Street for 212,000. Those playing on prediction market, on the Kalshi ones, show 54% believe it'll be above 215,000. Sentiment has been rising throughout the week that the number will be higher. We have pointed out, and a lot of head scratching from Rick and Steve on these numbers. I don't, so maybe the shutdown had something to do with it, but they've been weirdly quiet. Or maybe that was a signal that the labor market wasn't in as much trouble as some of the other indicators that we follow.
Yeah. Before we head to a break, let's check out the price of Bitcoin. It briefly dipped below $70,000 before reclaiming that level. Right now, it's off by about 4.25%, $70,317. We will continue to monitor the price through the morning. When we come back, taking stock of America's relationship with gambling 3 days before the Super Bowl. Billions of dollars could be wagered on the big game. Talk about what it means for society. Stay tuned, you're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC. Welcome back, everybody. The American Gaming Association expects U.S. bettors to legally wager more than $1.7 billion on the Super Bowl with sports books, and that does not include the money that's flowing into prediction market sports contracts. Joining us now with what that all means and the impact on society is Jonathan Cohen. He is the author of Losing Big, America's Reckless Bet on Sports Betting. He also leads the Sports Betting Policy Hub at the American Institute for Boys and Men. And John, let's talk about this. You say that we're at a point that you would call a public health crisis where young men in particular are losing more money than they can afford. Lay out your argument.
Yeah, I mean, the report from Common Sense Media just earlier this week shows that about a third of 11 through 17-year-olds have gambled sometime in the last year, including on sports. And we're seeing these aggregate effects at the state level where within a few months of the arrival of sports betting, or within a few years, you see an increase in bankruptcies, an increase in auto loan delinquencies, and reduced savings and investment in low-income households. So to me, this is not about sort of individuals anymore, and we need to help, Timmy over there and Bobby over there, but this is sort of a rising to the level of public health where it could be addressed at a systemic level.
You think fantasy sports is the equivalent of a gateway drug here?
It is, right? It's not gambling, but it's not gambling. And it sort of teaches, especially young people, but really everyone, to sort of leverage sports for personal gain and to think about sports from a predictive standpoint rather than just sort of an enjoyment. So I think fantasy sports can be totally benign, and I don't mean to imply that if you actually do start doing fantasy sports, you're going to end up a gambling addict. But I do see how it was sort of a stepping stone culturally for us to get to sports gambling.
So the question is, what's to be done? And you are not advocating that sports gambling should be illegal. You're actually in favor of it remaining legalized. Are you in favor of it spreading to states that have not legalized it to this point?
I would say I'm okay with it spreading as long as it is done in a careful manner. And I would argue that over the last 8 years since the Supreme Court decision in 2018 that unleashed sports betting, that it has just not been done in a careful manner. That there are of course regulations on sports gambling companies, but I don't think that there are sufficient consumer protections in place, especially for young people, let's say people under the age of 25, that can prevent them from running into trouble. So I'm in favor of the existence of sports betting, even online sports betting. 60% of gamblers on the NFL account for just 1% of sports revenue, of gambling revenue. So I don't think we should do anything to sort of take it away from them. What I think we should do is make it all but impossible for someone who's gambling like me, $10, $12 here and there, for that to be the start of a dangerous journey, for that to be a gateway drug into a more serious gambling problem.
You've got a long list of potential solutions. I don't know how likely any of these things are. Voluntary self-control tools, loss limits and constraints based on affordability. I mean, some of this stuff sounds like a little bit of a nanny state. You can only bet so much based on how much money you put in or how much money you have.
The byword for all of it is friction, is the idea of friction. And that's what we don't have in the app right now. There's nothing in the app really that's going to slow someone down such that they're going to probably fall into this process of loss chasing, which is sort of a dangerous sign when it comes to gambling, which is, oh, you lose $10 on the Knicks. Oh, I'm so mad. All right, I'm going to go bet on the Sacramento Kings. Oh, I'm so mad, but the NBA is over for the night. I'm going to go bet on Dutch baseball. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm going to go bet on Czech table tennis or whatever the case may be, with bet sizes increasing and increasing. And that's the process, just slowing down the gambling, any person's gambling. I think that's sort of the byword for all of our policy recommendations, and anything that would instill that friction that is currently lacking, I think is a great idea.
Is that how it happens? I heard you talk about, you're a much bigger player than I am, with your $10 to $12 bets, but how do people start? I guess that's how it happens.
Right,
do they not realize that, Jonathan, I'm telling you, I do $5, and first thing I did when I woke up, I looked, and Alabama didn't cover, and I had a parlay with Notre Dame. They cooperated, Providence won, and at first it was a $5 bet, but I could have won $40. That does it for me. Five is fine. $550, $500, $5,000. If five works, why can't people do it that way and just have a little?
That's great, and sort of my conversation with Becky, I don't want to do anything to take away your $5 bets. I think that's great. I think you're behaving safely and rationally. And the problem is, gambling really does work like a drug, where at some point you can start to need more to get the same high that you used to get. And this doesn't apply for everybody, but that's the fear, and that's the fear is that you're going to go from $5 to $50 just because you're going to get really close one night, you're going to miss your parlay, and then you're going to want to chase your losses, and then all of a sudden you're sort of on this dangerous journey that you didn't intend.
John, your point is that the incentive structures are set up improperly, that both the sports gambling books and the states have these incentives where the more you lose, the more money they make. I don't know how to change that structure. How would you potentially do anything to make it? I have no idea how you go about changing that incentive structure.
Yeah, and just before you accuse me even more of being a nanny state liberal, I'm okay with sort of industry-wide self-regulation, and there is some
Jonathan, by the way, I have to say, I agree with you on this stuff. I'm trying to come at this for how people come, because I have a son too. I see some of the problems with this. I don't know how you fix it though.
Yeah, I think starting with some industry-wide self-regulation is a great idea, and there are some even cases from Europe of companies sort of going the extra mile on their own. Flutter, which is FanDuel's parent company, imposes limits on bettors under the age of 25 in the UK.
Right, but Jonathan, here's the piece that I don't understand about the industry regulation, meaning the self-regulation piece. You'll have a company like Flutter do the regulation that you like, maybe, but then some other company, which may be ultimately bigger, doesn't. you have a prediction market company that is offshore.
And by the way, as a result of not doing that, they win more
and they win more
customers.
business. This self-regulation piece is always this sort of super complicated situation because it's so hard to actually, across the board make it work.
I totally agree, and I do think the self-regulation idea might have died a death with the rise of prediction markets because we can get the FanDuels, Fanatics, BetMGMs, Caesars on board, but then there's this whole other category now of operators, not to mention illegal casinos based in Antigua or whatever that are of course never going to cooperate. So which does bring me back to the possibility of regulation, both of prediction markets, which as you might know are 18 plus, whereas sports gambling apps are 21 plus. Not to mention the prediction markets are completely lacking in consumer protections. So I actually do think there sort of needs to be a dual strategy here, one on traditional sports books, one on prediction markets, even a third when it comes to sort of black market operators. And all three of those need to work in concert to create consumer protections.
John, thank you for coming in. It is an issue. It's something we're all watching, and we appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks. And just for the record, I like Kenneth Walker under rushing yards for this first Sunday. I think that's a great pick.
I've heard a couple of prop bets that are like slam dunks. Cooper, what's his face? Cooper Cup
Cooper Cup will score the first touchdown. Those are pretty good odds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to bet it, but I'll take your $5 if you want.
Andrew told me the other day that Kylie. I had no idea who you were talking about.
Kylie Jenner.
I had no idea. You used her first name. Kylie, what, she likes the Patriots or something?
She likes the Patriots. She spoke to Tom Brady on Jimmy Fallon.
I think it was Kendall.
It was Kendall?
Yeah.
You getting your Kylies and your Kendalls mixed up? Now I know who Kendall is. He was on Succession, right?
She.
Oh, that wrong person. Okay, folks, it is now way past 7 a.m. We have blown through lots of stuff right here on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. We got a lot of big stories to tell you about right now. Take a look at Qualcomm shares because they are moving lower literally as we speak. The company's current quarter earnings and revenue projections falling below estimates. Qualcomm executives telling CNBC the shortfall was directly related to the global shortage in computer memory. And shares of Sweden's Volvo cars tumbling in overseas trading. That stock on track now for its worst trading day ever. Take a look at what's happening. It's off by 25%. The automaker owned by China's Geely Holdings, the company posted a sharp drop in fourth quarter operating profits, citing the impact of U.S. tariffs, negative currency effects, and weak demand. Put all those three things together, you got a problem. Meantime, British oil giant Shell reporting its weakest quarterly profit in nearly 5 years and weaker crude prices. The company's CEO telling CNBC some tax adjustments weighed on those results, and performance in chemicals was also weak. Take a look at futures.
All right, check them out quickly this morning as we are watching kind of a classic risk-off trade, but today we are bouncing a little bit, but a couple of real tough sessions for software, tech, chips, AI, everything else, but bouncing a little bit today, but the first back-to-back 1% losses in the NASDAQ since Liberation Day. Treasuries did move into the 420s on the 10-year, 427 right now. That's something probably to keep an eye on. Gold and silver continuing to pull back after really going sort of asymptotic. 4,800 now on gold. And let's check out Bitcoin as it was below 70. Just hanging on to that by a thread. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Joe, Becky, Andrew, a lot of that risk-off nature playing out right now, but we're still not that far away from record highs in the S&P 500, so we'll keep that in mind. But tech giant Alphabet's going to be in focus today because it's falling right now, despite better than expected profits and revenues in its fourth quarter report yesterday afternoon and strong monthly active user growth on its AI platform, Gemini. The shares are down about 3% right now. Capital expenditures could be the culprit here. Google increased its AI investments to a range of roughly $175 to $185 billion for 2026. That's more than potentially double its 2025 CapEx spending. Investors could be a little bit maybe wary of such that spending figures are coming into play. So Alphabet shares off by roughly 3%. Then you got the healthcare side of things. Cigna shares are also slightly in the red this morning, down by about 1/4%, despite reporting a beat across the board. The healthcare insurer also increased its dividend by roughly 3%, but profit guidance came in slightly below expectations for the full year basis. So hence that move lower by just 0.25% in Cigna. And then ARM Holdings is also lower despite beating expectations for its quarter yesterday afternoon as revenues from its licensing segment came in below estimates. Guidance came in slightly above those estimates for customers, and Qualcomm's outlook could be also weighing on those shares. You mentioned Qualcomm before. Of course, they guided below estimates during their report yesterday afternoon. So ARM Holdings, Qualcomm, the chip complex, very much in focus today, Joe. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Yep, we're going to keep an eye on that. Obviously, Dom, thanks. You got Ender.
Okay, as we enter break, the Bank of England holding interest rates steady. That was expected. Up next, the markets, the Fed, and the AI boom. Just a few of the topics we're going to cover with Greg Fleming. Of course, he's the president and CEO of Rockefeller Capital Management. We'll talk to him in just a bit. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Join us right now for a wide-ranging market discussion. Greg Fleming is here. He's the president and CEO of Rockefeller Capital Management. He's also former president of Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. We are always trying to figure out where we are in the sort of cycle of things. We've been watching a lot of earnings come out. You had Google come out spending a lot of money. There was a period of time where people loved when companies spent money. Now they don't like them spending money. Where are we really?
You know, I would say, first of all, we're always in that time, and it is, you know, we want to live in interesting times. They certainly are with the technological change here. I think we're in there's plenty of reason to be optimistic, including the fact that the economy and the positive is broadening out beyond technology. You see small caps and you see I think the economy doing better on a broader basis. You've got extensive deregulation, which is a positive. You've got tax cuts coming, which is a positive. So I think there's plenty of reasons that you got low energy prices. So we can tick through a whole set of things to be positive about. Some of the concerns that I still look at are ones we talk about every time here. The fiscal situation, the federal debt, spending continues to be at 25% of GDP, which is way above trend line since World War II or the last 50 years.
Right.
And that's an issue. And you look at a place like Japan that recently had the spike in yields tied to the level of debt there. So that's still a concern. There's clearly a shift going on in the technological world and in AI as everybody's trying to figure out where the different providers are. When I look at AI, Andrew, there's the universe of people that are bringing the agents and that are investing in all of that, including the data centers. And then there are all the companies that are trying to use it to become more productive. And I think there needs to be more focus on the latter, because the success of this technological revolution will come down to the thousands of private and public companies that are trying to use the tools to increase productivity and create an overall higher level of growth in the American economy.
That makes a lot of sense, but the gains that we've seen in the markets, based the valuations on some of these things, the capex that we're seeing on it, is it justified by what you're talking about, the real good that's there, or do you anticipate that we will see some market swoons as a result of the market kind of getting out over its skis?
It's a great question. First of all, after the last 3 years, 54% increase over 3 years, when we've seen that in the past, the fourth year is always more volatile. It's later in the cycle. You're repositioning from one sector to another, which we're having now. So we expect more volatility this year, and we're seeing it. The other thing I'd say, Becky, on that is that there will be winners and losers in all that CapEx. And there will be, and you see this, the market's pretty harsh if anybody misses. Even a Microsoft misses and it's off double-digit percentage-wise. So there will be winners and losers in that. And obviously all of the CapEx going into the creation of the tools isn't going to get the return that everybody's looking for. But if there's enough of a productivity surge on the other side, it can justify the overall level, or come closer to justify the overall level of investment, $500 billion last year, more going forward. It is a technological revolution. If the product of all of those investments does change the way every company, public and private, in every industry functions and makes them more productive, then the revolution occurs, and there can be some.
But do you think on the other end
correlation between the amount that went in and the other side? But it has to be a broad-based impact.
Do you think there's going to be enough people who have jobs and are making more money to pay for it? So, for example, I imagine your financial advisors who work with you are already using AI a little bit, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
And my company is.
And your company is.
My company, like every company, is trying to figure out how to take the tools and make everything
right
more
now,
efficient.
I imagine it's trying to make some of those people more productive, and maybe it is. The question is whether the MD that used to have a couple of analysts that worked with them is going to need all of those analysts in the future, and what that ultimately looks like. When you think even about hiring, for example, over the next 12 months, has it changed?
Well, I'd say two things on this. One, if we have a team of private advisors and they have, say, 20 clients and they're managing $100 million for each client, so it's a $2 billion book of client assets, and there's 5 people on that team. It could be they'll have 40 clients at $100 million each and have 6 people on the team in 3 years. And that's kind of the goal of the productivity increase. So, everybody's reaching for that, Andrew. The other thing I'd say is, and we've talked about this, after the internet really took off, you had something called a search optimization engineer, which none of us could have conceived of, in 1995, and you have a whole bunch of them. Now I've heard phrases like a machine behavior auditor. Will there be a job for somebody to watch the agents and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to? Or another job I heard about was a forensic trust specialist, somebody who goes in and makes sure that it really is Becky on the video, and so maybe
Right.
PR firms are going to need somebody like that because the client says, hey, there's so much out there that's not us. So technological revolutions create new jobs, and so far in history, and ultimately, I think this will probably be true here, but there could be some painful transition moments. Every major technological breakthrough has created more jobs than it's cost in human history.
The other question I was going to ask you is about private credit, because we've watched some of the firms, even the last week, the Blue Owls of the world, KKRs of the world, they've all taken a hit. There's been big questions about private credit. I don't know if you tell your clients to get into private credit, out of private credit, what you think. You've lived through crises before. Some people think it's systemic. Some people think it is not a systemic problem at all. What do you think?
Well, I think first of all, our clients are much more broadly diversified in alternatives. And alternatives writ large, private credit, all the different infrastructure, obviously original private equity, went from $1 trillion in assets in roughly 2000 to approximately $20 trillion today. So it's an incredibly large, important group of investments, particularly for high net worth and ultra high net worth clients that can deal with the illiquidity of alternative investments. So it's an important diversification for all of our clients. When I look at private credit, it stepped in a lot as the banks pulled back after the credit crisis, which we all watched. So you do have obviously credit risk embedded in there. And there have been a bunch of high profile issues in the last 12 months. Whether there's anything broader on that is tied to the larger economy. And the economy clearly continues to do pretty well. So,
well, just public credit. I'm sorry, you've got such rich clients. You need fixed income as a major part of all your portfolio. Kevin Warsh, the Fed, $38 trillion. Is there a problem? Would you extend maturities? Are interest rates coming down? Where would you go on the yield curve?
Well, this is my biggest concern, Joe, the magnitude of the public debt. That is the single biggest issue that we still have as an economy. The good news in the recent period is that real growth, as you know, and you talk about a lot here, has been much better, 4.5% or so.
The only way out of this, man.
So if we can grow at 4 or 5% real, and you have 2 or 3% inflation, even with the 5 or 6% budget deficit, you're growing on a nominal basis more than the budget deficit. But it would be a lot better to get the spending house in order. And that'll be part of the challenge for Kevin as he steps into this job. He's going to focus obviously on the monetary side. I think, he's a guy with tremendous experience, obviously Fed governor, private sector.
Would you buy duration based on this new guy?
His perspective on the issues that are most important to the Fed brought some confidence to the market on duration. There's no question that happened when he stepped in. But it's a difficult balancing act because he's got the monetary side, and obviously he's only one vote, even though it'll be an important vote. And the fiscal side continues to be such a challenge. That's the risk on duration, not what I think Kevin's going to do as the new head of the Federal Reserve.
Right. Because there's a time, you didn't sound like you're that optimistic on stocks. So would you increase fixed income with people that need it?
I'm not optimistic. We've had 3 great years before this year. So, the fourth year.
Where else would you go?
Well, fixed income is an important part of our clients' portfolio.
So it is.
And including in a private credit context.
Private credit, yeah.
And I do think the Fed with the new leadership is going to be quite focused on the inflation side of the equation. The fiscal house, it would be a lot better. This conversation would be a lot better if the fiscal house was in order.
Does the Fleming family have a lot of munis, long munis?
All high net worth and ultra high net worth clients across the universe have significant exposure to municipal bonds.
Long munis.
And
10-year, medium term?
It's across the spectrum. Typically, it's a laddered portfolio. But
and you'd buy now.
Where are you asking me on the ladder? You're asking me farther out on the ladder. The fiscal situation is a risk for longer duration fixed income, and that is something that should be addressed.
Thank you, Greg. Nice to see you, sir. All. Thank you for coming in.
Okay.
All right, coming up there, the Super Bowl is coming up. Super Bowl 60 is being played in a state where sports gambling is illegal, California. But there is still a way to get some bets in. We'll explain. Well, there's always called bookies. We'll explain when Squawk Box returns.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. Which U.S. theme park is home to the world's first continuously operating roller coaster? And what is the name of that ride? The answer when Squawk Box returns. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Which U.S. theme park is home to the world's first continuously operating roller coaster? And what is the name of that ride? The answer? Luna Park in Coney Island, New York. The ride known as Cyclone opened in 1927.
Thought they meant continuously
Right,
operating.
right. It's been going the whole time. Blah, 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 yeah.
I've ridden the Cyclone. Of course.
You have?
Yeah. I mean, it's rough.
1927, it's maintained?
I rode it about 18 years
The
ago.
wooden?
It's
Probably
wooden.
wooden.
It's
The
wooden,
wooden
and
ones.
you
I
bang.
never
I
liked
banged
the
my
wooden
knee. in.
ones.
You get really smacked around in that thing.
Getting stuck at the very top is what gets me, where you gotta walk down. My legs
Never had that happen.
start getting, but you see people doing it all the time, where they have to.
No, every ride on that, it rattles your brain around in your head. Your brain's hitting your skull. I got off of it with my knee kind of banged up.
You didn't throw up? You throw up?
It was 18 years ago. I would throw up now.
Yeah, you would throw
Yeah.
up. We're just a couple of days away from Super Bowl kickoff at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California, a state where sports gambling is illegal, but the prediction markets, so that's what you're talking about, are filling the void. Contessa Brewer joins us with more from NFL's Media Row in San Francisco. Hey, Contessa.
Hi there, Joe. Yeah, look, FanDuel and DraftKings, official partners of the NFL, are front and center here at Radio Row, even though gamblers can't place wagers on their sportsbook apps. But their prediction platforms are up and running. The sports betting giants entered this prediction fray in the fourth quarter of last year, unwilling just to, sit on the sidelines as Kalshi, Polymarket, Robinhood, and others entered the prediction markets. And Kalshi made a big splash with its advertising before last year's Super Bowl, of course. Look at the action the week before Super Bowl last year and this year. Volumes up almost 1,400% on Kalshi year on year, according to data from Piper Sandler analyst Patrick Moley. What's the impact on licensed sportsbooks? Well, shares of DraftKings and FanDuel parent Flutter have just plummeted 40 to 50% over the past 6 months. BetMGM CEO Adam Greenblatt said in his earnings update yesterday, quote, "We're not seeing a material adverse impact that could specifically be attributed to prediction markets. Market research estimates a low to middle single-digit % impact on online sports betting handle, though. And that trading volume, guys, is attributed to states where sports betting is not legal, like California. It's attributed to sharps or these, professional gamblers who have been limited by the sports books in how much they can gamble. And they think that customers 18 to 20 years old have migrated to the prediction platforms. Las Vegas casino owner Derek Stevens told me that some of his biggest California customers have told him, look, we're choosing Kalshi over getting in the car or hopping on the plane heading to Nevada for sports betting. I just a reminder here that CNBC and Kalshi do have a business relationship. I did ask Kalshi to explain to me how much of their business is coming from states like California and Georgia and Texas, and they just said right now they're not giving away that data.
Yeah, they were not forthcoming with that information. That is interesting. I know that you probably prefer to be in Las Vegas. Do you feel that you're close? Do you feel the pull, Contessa?
I think this is the first time I've covered Super Bowl where I have not been in a sports book. So the fact that, this is a state that doesn't have sports books, it's just not possible. I'm on Radio Row coming to you live from the Super Bowl for the first time. It is different. There's a different level of energy. But what I can tell you is that people are using the prediction markets for sports in place of FanDuel and DraftKings sports books. And so let's see whether FanDuel and DraftKings can they make up on their prediction platforms what they lose by not being up and running in California as a sports gambling site. And by the way, that the whole issue of sports, it's not settled. There are 40 state attorney generals who have filed some kind of legal action, cease and desist letters, or sued. Tribes are suing. And so I think this probably heads to the Supreme Court to make a decision on what sports gambling is.
Right. What are the prospects for California legalizing it? And it just seems like if there's any state that could use the tax revenue, it would be that state. They do. They do the opposite of what they
That's
should
a
be
great
doing
point.
on every issue, and the guy's going to be, the candidate in 2028. It's insane.
Well, look, a couple years ago, DraftKings and FanDuel and MGM, they all got together. They spent more money than on any ballot initiative in history to try to get sports gambling legalized in the states. And the biggest and most successful of the tribes argued against it. They did not want the commercial casinos coming in and peeling away some of the money that is spent on gambling in this state with the tribal casinos. My big question here is, made the rise of prediction markets coax the tribes back to the table? Maybe we might see this again.
I just thought of whenever I've driven to the desert, and there's huge structures there. The Indian casinos there, aren't they? I forgot. Yep, going down to Palm Springs. All right, thank you, Contessa. Have fun. See you later.
Welcome.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, one of the world's largest jewelers is very concerned about silver prices and will now use another metal for its products. We've got that story next. Check out silver prices today. Down a little bit, but boy, have they been higher. As we head to a break, a reminder for you, you can get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Just follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app, and you can listen anytime. Plus, check out The Path, my new podcast series for CNBC Cures. Full video episodes are available on CNBC TV's YouTube page. You can check it out, and please let us know what you think. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Pandora, the world's largest jeweler by volume, addressing concerns about the rising price of silver. The company sees largely flat organic growth in 2026 and says that it will introduce platinum-plated jewelry in response to higher silver prices. So it's actually cheaper to make platinum-plated than to go with the silver based on these fluctuations. Pandora's CEO tells CNBC that the company needs to decouple from silver trading. About 60% of Pandora's business is silver.
And no hedging, I guess. Who would have thought? Coming up.
And you're not going to hedge at these prices.
Yeah. Coming up, this is, I'm not joking, with the name Crypto Platform Bullish. With Bitcoin now at 69,000. Over on the screen, you can see it just went by. Just out with quarterly results, CEO Tom Farley will join us to break down the company's performance and what is happening in the crypto market. Squawk Box returns in just a moment. Digital asset exchange Bullish out with fourth quarter results. Company reported a loss of $3.73 a share. Revenue, though, topped $92 million, which beat estimates. Joining us now to break down the numbers and give his take on crypto's move lower is Tom Farley, a Bullish CEO. Come on all the time.
Friend of the show.
You were running
that
legacy outfit down the street.
Yeah.
The New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, world's leading stock exchange. That's right.
You come in here and say that.
No, I respect the heck out of this place in Adena. In fact, I was looking at the pictures out there, and there's a lot of good moments here.
It is.
New pictures too.
Yeah, there are some new ones. Instead of a guy who looks like Jeff Bezos, I don't really know who that is. Anna Kournikova. Crazy. Catch a falling knife. 69,000 now. On Bitcoin. We had people that are big in the industry say it won't go under 100, won't go under 90. I guess the other thesis was that it used to pull back 80% when it wasn't as institutionally accepted. Maybe this time it pulls back half of that, where I think we are now. Do you think we're anywhere near a bottom in the latest crypto winter?
Euphoria on the upside, catastrophic ideation on the downside. We're clearly in the latter. We're not immune from it at Bullish. We own around about 24,000, 25,000 Bitcoin, and so that impacts us directly. But we're just building through it. We had record revenue, record adjusted EBITDA. The cool thing about what's going on, I know I sound a little bit like Baghdad Bob, because I'm sure the charts on the screen right now just show massive downdrafts and everything price related. But if you kind of put a long lens on it, institutions are coming currently, they will be coming, the future is on chain. I do think we will get a market structure bill in Congress, and we're going to see more and more major asset classes moving on to publicly available blockchains, and that's what we're playing for. It's what we've always been playing for.
Well, it's obviously a correlated asset. It's the opposite of a non.
With alpha, it's correlated plus exaggerated.
With it, yeah, exactly. And a lot of positive fundamental things happened in the last couple of years in terms of adoption and ETFs and
friendlier administration,
crypto. Friendlier administration, but this is across the board. It's Ethereum. I don't know how much that's down. It's
Yeah.
Solana. It's just across the board.
Yeah, there's a Kevin Warsh element here, by the way. I think he was a great pick, but
right away,
there's going to be higher
balance sheet
long-term
gets,
rates.
balance sheet gets shrunk. Things like this, anything Momo or liquidity based.
A heavy element of speculation.
Yeah.
That gets hit. There's AI takes over the world, right? Software. Just look at all the big software stocks in the last month or two. So the correlation is almost perfect between Bitcoin price and software stocks.
It is.
So there's that narrative out there. Now, there's a whole bunch of unhelpful narratives. I don't know where it stops, Joe. The price of Bitcoin was down several thousand overnight, but I'm telling you, we're just like during the day, we're not constantly looking at the price of Bitcoin. We're just saying, wait a minute, bear markets. Like when I look back over my career, that's where you make the really smart, impactful long-term decisions. Organic growth opportunities, inorganic growth opportunities. So we're, at Bullish, we're catering to the institutions. We're building a regulatory framework that it's hard for other crypto companies to do. They're just not credible, compliant, respected by regulators. We've launched an options platform that's straight up and to the right. So those are the sort of things that are keeping us busy, and it shows in the results. The revenue, the adjusted EBITDA, the customer numbers are at all-time high. And by the way, the customers we're bringing on, like SocGen is a relatively new customer. We just listed Fidelity stablecoin. Like the reason why I keep talking about institutions is they stick around. They make decisions in years, not chasing frog coins and 100x leverage. That just isn't our game. It was never our game. Sometimes I would start to doubt myself because the company's chasing frog coins at 100x leverage. We're in the news and they look great and they're making all this kind of money. That's just not who we are. It's institutional, compliant, and really looking at this on-chain future and saying, how can we help people be successful in terms of tokenization?
So if you were still at the big board and you were thinking about stocks and corporate profits and everything else, how's it look to you now with, you had the big beautiful bill kicks in this year with the expensing and all these other things, no tax on all the things that were in there theoretically could be stimulative. Could they not? Deregulation? Is GDP? Are there tailwinds behind that we haven't seen in years or not?
Back when I used
the company's called Bullish. Are you bullish?
Back in, I'm very bullish about our company. And again, I know the backdrop is tough. I know the backdrop is tough. Like I'm bullish in a bear market. The bull loves the bear. I know it sounds slightly ridiculous, but the opportunities are many. Back when I used to come on the show a lot and spend a lot of time with you guys, I would have these profound macro views that were never nearly as accurate as any of the three of you.
Don't think about it?
I really don't think about it. Like honestly, when you said New York Stock Exchange right then, this is how much my mindset has changed. I was thinking to myself, oh, he's going to go to their announcement 2 weeks ago that they're going to tokenize stocks onto.
Oh my God.
On a blockchain.
Totally,
so far from.
You totally shifted.
I am. I mean, I'm full-time running a great business that's in the absolute right spot in an industry that I think is part of a 25-year growing trend. Like this tokenization thing is real. It's not just talk.
Can I ask you a different question? Do you think that either all this gets commoditized or everybody merges? Meaning, when you think about who wins this game, is it Robinhood that wins this game? Is it Coinbase that wins this game? I'm not saying you can't win this game, but
right.
And maybe you end up selling into one of these other firms. Do the prediction market folks end up start to tokenize things and get? I mean, do the social media companies start to buy some of these companies? I mean, like when you really look out far, what does the industry actually look like?
Yeah,
because right now it's super fragmented, actually.
Yeah, it is. Two things I would say. One, you remember my background. I was in the exchange sector during continual massive consolidation, covered extensively on this show. The same thing is going to happen starting right now in crypto. You're going to see massive.
Because of the decline, you think?
Yeah, because of the decline. And what's happened, Becky, is it should have happened a year or two ago, but people were still holding on to this hope that they'd get kind of 2020 valuations. And so we would have conversations with companies, true story, that would say, hey, we have 10 million of revenue, it's not growing, we want $200 million to buy the company. So that dream is going to be over, and people are going to realize they don't have businesses, they have products, and they need to merge up, and they need to have scale, and that is going to happen.
So you are approaching this as a buyer, not
Absolutely, and we have a great balance sheet. We have a couple $2 billion of net cash. We have public currency, and we have a wherewithal to be able to do these sorts of things and the credibility to do those sorts of acquisitions. The second thing I would mention, Andrew, because you went right to the retail guys, we don't service retail. Now, we own CoinDesk, as you know, the media business clearly has a retail element. We own a data business that's doing fabulous, that has some retail element, but mostly targeted institutions. We have multi-token indices. But the main business we operate, exclusively institutions. That's our exchange. There will also be massive consolidation on the retail side, but they also face a different problem, which is fees at many of these exchanges are literally 2% to transact.
Right.
2%. So they're going to be competing because fees are going to be dropping as demand drops, and it's already happening. Retail numbers are down more disproportionate to institutions, and there will be consolidation.
If the price of crypto continues to be under pressure.
Those businesses are under pressure, and you see it in the prices. You see what the market has kind of done in terms of the prices of some of these larger companies.
Do you say to yourself, though, that all of these cryptocurrencies long-term are up and to the right? Or do you say that there's no authentic claim on any of these currencies having to be materially higher for them to actually function?
Yeah, at the risk of being a market prognosticator, which I am not, I'll tell you, I think if you look at the top 5 to 10 cryptocurrencies, they're real businesses by and large, and I would buy them at these levels personally.
Right.
Not making a recommendation to anyone. I feel comfortable with the 25,000 Bitcoin that we own at Bullish, for example. Now, tokens 1,000 through 2,000, I just don't care. I'm looking at the next wave of tokens, which are going to be massive asset classes, U.S. Treasuries, global credit, equities, moving on to public blockchains, trading 24/7, easier to lend, easier to borrow, easier to move around, removing layers. That is, by the way, that is happening. This isn't a pipe dream. Like it's the volumes of tokenized assets.
Ethereum and Solana should go up because they're the backbone of.
Yeah, theoretically they should go up. Again, I'm not prognosticating.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Well, so that's the thing. Theoretically, they should, but they don't have to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to look at each one. We have to look at the economic model. But just look at stablecoins. Stablecoins have gone from 5 billion to 300 billion. The big winners have been, by and large, the stablecoin issuers, Ethereum, Tron, and Solana. Increasingly, has been doing a really nice job there as well.
Right. 85 cents now, down from $1.80 or something.
What is your view? What is your view on the biggest assets in crypto?
I bought Bitcoin as low as 4,000.
I know you've been on it from day one. In fact, you were one of the first people to educate me about it.
So when people say, I go, am I really supposed to be pooping my pants at 70? I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't. Believe me, I sold. Yeah. I'm not. If I do, it's not a problem. I'm prepared. I'm fine. No, it's gone from 4,000 to 125,000 now 70. I don't know. It might be going to 40. I don't know. But I don't have that much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I still have some. Thank you. I wish I would have sold it at 125. Probably could have bought it back. But you don't want to necessarily.
Yeah, we're not. And that's how I think of it as well. We're not a hedge fund. And to Andrew's point, like we kind of think of it as up to.
I was there before you, wasn't I?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. First time I talked to you about it was many moons ago.
I can still explain. I have people saying they still don't understand. It's like, look up distributed ledger. Distributed ledger is not that hard to figure out.
It's not.
Everything is representing a unit of work. It's like, look up the nature of money and currency, and you'll see why it's not a beanie baby. Okay? Hopefully.
Agreed. Well, let's see about this market structure bill. Maybe next time I come back, we can talk about the implications.
Well, I bring up New York Stock Exchange. You think I'm going to token, so you are.
I'm just in a different world.
Definitely
man.
off.
I still connect with my colleagues there. I root for them. I hope that the stocks do great, volumes do great. I'm a digital assets
We're
guy.
all myopic in our own
Yeah,
interest.
yeah.
That's what it is. Thank you.
Good to see you all.
Good to see you too.
Coming up, it is more than a game. Boardroom co-founder and CEO Rich Kleiman is going to tell us about the business being done all around the Super Bowl hoopla. It all happens this weekend. He's going to join us, though, next after this.
When we come back, fears of an AI disruption rip through the software sector and business development companies like Blue Owl, Ares Management, KKR, all of those names down between 11 and 14% this week. We're going to talk more about AI with former Facebook General Counsel and Chief Privacy Officer Chris Kelly next. Squawk Box, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is the focus of the markets this week for sure. The launch of a new AI tool for the legal profession by Anthropic, setting off a sharp sell-off in the software and financial services sectors. Joining us right now with more on AI disruption is Chris Kelly. He's the founder of Kelly Investments and the former general counsel and chief privacy officer for Facebook. And Chris, I don't know if you're an expert on these things in terms of what we're seeing this week in the markets, but man, this is on everybody's mind. And let's lay it out. These are these new things that have been introduced, the plugins by Anthropic, but people are saying this is for real because what they were able to write in about a week and a half in terms of the coding is just the tip of the iceberg on what this could mean for all these software industries. Does this sell-off in SaaS make sense to you?
So it does in some ways, but I think that ultimately you'll have a response over time that the better use of AI among all of these companies will begin to address some of the problems that occur when you have the AI plugins that often have been prone to hallucinations, to sort of in the litigation context, there's been hundreds of cases where the AI starts just making up cases and fake quotes and things like that. So those have to be tuned out of the system. But over time, I think that these businesses will use those plugins more effectively. They'll figure out how to check them and recheck them, and that there's AI eventually is additive to most of these situations for those who deploy it well. I think that the potential here continues to be amazingly high, and so disruption and creative destruction is the lifeblood of capitalism, and this is just another indication.
I understand you and I hear you that these could be used as tools by the trusted software companies that lots of businesses already work with. But if a config file can come up with something like this in a week and a half, it's raw at this point. If it can bring down costs so substantially, wouldn't those customers expect that the prices they pay for these subscriptions for these SaaS, subscriptions should come down pretty significantly too?
So, I mean, historically, these things, more features get added in rather than prices coming down on a lot of those subscription bases. So I think that as long as there's a rapid response to continue bundling features in, I'm not sure that there's going to be pricing pressure on a lot of those. We'll see how that works out in the marketplace, of course, but I mean, historically, it's adding more features at the same price point rather than actually lowering prices.
So the people on the street at Jeffries and other places who say the draconian view is that this is the new retail sector or the new print journalism, you think that they have overplayed at this point and maybe the sell-off is unwarranted?
I think at this point the sell-off is overwrought, but the question is who responds in the marketplace, and those who are the laggards are going to continue to have their stock prices sort of trail. But there will be leaders in the marketplace, and there will be great partnerships that some of these people strike with the Anthropics and the Perplexities of the world, and you'll see, I think, a lot of sort of positive outreach and building in terms of potential within the companies.
Just in terms of what this means for Anthropic versus, let's say, an OpenAI or one of its other competitors, does this put it in more of a pole position because it's working with these enterprise issues and potentially partnering up with these enterprises?
It's certainly helpful for them. The work that they've done lately with Claude Code sort of spreading throughout technology, with the legal plugins that they've added here, with a little bit of the kind of funny ad war that they're starting around advertising.
Right, with the Super Bowl ads, right?
Yeah, with the Super Bowl ads, they're impressive, and they're certainly getting a lot of comment already as we sit out here around getting ready for the Super Bowl in the Bay Area right now. It's certainly the buzz online right here around here is pretty high about that.
Chris, you've had privacy issues and concerns about what some of the social media companies have done over the years. What do you think about the concerns in terms of AI and what the implications are for mankind?
Well, I mean, I think it continues to be uploading sensitive, data and using sensitive data as a source for information to a ChatGPT or an Anthropic and their offerings. Should continue to be a serious concern to everyone, because what they do, what the models do, of course, is ingest that information and they use it across various clients. And so if there's sensitive information involved in what anyone is uploading, you have to be very careful about what you use these things for.
Are you talking on an enterprise level, or are you talking for just average consumers? Should they not be?
I think that's much more at an enterprise level and a government level. That there have been some allegations recently about government officials in the U.S. sort of using ChatGPT with sensitive data, and those should be taken very seriously. But everyone has to watch out for this in the enterprise context, and that there has to be some sort of protocol around that within companies.
Okay, Chris Kelly. Chris, thank you for your time this morning.
Great to see you.
You too. Folks, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, or just after that. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among our top stories this morning, President Trump explaining his decision to tap former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to replace Jay Powell as Federal Reserve Chair. In an interview with NBC News, the president saying the Fed is independent in theory, but argued that it should take his advice, saying that he understands the economy better than most and expects interest rates to be lowered soon. We're watching the price of Bitcoin this morning too, now below $70,000, $69,357. That's near its lowest level since November of 2024, when it hit $68,800. And Qualcomm shares are sliding after the company issued weak current quarter guidance. Executives say that the shortfall is tied to a global memory shortage, driven by heavy data center demand, with customers expected to focus more on higher-end devices.
Take a look at the futures right now. Dow off about 178 points. The Nasdaq down about 181 points. The S&P 500 off about 35 points. Let's explain what's going on this morning, because Google's parent Alphabet now weighing on the futures this morning. Losses accelerating in the last half hour. Right now, you're looking at Alphabet stock, by the way, off close to 5%. That's really on the back of what were actually quite remarkable earnings, but also a big number in terms of CapEx spending with their guidance and growth plans in the future, spending as much as $185 billion. That's had some investors and analysts get a bit more cautious. I want to get over to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Dom?
Hey, good morning, Andrew, Becky, Joe. So we're going to start things off with shares of ConocoPhillips, which are maybe roughly flat just after narrowly missing profit expectations for its most recent quarter. Production guidance also came in slightly below estimates for both the current quarter and the full year as well. Capital expenditures and operating cost guidance were largely in line with expectations over the last quarter, as CEO Ryan Land said in a release that, quote, "We're focused on driving a $1 billion reduction in our capital costs in 2026. So ConocoPhillips shares now on balance down about 1% on that news. Meantime, you got shares of Barrick Mining, which are slightly higher, now moving lower, now 2.25%. After beating profit estimates for its quarter, revenues came in nearly $1 billion better than estimates, as the miner benefited from, what else, higher gold prices, which are currently just around $4,900 per ounce right now. Barrick also named its interim CEO, Mark Hill, as president and CEO as the company spins off its North American holdings. Barrick Mining down 2.25%. And then ARM Holdings is also lower right now to the tune of 3.75% after beating expectations for its quarter, as revenues from its licensing segment came in below estimates. Guidance also came in slightly above estimates, but customers like Qualcomm's outlook could be weighing on those shares. Qualcomm, of course, guided below estimates for its current quarter yesterday afternoon, as Andrew just pointed out. So, Joe, keep an eye on ARM Holdings, down 4.5%, and pretty much the entire chip complex this morning. I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, Tom, thanks. When we come back, the big business of football, both on and off the field, as we get ready for the Super Bowl Sunday. And then later, Senator Bernie Moreno joins us with the latest on the president's nomination of Kevin Warsh as Fed chair. We're coming right back.
It's almost a Super Bowl weekend, and joining us right now to talk about the business both on and off the field in the world of sports is Rich Kleiman, who's the Boardroom co-founder and CEO. Might have been up late watching the Knicks. I don't know. I
was up late. Yes.
Are you East Coast or West Coast, Mr. Kleiman?
I'm West Coast. I'm in San Francisco already, bright and early.
So it wasn't that late for you. Or actually, yes. That late. Yeah, you didn't have to stay up that late. Exactly. It's early for you now, is what's going on. So you're out on the big Super Bowl weekend. People think of it as a sporting event, but it's become almost something else. It's like the Olympics or something. It's like it's become a corporate event to some degree. Tell me everything you're doing this weekend.
Oh my God. It definitely has become a bit of a convergence of what like All-Star weekend for the NBA, the Oscars, the Grammys. My schedule is packed. I think it's amazing the amount of different companies and brands activating. I think experiential for all companies has become so important that you see it really manifest over a Super Bowl weekend. So whether you're an AI company, a prediction market, whether you're a tech company, whether you're in media, some form of media activation or event activation you are doing this weekend.
As a result, do you think, how much do you think it becomes about the game versus everything else?
I think the game has its moment. There's no question. It's the Super Bowl. And I think the entire spectacle of the Super Bowl, the halftime show, it's still while we're all here. But I think when you get this amount of people in one market and the amount of business that takes place this weekend, it's also more than that. And I think you see a lot of deal making. I think for a lot of athletes that aren't participating, it's an opportunity to make money, to activate for the brands that they have deals with, and to find new business for yourself. And it's also, as a fan, just an incredible environment to see football take over an entire city and know how big it is and how global it is.
We always say that sports tries to bring people together and isn't political. There's some debate about Bad Bunny, who's going to be performing at the halftime show, who's made some political comments here and there. What do you think?
I think it's sad that it's a reflection of where we're at as a country. Bad Bunny is arguably the biggest star in the world. And as he said at the Grammys the other day, Puerto Rico is part of America. And the game has gone global. And I think this is an incredible opportunity for people to see what a star he is that maybe have just turned their back on it or have assumed that it wasn't for them. Bad Bunny is for everybody. And I think the NFL has done an amazing thing trying to go a bit beyond what they've done in the past. And, I just think it's a sad reflection of our country, but I'm excited for Bad Bunny.
Have you talked to KD about this, by the way? I don't know if you saw this podcast. He says he's never listened to Bad Bunny before.
No, I haven't talked to him about it. Well, he will Sunday.
I have listened to Bad Bunny.
I don't know anything.
You don't know anything, Joe?
I wasn't surprised to hear that.
I don't know any song. No, I don't know any of his songs or anything. I like his
Andrew. I think it's surprising that you're shocked that Joe hasn't listened to Bad Bunny.
I'm not that shocked. I'm not that shocked. One of the other things
I'm a big Nicki Minaj fan now.
Joe, don't say that.
One of the things that's going to be uniquely interesting this year is the fact that there's the Olympic overlay during this whole period, and then you have the NBA. And by the way, it's all happening on NBC. So you have, obviously, the Super Bowl this weekend. That's starting basically in concert with the beginning of the Olympics. Then the Olympics, in some ways, are almost going to be interrupted by the NBA All-Star Weekend. And then you go back to the Olympics. How do you think that's going to... Does that put more attention on all of it? What do you think happens?
Yeah, I think it's rising tides. I think it brings more attention to all of it. And I think, the Olympics have their core fans. And I think this time of year, you choose what Olympic sport you want to watch. It's not one of those things you have to stay glued into for 2 weeks. So I think just the attention of sports as a whole will give the Olympics a nice push. And the story with Lindsey Vonn now competing with a torn ACL, I think is just one of those things and one of those moments in time where people will be glued in no matter what's happening.
And the other piece of this is, this is still the most watched thing on television, the Super Bowl, that is. Do you ever see a moment where it becomes fragmented, meaning like the rest of media?
Well, I think yes and no. I mean, I think the way people consume it is a bit fragmented. But I think that this like event that is the Super Bowl is something that we actually all crave. I think with this fragmented media landscape and how bad people's attention spans are, the idea that there is something that's bringing the entire country and parts of the entire world together, I think becomes things that people find refreshing to some degree. So I don't see a world in which, you know, the ever-changing of technology and media will take people's eyeballs away from the Super Bowl. I mean, if you think about this year, you have two teams in Seattle and in New England that don't have one of those like premier quarterbacks, those Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. But it doesn't really matter. You know, it's about the storylines that are created the 2 weeks leading up to it. It's about the tradition of the Super Bowl and people coming together to watch it. And we find the stories in both of these teams leading into the game. And no, I don't see a world in which the Super Bowl loses attention or focus.
You know, one of the things we were talking about just yesterday with the guys from the Acquired podcast is the idea of these leagues trying to be international. Football, interestingly, is still such a domestic game, and whether you think there's a real opportunity internationally, I know the NBA has been trying as well for quite some time, probably with more success.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually think the way the NFL has done it, and I would imagine it was intentional, but regardless, I think it's been impactful and successful, which is that they have been doing games globally for decades now. And they've taken their time with this. And this is a sport, obviously, unlike basketball or soccer, that kids are playing as much at a young age. And the star power in the NFL has not really ever been what drives that league. It's about the teams, it's about the shield, it's about the history. But as these games continue year after year to enter into new markets and fans get built up, you start to really feel, and I feel it when I've traveled outside of the country, that people really do follow the NFL now. And I think that it's a different strategy. The NBA has the benefit of these global stars that have competed in their countries and come over to the NBA and dominated as well. And obviously the Olympics. So it's been a different kind of approach that the NBA's had to take and a benefit they've had in terms of the star power. But the NFL's done a really good job, and you see every year adding new cities, adding more games. I think it only helps in their future media deal, but it's definitely expanded the reach of the league.
And then finally, we continue to have lots of conversations about gambling and prediction markets and the merging of the two or the competition between them. Do you have a take on who's going to win this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure that it's one or the other. I'm pretty bullish on the prediction markets. You know, I've spent a lot of time with Tarek, the founder of Kalshi. He's incredibly impressive. And I'm not even quite sure if the profile of the type of consumer is exactly the same, where you're taking somebody from a gambling platform to a prediction market. I think there's obviously a ton of optionality. There's a ton that you can wager on markets on the prediction market that have nothing to do with sports. But I do think that there's a world for both. And I think, like I said, that the profile of that consumer is a bit different. But as the sports companies are going into their own prediction markets, a lot will unfold. But I think it was imperative that they did. And I think it's a pretty interesting and exciting time. Obviously, both the prediction markets that are really in the zeitgeist have different stories themselves. Kalshi regulated one and has done an incredible job marketing the brand. I think it's interesting you won't see prediction market ads during the Super Bowl. I'm sure you will in the future, but I read that they will not be during this year's Super Bowl. But yeah, I don't think there's like a bottom to drop at all with the prediction markets. I think it's an incredible way. I think institutions are starting to use it for their own intel. And I think it's an incredible way to kind of understand human sentiment a bit, which is different than sports gambling.
Rich, it's always good to see you. We appreciate you waking up early and probably staying up sort of late, but not really late, watching the Knicks. So we look forward to seeing you in person very, very soon. Have fun at the game.
All right, thanks, guys. Joe, put some Bad Bunny on. I'll talk to you soon.
Can you name a song?
I don't know if I can name a song, but I listen to the songs.
You're just a faux Bad Bunny.
I have children.
They're all in Spanish.
Rich, I go back to like.
It's okay, the kids won't know what they're saying.
I listen to like Miles. I need.
The real question, which we should have asked Rich, is, you know, I call them the true pros who sort of play the sort of Super Bowl game.
Yeah.
Show up on Thursday or Friday, go to all of the events and the parties and this and the that.
And barely the game.
And then they leave
before the game.
That's not really a Super Bowl fan. That is a
watch it at home. No.
movable feast type of.
I was thinking that the way Darnold and Frank May played this year, I think they do have great quarterbacks. They're just not like marquee yet, but it doesn't mean they won't be marquee someday. Still to come, banking committee member Bernie Moreno. I still think he's going to come and talk about the weather, but that's Bernie Moreno.
Our meteorologist.
Yeah, our meteorologist. Here are the futures ahead of jobless claim numbers moments ago. The ECB announcing it's leaving interest rates unchanged, which was expected. Squawk Box is expected to be right back. I guess we will stay tuned. Things have deteriorated a little in the NASDAQ. You can sort of see it coming, and Bitcoin and other markets. Joining us now, Mona Mahajan, Head of Investment Strategy at Edward Jones. Reading some of your comments, Mona, it's like we're watching it play out, and I think you can give us some good insight. And overall, the earnings that we've just saw, I guess we're about halfway through.
Yeah.
Used to think, I guess the estimate was 7%. It's been more like 12%, but 30% in tech, which is pretty good. But in recent sessions, we have seen traders or investors decide that maybe they should look elsewhere in terms of valuation. At least that's what it appears to be.
Yeah, look, I think it's been a tough week for those investors that were exposed to parts of the market that have really led to the upside. Think about technology, AI, but also More recently, we've seen gold and precious metals sell off. We've seen the Bitcoin crypto space sell off. I'd say broadly, if we take a step back, we still feel pretty good about the direction of the U.S. economy. We think it's growing above trend. We feel pretty good to your point about earnings. We think still double digits earnings this year, which underpins stocks. But we do think you have to start thinking about diversification more prudently, more seriously. Parts of the market that have held up well, value, cyclical, market caps in small cap and mid cap. And then, of course, when you look regionally, EM and international have held up better as well. So there is an opportunity out there. We think it's just a diversified opportunity.
Yeah, valuation is never necessarily a reason to see an imminent sell-off in anything.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, after the sell-off finally does happen, there were always like some little clues, and you don't know what's going to cause it. Earnings might continue to be good. It could be there's this little, the wrench in the works here, or margins here, or something that you don't even know in hindsight what's going to do it. But the bubble, there's some errors coming out of all those leaders.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think some of the business models are shifting. So certainly we're seeing, could AI cannibalize itself in the software space? But also a lot of the large cap tech space was asset light. It's going from asset light to asset heavy. It was debt free. Now we're seeing more debt on the balance sheet.
About that.
So yeah, could margins get compressed a bit? Could valuation get compressed a bit more? I think there's question marks. The good news is growth is still tremendous, but the pace of growth, that second derivative, is slowing a bit.
And then you mentioned earnings growth, double digit probably again this year. So if you were to assume that interest rates stay where they are or go down, you might not think there'd be a problem with multiples necessarily. So you could just say, all right, 15%, 12% earnings growth, that would translate to 12% in the S&P, but we can't guarantee rates are coming down. In fact, if we're underestimating that, we may not get any more rate relief. And rates on the long end could actually go up like they have.
Yeah, look, I think new Fed chair in place in May, we will see what the direction of travel is.
A hawkish Fed chair? More hawkish?
Probably the least dovish out of the four
Least
options.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I do think there's a case still for 1 to 2 rate cuts this year. To your point, if inflation settles even around 2.5% or so, historically the Fed has tried to bring rates about 100 basis points above
What if it doesn't
inflation.
settle?
If it goes to 2.5 to 3%, we still think 3.5% Fed funds rate makes sense here. To your point, though, the long end is not controlled by the Fed. The short end is, and we could see a yield curve that starts to steepen. But all that being said, the U.S. economy has held up pretty well, even in an environment where rates were probably 3.5 to 4%. So we think anything below that could support the consumer and support consumption of corporations as well.
Play it out. 1981 Dow's at 800. Okay, so I understand it goes up. Most years it goes up, but some years it actually closes lower. What could cause a down market this year?
Yeah, I think certainly when we look underneath the surface, to your point, S&P returns are driven by 2 factors: valuation expansion and what earnings growth does. If earnings growth we think is in that 10% range, that's fine. But multiple expansion, we think there are parts of the market that probably have more scope for expansion than others. And so probably value cyclical could continue to perform well. If we see multiples come under pressure in the tech space, we could see a negative year. By the way, the first out of 3 years in the tech space. But we think parts of the market continue to hold up well. And we would look internationally a bit. We would look beyond just large
There's
cap.
always trade. There's China, Ukraine. I can worry about a lot of things. Bird flu, I don't know, maybe there's pandemics, there's nuclear, there's so many things, Iran, there's a lot of things that,
Or you could slip and fall on the sidewalk.
or you could get killed by a vending machine if you've got to get, you put money in and it's stuck. There's a lot of things that can happen. You don't think black swan.
Sharks.
Yeah, shark.
Yeah. Look, unknown.
They don't come on land, although there was a movie with it. Remember that?
Shark tornado.
Yeah, Sharknado. So it's possible.
Unknown for sure. But look, I think the big picture here is typically what causes a bear market is 2 things. 1, a recession on the horizon, or 2, the Fed raising rates rapidly. And neither of those seem in the cards for now. So I do think the backdrop to us still remains relatively benign. And so I think, to your point, a lot of headline noise, a lot of swirl this year, politics, geopolitics, but the fundamentals are where we're focused on.
Mona, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, jobless claims data. Consensus is for 212,000. Over the last week, the Kalshi crowd has been predicting higher numbers. Right now, 58% see it above 215,000. A third see it above 220,000. 26% above 225,000. And, well, you get the idea. We will be getting the real numbers in 2 minutes right here on Squawk Box.
Weekly jobless claims hitting the wire. Steve Leisman joins us now with the headlines. Hey, Steve, what's going on?
Weekly jobless claims rising unexpectedly to 231,000. That's against the prior week. 4-week moving average 212, rising to 231 from 209, and I think 212 was expected. Continuing claims, Joe, rising to, it looks like 1.844 million from 1.819. So a little bit of deterioration there on both sides. I'm trying to figure out when that was the least one or the highest one since, and it looks like you got to go back quite a ways here. Anyway, back to certainly last year sometime. There's a couple other alternative data points that we're looking at here. Chicago Fed unemployment estimate. Remember, we don't get the jobs report tomorrow, but they've done a pretty good job, the Chicago Fed, with this this new indicator here, 4.4%, which is pretty much what was expected. Challenger layoffs, though, they were a challenging number here, 108,000. That was the worst January since 2009. UPS and Amazon among those with the big layoff announcements. And of course, we got ADP private payrolls yesterday at 22,000. And Joe, did you say something at 7:15 this morning that I don't know if you regret it or whatever, but if you look at what happened with markets, take a look. Futures shot down, bond markets rallied. It was right between two things that happened. Bank of England at 7, Challenger came out at 7:30, but right at 7:15. Did you say something, Joe?
I don't know. I say a lot of things that I regret. I'm not. But today I don't. Did you? Did I actually say something, or you're just kidding about whether I caused the sell-off?
Well, no, I'm making a joke here.
Well, because
I'm
we
making a
did.
joke. I mean, I know you're powerful.
I thought you were going to. We were talking about claims. I mean, I think it's the first time we've ever, like, we're talking about the Cauchy odds for what the jobless claims we're going to do. So they've suddenly, because they've been so benign lately, I think the Cauchy odds were going to be that they did go up. And I think I said maybe they gave us maybe they were giving us an early look at the jobs market not being as weak as people thought. And you've been scratching your head a while about jobless claims, right? And seasonal or government shutdown.
We just got through a period, Joe, when there's a lot of noise in the data. So
right.
I have not been sort of a big fan of thinking, well, they're way down. And you can see that on that nice chart they just put up. All that stuff down there in the 200s, 199, that could be essentially a seasonal adjustment issue. If we didn't hire as many people as we thought were going to hire in the holiday season, well, then you didn't fire as many. And so that may be something that's expected in the data that didn't actually happen. But we're out of that zone now. I'm not going to worry too much about 231 because I wouldn't see that. I could see that as a decent run rate. But again, it's the low fire, low hire. And I want to tell you, Joe, one of the big things we're going to figure out this year, we better figure it out, I know it's a big important part of Fed policy, is this dissonance between, relatively strong growth numbers, but relatively weak employment numbers. And we talked yesterday with Neela Richardson about this idea, 20, 30, 40, 50 may be the right run rate for this economy, given what's happening on the population and the demographic side.
Right. No, I actually was trying to think, I thought you were serious, but you were just saying coincident correlation is not causation. So something happened. I probably did say something at 7:15, but I probably am not responsible for.
It's probably my fault.
It might be Andrew's fault because he writes these books about like crashes and stuff. You know what I mean? So I would go to him. Did you say something?
I think this general idea of when in doubt, blame Andrew is probably not a bad rule to go by.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I think we can
get it.
I think we could all.
I get it. What were we talking about at 7:15? We were talking about private credit with Greg Fleming.
Yeah. Was that 7:15?
This morning.
Yeah.
People are a little bit concerned about that. We talked about spending by Google's Alphabet.
Yeah.
And sort of this inflection point and what that all means.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it was none of us, Steve.
Hey, can I throw something else out, which is, Joe, did you see Tim Scott kind of following on a very important interview yesterday?
It's in a 10-point. It's in a 10-point on the Journal. I even
the idea that I want to make 2 points real quickly, which is that it seems like many Republican senators are kind of on board with this idea. And it was so important yesterday in our interview with Tillis that he said, hey, I'm a witness here. And what I wanted to do was write you guys a note because you may not know this, but the complaint actually came from apparently a member of the House.
Right.
That the senators who were there.
Right. I was going to say that yesterday I'm channeling, like when I said the truth will set you free, you could see what I think of this whole Jay Powell thing, from what he was saying. But then I was channeling what critics of him are saying. You're not running for re-election, so you're able to speak your mind. And why would you be questioning what you don't know about this investigation, the Justice Department? You shouldn't be, necessarily impugning a Justice Department. But he was there for the moment of the crime itself that we're talking, the supposed crime that we're talking about. That's what I mean. So he probably could speak to the merits of the investigation. Maybe he could.
And by the way, for those who haven't heard on the Tim Scott point, Tim Scott said basically the Fed independence he said is the Senate's job, or Fed oversight is really the Senate's job and Congress's job to oversee all of those things, and that's the important takeaway.
Right, but didn't think that anything rose to the level of criminal activity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple other things, which is if you actually read the transcript, he's only talking about it, as Tillis said, for a few seconds, and then they cut him off. And then he writes this extensive letter that says, here's the answer to the questions that I didn't get a chance to answer. So I would think all of that would go in there, and boy, it sure doesn't seem like we ought to be here. I guess I would otherwise respect the process, but there does seem to be a lot of, how shall we say, motivation on the part of the president as to what's going on with the DOJ these days.
Like so many things, it looks like you can definitely connect the dots, but you really are not allowed to connect the dots unless unless it's factual, right? But it's sure the optics certainly look that way. Thanks, Steve. Speaking of Republican senators, and we could talk about this. Talk about President Trump's Fed pick, Kevin Warsh, and others. Ohio Republican Senator Bernie Moreno. He serves on the banking committee, and we can cut to the chase, Senator. It's good to see you. I'm from Cincinnati. I was happy for you. I'll tell you. Not a big fan of who your opponent was. I'm honest about a lot of things. I've gotten to an age where a lot of times, Senator, I just you take it for what it's worth. But congrats on the election. Have you been on the show yet? Is this your first time?
You haven't invited me, Joe, even though we have that Ohio connection.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Thanks for being here. But what I'm going to get to now is a little bit sticky. So it just looks like the president was mad about too late Powell, as he calls him, not lowering rates. And then we get to this investigation. Do you think a lot of times where there's smoke, there's fire? In this case, do you honestly believe that there was some criminality that need to be looked into in terms of Chair Powell's testimony?
Well, from my perspective, that's up to the Department of Justice. What I will tell you is he's absolutely guilty of being terrible at his job. He's absolutely guilty of being an egomaniac, and he's absolutely guilty of driving record inflation that crushed working Americans for 4 years. So that's unequivocal. This guy has run the Fed losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year. He's made the Fed very political, which shouldn't be the case. So he's just guilty of being inept. In terms of he's criminally guilty, that's not up to me.
Right, but Senator, we hear the president every day talk about how great the country is doing right now in terms of GDP and inflation is down, and so are all these good things that are happening in spite of the Fed, or you don't give the Fed any credit for orchestrating the any of the economic success we've had the last couple of years?
Well, you said the last couple of years, so absolutely not. I mean, again, they drove inflation up. They were way too late on reacting to the fiscal stimulus that was out of control when the Democrats were there. President Trump is the one that secured our border, has deported over 2 million people that came into this country illegally. He's driven GDP to record growth. In fact, on the campaign trail, if President Trump ever said we'd have 4 or 5% GDP growth, your show would mock him. But that's the reality. Record numbers. We did an incredible working families tax cut bill, which prevented a $4 trillion tax increase. You know, my Democrat colleagues like to say that tariffs are taxes. You know what's taxes? Taxes. And we prevented that tax increase. We gave relief to working Americans. They're going to start seeing it now in their paychecks, and 2026 will be a phenomenal year.
A good piece in actually the Journal today looking at tariffs. There are people can argue both sides of the whole tariff issue. Senator, about whether it's a tax or not, but the people that hate the tariffs the most are the people that want higher taxes anyway. So I don't even really understand.
Exactly.
I don't understand. It's like you'd love to raise taxes. Now you're finally calling it a tax, but you don't like that either. Do you think Tillis will be able to stop Kevin Warsh from being confirmed in a normal time frame, or do you think there's some way around it that it gets out of committee and you get to a full vote?
Well, I don't think any one senator should impede an investigation one way or the other. I think if there's a concern, then the concern should be followed through. Chairman Scott, who's a good friend, a great chairman of the banking committee, the guy I got rid of was a terrible chairman of the banking committee, has said he doesn't think there was intent. That's certainly a factor in there. Look, at the end of the day, Kevin Warsh is highly qualified, highly respected. Everybody wants him in there. I hope that we can put all this political nonsense aside and let's get Kevin Warsh confirmed, because most importantly, it is a huge upgrade from what we have right now running the Fed, that's for sure.
Senators, are you recommending that the case continue, or are you recommending that the case end? That's what I'm trying to understand. Given that there are questions, I think there's fair questions to be asked just about why the case was brought to begin with.
Well, my position, Aaron, is pretty straightforward. As a United States Senator, I should not weigh in criminal investigations one way or the other. What I will say, like I said, clear to me, he's guilty of being incompetent. In terms of whether that was a crime, that's not up to the Senate to decide one way or the other.
Can I
and
ask
by
you
the
a
way,
question?
that has nothing to do with whether Kevin Walsh is qualified. It should be immediately confirmed.
That's nothing. I agree with that. Do you believe that the President of the United States should weigh in on criminal investigations? This goes to the question about the independence of the Department of Justice, actually.
Well, look, the president has opinions. Every president has opinions. Politicians have multiple opinions, even at the same time, in many
but
cases.
you just said that you don't have.
That has nothing to do with that.
You just said that as a
no,
senator,
like I said,
you shouldn't have an opinion. I'm just asking a question. You just said on the air that 2 seconds ago you shouldn't have an opinion. Yeah. And then I said to you, well, the president. And then I said to you, should the president? And you said, well, the president has opinions. So, do you have an opinion on what's going on here? And if you said it's inappropriate for you to have an opinion, explain the difference between that and somebody else.
Am I able to answer your question now?
Yeah.
So what you asked me was whether I thought something should happen, meaning that I should direct an outcome. Of course I have an opinion. Look, he was asked a question about the renovations at the Fed, which are completely ridiculous. Whether he intended to lie or did not intend to lie, the truth is he did give us false information. Intent is something that happens in a criminal investigation. You know that better than I did. I'm a business guy. You should know that as a lawyer. That's not the question. We have opinions. The question isn't whether I have an opinion or not, is whether I should direct the Department of Justice to go one way or another in a criminal investigation. That's what's at heart. Look, at the end of the day, Jerome Powell is the worst Fed chairman of my lifetime. Kevin Walsh will do an amazing job. Let's get the guy confirmed. That's the bottom line.
I think of Andrew as a lawyer too. So his dad was a very good lawyer, a famous lawyer. I think that sort of. But and a lot of times he sounds like a lawyer. I think sometimes Senator. You know what I mean? And not necessarily in a really good. No, sometimes in a good way.
I just play one on TV, Senator. I just play one on TV.
We just play one on.
I see the difference now.
And I knew I liked you as a senator. You're not a lawyer. You said you're. So that's good. What did Shakespeare say? No, we don't want to say that. Shakespeare said that was horrible. Senator, thank you for your time this morning. We appreciate it. And
thank you.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up. I was born in South America. Grew up in South Florida. Been to Ohio for 21 years. Love it. Great state. In fact, if anybody's watching, place to go. Leave New York. Leave California. Come to Ohio.
The balmy Ohio, yeah, it's a lot warmer than Florida, I think, in Ohio. Anyway, Senator, thanks. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Up next, Alphabet's big spending plans for the full year, coming in way ahead of the street's expectations and nearly doubling what it spent in 2025. We'll talk about it with tech watcher Rick Sherland right after this break. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
We're watching shares of Hims and Hearst Health and Novo Nordisk this morning because a new Reuters report saying that Hims will begin selling a compounded version of the new Wegovy pill at an introductory price of $49 per month. That's about $100 less than the brand name. Novo and Hims walked away from a partnership for injectable Wegovy last year. That after Novo accused the company of wrongfully marketing copycat versions of the drug. Now, the U.S. allows pharmacies to compound drugs at different dosages, but the FDA doesn't approve those versions. So I don't know how you feel about all this.
I just don't like the name. It should be they and them health, shouldn't it? I'm offended. I can't believe the market cap on that company.
No, I can't either. Or how volatile it's been. So, in the meantime, Alphabet says capital expenditures will range from $175 billion to $185 billion this year. The top end of that forecast would be more than double its 2025 CapEx. And joining us right now to talk CapEx spending, the tech sector overall, what's happening with software companies right now, is Rick Sherlund. He is the founder of Sherlund Partners, which is an AI software investment bank. And Rick, thanks for coming in today.
Thank you, Becky.
All right, we have a lot to talk about, but let's start very quickly with shares of Alphabet. They're off more than 4% right now, I guess 4.5%. Even though they came in with earnings that were better than expected, revenue that was better than expected, YouTube ad revenue was a little light, but people are really keying on this CapEx number to say that that's the reason for the decline. What do you think?
Well, we saw that with Microsoft last week. Their Azure growth was 38%.
Instead of 39?
Instead of 39, it's like, okay, so they allocated more for internal development. I think the real answer is the Street's very focused on CapEx. They think there's a bubble. But what we're seeing in the market is the market for LLMs is gone from consumers that don't pay. 5% of the consumer market pays, like $20 a month, to enterprise where everybody pays because you make extensive use of the platform. And enterprises are using agents, this agentics, that consume a lot of inference cycles, and they use reasoning, and reasoning burns a lot of cycles. So inference is really just starting to take off. And so that's how you monetize, that's how you get paid for all of this. So don't look at the models of the leading LLM vendors today. Look at where it's going to inference, and you need a lot of data center investment to provide the capacity, and there's no concern about will there be enough demand. The demand is there, the concern is capacity.
But even with a pullback like this, Alphabet shares are up by more than 65% over the last year. You are talking about an area of the market that has seen some phenomenal growth in the stock prices.
That's right. I think what we've seen recently, last several months, software stocks are down 25-30%. And it seems to be a contagion now. It's like even the AI native, the hyperscalers are getting hit. I think the market's in a pretty foul mood right now in this whole area. But AI is really just inflecting upward. And you'll see some IPOs later this year, I think, because they need the capital, they need to build the data center capacity ahead, because as the enterprise market's now starting to leverage LLM technology, the market's about to take off. So I'm more bullish, and the market's more
You're bullish
bearish
on those
right now.
areas. What about software as a service?
So
Is the sell-off there warranted?
Yeah, the software sector every 10, 15 years goes through a forest fire. There's a new platform. We saw this in a big way as we moved from client server to the SaaS or cloud market. PeopleSoft, was replaced by Workday. Siebel Systems was replaced by Salesforce. So I think as we go through these platform shifts to new technology, there's a lot of smoke, and investors can't really see through it. Is this a brush fire? Is it a forest fire? So I think the market's trying to sort that out right now. It's like, well, how bad is this going to be for the existing SaaS vendors? And in a way, the market's being misled, I think, by the simplistic argument that vibe coding makes software trivial. It's like you can easily replace it. The coding itself is maybe 20% of what a software company has to do. The challenge is all the complex workflows, the domain expertise that goes in it, the integration into new data sources into other systems. It's a lot more complicated than just writing some code. And in fact, vibe coding is for lightweight applications The challenge is once you've written the lightweight application is, well, how do you integrate that into other systems? How does it access data? What about the security issues? So I think it's being trivialized.
But is that an adapt or die message for some of these big software companies?
Well, they
Or-
certainly have to adapt. The big companies will need to re-architect. We go through this every time there's a big platform shift, and they're amazingly slow in adapting. They make you quite nervous in the process of, and it's like Innovator's
And
dilemma.
PeopleSoft got replaced, but Oracle's still here.
Yeah, well, Oracle bought PeopleSoft,
Yeah.
and so they consolidated into the application space while this was going on. Now, Oracle's out of favor for quite a few years. It took them time to, and Larry was not really a big fan of the cloud, even though he invented NetSuite and invested in Salesforce. For his own business, it took him many years to really embrace the cloud.
I still don't understand. What do you think? Do you think this is a brush fire or a forest fire? How much damage is being done here? Would
I
you
think-
buy into these companies?
I think for simpler applications, companies that are just, let's call the database and get information on your Salesforce records, or maybe it's your human resource records, those are pretty easy to replace.
Okay.
If you have complex workflows like SAP does, very extensive integrations and supply chains, the moat is much bigger. It's just harder to replace. So those companies have more time. And we saw that with the last cycle. You know, it's like Microsoft, SAP, Oracle emerged through that where a lot of companies did not. We will see the same thing this time. And I think the street right now is trying to calibrate, well, how bad is it going to be, for how long? And the answer is these things aren't resolved quickly. It's going to take some time. So I think the sector's out of favor for a while. And as you get the AI native companies starting to go public later this year, the narrative will be even worse, which is here are all the great things that are happening around the AI native universe.
So, as somebody who is running an AI software investment bank, do you think this arena is ripe for kind of consolidation?
Well, that's an interesting question, Becky, because I'm not sure who's a buyer
buying?
out there.
Right.
And private equity has a lot of SaaS companies. Venture capital has a lot of SaaS companies.
And those stocks have sold off as a result too.
Yeah, it's like I think they were hopeful that perhaps the IPO window would open up and they would have exits this year, because they haven't had a real exit since 21 when we had a very open IPO market. So I think it's going to be a challenge now, and even the credit side, people are saying, well, I'm not sure I can depend on the cash flow. So it's more challenging to do M&A if you're a private equity company today.
Rick, it's great to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Great, thank you.
Up next, a check on Bitcoin, among other stories that are making news. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Breaking on Squawk Box this morning, jobless claims coming in at 231,000. The estimate was 212,000. Meantime, Bitcoin now falling below 70,000 this morning. It's down 40% since October. And Hims and Hers Health up 20% after a report that the company will sell a new compounded version of the Wegovy pill for $49. That's $100 less than Novo Nordisk's version. And we are looking at some pretty interesting futures this morning.
Pills are here. Your microdosing thing is...
They're coming. They're coming. But take a look at where we are here. The Dow off about 210 points. Nasdaq down 226 points. The Alphabet story is part of that. S&P 500 off about 48 points.
Yep. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street coming up right now.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. We are coming off the worst 2 days for tech stocks since October. Futures do suggest we'll get more selling as Google's down 4%, downgrade from Microsoft. Labor data today a little sobering. Jobless claims at a 2-month high. Our roadmap begins with Alphabet and the AI trade. The tech giant reports strong earnings, but this massive jump in CapEx is spooking some investors.
Shares of Qualcomm and ARM Holdings are both down in early trading. This on potentially what is seen as disappointing forecasts from both of those companies. ARM CEO Renee Haas will join us in a first on CNBC later in the hour. We'll talk about the outlook for the company he leads. And take a look at Bitcoin, or we will, because it is below 70,000. You just heard Andrew talk about that as well. Also, silver sliding.
Let's begin with a fresh look into big tech's AI spending plans. Shares of Google parent Alphabet under pressure after announcing huge CapEx projections for the year ahead. Sundar Pichai explained what's driving those costs on the call.
We've been supply constrained even as we've been ramping up our capacity. Obviously, you know, our CapEx spend this year is an eye towards the future. And you have to keep in mind some of the time horizons are increasing in the supply chain, etc. So we are constantly planning for the long term and working towards that. And obviously, how we close the gap this year is a function of what we have done in the prior years, right? And so there is that time delay to keep in mind.
Just to give viewers a sense of where this has gone, Jim, last few years, $35 billion in 03, 53, 90, now 185.
My Chapel Trust is a small position. We're looking to buy it. I think you have to buy it. This was a remarkable quarter. Don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain, the stock price. Fact is that they are using this new compute for Google Cloud, okay? And David, do you know who LeBron James is?
I do, actually, yes.
And what, you know who that is when it comes to Google?
No.
Okay, so they call Thomas Kurian, don't call me Tom. Thomas Kurian's the head
they
of Cloud.
call him the LeBron.
He is the LeBron James of Cloud. And this number was so extraordinary. I am not worried. By the way, Philip Schindler did an amazing job with YouTube. I feel that the Gemini uptake is just rather incredible. I just was dazzled by this call. The analysts have to start catching up with how well they're doing. And then one more thing, it's boring as all get out, and I know David's deeply focused on it. The one big beautiful bill, the bonus depreciation.
Yes.
Just you can just write this stuff off instantly because it is in data center. It's not regular buildings. So this was just brilliant. People don't understand that depreciation makes it so that it was worthwhile to buy this stuff now. And remember, they are controlling it. They're not offloading it to say Blue out.
Right, your point is right. They are building their own.
Yeah, it's so impressive, David.
And they're not leasing from anybody?
No, they're not leasing the stuff. They want to have control over
it. For example, we pointed out Meta many times, the Hyperion project, over $30 billion there, but they're the leasing.
These guys control leasing it. They control their destiny.
And it doesn't even show up as CapEx, even though Meta's number is $135 billion, I think, but topped by this one potentially as much as $185 billion number from Alphabet. It is worth putting it in perspective. You already did that, Carl, just pointing out what they were spending only a few years ago. I mean, I was taking a look as well back in the 20, 21 period, about $22 billion a year to $24 billion.
Yeah,
so that's about 8 times.
That's LeBron. And by the way, just YouTube is just YouTube. Did you hear that analyst? Sorry, that analyst who said, "Look, I think you're losing business in advertising." And Schindler, who was such a diplomat, said, "No, you see, actually, we're moving towards subscriptions. Subscriptions worth money." more money, and I met that man, and he's bought.
That was a funny
So we got
sound.
LeBron, and we got
Hello.
Yeah.
He is. He's
I'm
bought.
here.
He's not start that guy.
YouTube ads 11.38
What do you think of that?
How do I get a column up here?
8.7%. Not growing as fast as search, by the way, but nonetheless very strong.
Now,
Makes
you-
Well,
YouTube
left in a
itself,
hurry,
of
I
course,
guess.
one of the largest media properties in the world.
Right.
And then when you add in, as Jim just mentioned, subscriptions, which namely is YouTube
I gotta go out and
which
take
has
out my
become
trash.
one of the largest MVPD.
I'll be back.
You get to as much as $60 billion.
We got a triple bottom with a double bottom.
100 million additions.
Triple bottom,
to
triple bottom.
Gemini, and Gemini's very good.
I mean,
Now,
I've never seen a setup quite like this. Triple bottom with a fallen wedge and a triple bottom horizontally. We could drop it a little bit more. Let's take this. Oh, that ain't what I'm doing, you idiot. Yeah, there it is, right to the penny. I wish the bell would have rung right now. I'd take that trade for sure. Right to the penny. I'm using the bodies on SPY. I'll extend this to the left. If it hit, yep, it hit that right there. I was looking at right at that. So that's really a quad. I'll be back and get comfortable.
upgraded in his suit, and I just think you should. I wanted a $2,000 suit for him. He's this size, and then it gives you 3 or 4 that you might be able to choose from. Oh, geez, that's 2 suits you're wearing. I'm sorry, the pants are different from the top. I don't know.
As
Get
much
2
as I
suit
talk
deal.
about the size of these companies, he talks about the fact
Your
that I like to wear
clothes.
jeans every morning. Yeah.
Well, to your point-
Brioni's beautiful, okay? It's beautiful.
I put it through Agent 8's AI. I said, "What's the most expensive
Wow,
Brioni?"
so smooth.
That's 200 count, Chief.
Gotta feel
I'm
that,
chiefing you
Carl.
twice now. Yeah,
To your-
you
to
know,
your
it's
point
butter.
about
It's
a-
like butter.
Agentic AI,
Land
Jim.
O'Lakes.
Microsoft's going to flirt with a 3 handle for the first time since last spring, this morning.
Well, Microsoft, someone Stiefel downgraded Microsoft.
They did. They go to
now,
hold.
a law was passed a distant moon ago here. Don't you ever downgrade Microsoft. Could be a bottom.
You think we might be bottoming here at 405?
I would never. You downgrade Microsoft, they have a lot of firepower. Even if Copilot is losing out in terms of the, if you look at the Gemini paid, Copilot's obviously not that good. And you know, David, you have probably an Apple, but you know they want you to involve. They try to trick you into co-piloting all the time. I'd rather be a passenger and ride in Gemini.
Would you?
I don't need
Yeah,
to co-pilot.
I use
Jack.
I use Chat and Gemini
You do?
more often
You
than
do?
anything else at this point. Yeah.
Do you
In fact,
use-
I
how
consulted.
often are you on Copilot?
I don't never. I consulted Chat this morning on the CapEx number, trying to put it in perspective of percentage of overall net income and percent of revenues compared to the oil companies, let's call it in 2013, and the telecom companies.
When
back
Exxon
in
was the largest
2000.
company on earth.
When Chevron, and you know what? There, as percentages, it lines up pretty well. It's an Alphabet as a percent of its net income. It's about 140%. CapEx represent about 140, is not dissimilar from what Chevron was spending in 2013 on CapEx.
And how about
and what
Exxon?
Verizon was spending back in 2000 during the telecom boom. So it's not out of line in some ways.
I think
with
that's a quick way to
what
look
the
at it.
behavior of those companies
way.
was during a period of incredible
Yeah.
potential
This,
growth.
this is in line with the Goldman House view that the spending as a percent
Yeah.
is kind of sustainable.
Isn't it funny that the biggest winner, perhaps, in that accelerated depreciation is Alphabet? Do you think the president, when he thought of the one big beautiful bill, was thinking about Alphabet?
That's actually a really good point.
Because it was the big
They are going
winner.
to be a huge beneficiary.
Yeah, they are.
Because
I mean, look,
they
by the
can
way,
write this money, they can write it off immediately.
right,
to your point, against
because
the rate.
it's good spend. I mean, a lot of stuff's American-made. It makes a ton of sense. Politically, I've never felt that. I know that there are people who think that Alphabet is, both Republican and Democrat. I think it's skewed. But I have to tell you that if you want to accelerate spending in this country, you do exactly what the One Big Beautiful Bill did.
This week they also, and there was news of a big investment in India because they can't get the immigration visas.
Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that, yes. India is really kind of, hey, even Ralph Lauren.
We're going to get to a lot of retail today.
Patrice
But
Louvet.
let's do some chips first. Got new numbers out of Qualcomm and ARM today, hitting shares of both names in the pre-market, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're going to talk to Renee Haas in a bit. But bit of a miss on licensing revenue. They do guide okay. ARM does.
Yeah, I think that ARM. We're gonna look. We'll talk to Renee. I think that there is a sense with ARM. There are some long knives out for ARM last night, and some of that is because people are saying, all right, SoftBank, but not SoftBank when they're going to sell, because they're not. But SoftBank, David, you've probably looked at this. Whether SoftBank's a huge customer now.
Yeah.
So they own 87%, and they're a huge customer. So David, what does that say to you?
Circular.
That's Jeopardy in action.
There you go, baby.
You didn't say it in the form of a
What
question.
is circular?
Thank you. We have to ask him. Because it's
Daily Double.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, it's coming up on a conference call, and there are people. Vivek Arya is a good analyst, Bank of America. He caught questions in, so I feel like we have to bring it up. He's a good analyst.
All right. Well, now we're giving a heads up to Renee. You know he does.
Yeah, all your calls are going down.
Jim, yesterday, I think Western Dig is down 5 this morning. They took some
All
of the
your
memory
pumps.
winners out yesterday.
They had to. I mean, it's funny. I was on CNBC Asia last night, and
I missed that.
What do you sound like in Mandarin?
It's really interesting.
well, I'll tell you,
There's
the
no-
delay is so long.
There's no show you won't do.
No,
You'll show up at
I'm more
any
than Andrew.
Yeah. Nobody's.
No, I'm sorry. Check that.
That's impossible.
The
Literally, it's in two places at once.
That's Agentic AI you're watching on our network. But it is incredible how Hynix, which owns about 56% of memory, and then Samsung, which is high bandwidth. We're talking about HBM. Then Samsung has about 20, and then Micron, actually 30. Micron's much lower. They're the big three, so to speak. And that looks like a lot of people are buzzing that Jensen Huang saw it coming, and he locked up a lot of that memory. And that is very interesting because that meant that a lot of other companies didn't get the memory, including Qualcomm.
Yeah, that they do cite that as one of the sources of friction. Qualcomm down 10 this
Gonna be
morning.
warming up this week.
Cuts to neutral.
Look at
Cuts up
code.
by about $10.
But just the memory, but look, those stocks went parabolic, and there are people who made.
If it ain't already run up.
They ought to take money off the table.
Oh, yeah.
Foolish if they didn't.
Can we come back to the bigger picture here in terms of the Nasdaq? We're coming off
I mean,
the worst
Google
2
coming
days
down,
we've seen
Microsoft coming down.
since April.
Right.
There is a lot of. I mean, every phone call I have, people are like, "Oh man, they're coming for it."
Yeah, they are.
Everybody
They are.
seems to be buying puts to head.
Buying puts. Woo. Tesla had under 400. We're right at my support. I had 396.77. So, next one, if we get above 396.77, I might take it. Go with a 3-year. Yeah, there's that. I don't know why I didn't see that. Oh, because of the gap. Perfect. Oh yeah, coming up to the 200. I like this. Right out of the gate, I'm going to be red. And we got Meta right at the 200. I got 315 on this, so I got one. So if this is at a good price, I'm going to add more and scalp it. And we got the triple bottom retest. That's support on the SPY. Yeah, I'd say the market sentiment's probably negative right now. They're pumping Mr. this morning. Bitcoin again this morning. Mr's at 118. PLTR down. 256 for IWM. Put a double bottom alert for IWM. We're right at support on the SPY. We just now touched it. Volume leaders is Nvidia. Google, Goog, Tesla. App. I was watching that yesterday. SMCI. Got a triple bottom down here under 32. Actually, I'm going to change it to 32. Good morning, retail traders. For I am Washboardjim, the strategist behind the sneaky snake trading strategy with help from others, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and praying to God it doesn't snow again. A triple bottom here, fallen wedge out of a snake. On /ES. Actually, we broke below the triple bottom, but if I use the wick with a confirmation, we're definitely there. On /ES. We got a fallen wedge. Means it's got to come up and break the 63. So I set an alert at or below right at the resistance line. TRX. Whole hike. I wonder if they're relying on Apple because it actually has a product. Well, the other ones are pumped up on AI pumps. Coin. Hims has got a little bounce here. Something happened with Hims. News expands personal weight loss portfolio to access the compounded semaglutide pills starting at $49 a month. I tell people how to lose weight. Eat less. Don't eat before you go to bed about 3 hours. Have your last meal at noon. Get up off your chair and walk around a little bit. What is today? 5th. I'm going to go get, well, how much time? We got 8 minutes, so I got enough time to get my toast going. It's going to be an interesting day. I think I'm going to get right in there and get that first scalp on the dip. If this thing holds right here. I'd like to see it hold. On SPY.
Are you hearing me, son? Oh,
Good morning.
there you are.
What, were you on here talking? I didn't have my headphones on.
Mm-hmm. Look at my stream. Look at where the orders are.
Okay, just... your stream.
Is that pretty accurate in the mornings like that?
Hell yeah. I've used it multiple times to keep my freaking head from being chopped off.
Okay. I was wondering if it was like Gex where it takes time to set up and...
No, these orders on the book. Gex is calculated.
Okay.
But I subscribe to the Gex service that auto updates every minute, so...
What are you saying, right around 68.20?
Mm-hmm.
68.27?
Yeah, 68.20 or 68.27. And then you don't have a lot of orders until 6,800. But I've been watching them all morning and they keep stacking lower and lower.
Oh, shit. What did I just do? pop out. Hey, I see Randy. I see Angel, Jesse, Johnny. You're my Huckabee. I'll be right back. I really want this to hold here. Minutes.
And don't forget also that you got jolts in 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'm watching him.
It's like watching a Pac-Man game when it goes and eats all the pellets. God, I got alert on all over the place.
Yeah, Regretta is down at 1624, but that ain't running right now.
QBTS just alerted me.
I need to look at my... Hymns, Jim's setup alert. On hymns. Off the 21. Can go down 25, 25, 25, 25. SPX is down 70. 5 minute won't tell me shit here unless it's a hammer. Oh. Come on. We've got tweezer bottom on SPX. SPY turning green. Let me see here. You got one of them inverted green hammers. SPY calls are expensive.
VIX is pumped over 22.
Yep. Might as well just look at the SPX. I'm gonna pay that kind of price.
$68.25 on ES is a put support wall.
You got 3 1 minute red candles. Oh, excuse me. If I break that resistance line, I might jump in it. There it goes. Shit. God dang, they're expensive too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez.
They're way too expensive. $3,200 for at the money. Oh, that.
It'd have been a couple hundred, but yeah, I could have got 100 out of that one if I Had the guts to push the trigger, but
You're still staying below the 5-minute EMA cloud.
I'll put this over here so I can push the trigger when I'm ready. We got a hammer here and a tweezer bottom. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna grab one.
You a cowboy.
555. Well, now it didn't hold, so that canceled that out. Maybe it will. God darn it. Fuck.
We'll see.
That'd been $120, 140, 50. Be cautious. We're at double top on the 1 minute. We break that, I think I'm gonna. Headgum. That'd have been $200. 240, 250. It's all right. I'll get my chance. Yeah, I like that hammer on the 5 minute. And we're approaching another resistance. Right there. To a head and shoulder line, to a shoulder line on the 5 minute. If it breaks out of the cloud. Where'd I find it? Right there. Said left shoulder. You got your left shoulder here. So you want to run that. I just run these straight across. You got two necklines. $9. Turn that off. Yeah. Some guy said that we were a little overzealous on the sell-off this morning, but he's probably saving his ass.
Yeah.
I got my order ready. AMD had a little reversal on a double bottom this morning. Meta's at a resistance. Apple's pulled back to support level. Right here. Okay, we're at 710. Come to Papa. $7. Now we're at 820. 840. Go ahead and get out of it. Oh God.
You're buying the expensive ones.
Yep. 6,900 for $7.
Ugh.
I'm gonna get out of it. Come on, give me 30. We're at the top of the orb that's been, there we go. 840. 830, got out at 830. Damn it!
Yeah.
Fuck!
Figured you regret that. 68, 82 is where the orders are. And it lines up with the 63 on the 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted one more pullback into that cloud and I would have got in with you.
That'd have been an extra $100 just in that little bounce. That'd have been a $200 trade.
I just don't know that I want to be long going into jolts.
$960. Ah, darn. Oh well.
Job report's gonna be good.
Livid Goose, what are you thinking now? How does he do it?
I do not want a freaking $900 contract though. Holy shit, that's way too expensive.
Yep.
Give me these 69.20s. My nerves would be shot if I was watching a $1,000 contract.
You got the money.
I got the money, but my conscience won't handle it.
Yeah. It will after a while. It'll break in finally. You'll be like me, said, damn, if I just did this and that, I'd be worth 20 million. Lulu at 175. And that PayPal had that bad news. New CEO.
The hell was that?
Chipotle down still. What are they doing with Lily? They pumped Lily yesterday. I got a little bit lower for Lily. I'm going to set an alert. Well, I got 984, but I'm going to move us up to 1020. For Lily. And Nike. I'm watching the price on this SPX. That's all I'm looking at right now. I'm not even looking at the chart, but I am now. So slash ES hit the VWAP and the 200 SMA on the 1 minute. So if we build respect above the VWAP, we could jump back in. But I'd like to see it pull back and hit the 63 one more time. We're getting ready to squeeze. We got an ascending triangle set up, kinda, on the 3 minute, but I wouldn't judge it by that. And you go to the 5 minute. On slash ES. And we hit the VWAP. Broke out of the fallen wedge that I called. So it could come back and touch the top of the wedge too. Come, down in here somewhere. Just go under the 9. It might jump back in this here again. If this drops below and hits that. Looking pretty strong.
Yes. I can't get my pullback into the cloud on the 5 minute like I want.
I'm going to do an info commercial today on apple cider.
That was a 5 minute doji.
And a 1 minute doji. Yeah, 5 minute doji. Long leg doji. That's bullish looking too.
Son of a whore.
Yep.
Oh, I was just about to hit by.
That doji.
It will not give me one tap of that 5 minute cloud that I want.
What's that? Now you're making too much noise. Making too much noise outside there. Nancy, go outside and take care of my business. $7.20. Okay, get ready. Okay. We're at 660.
I'm buying.
Come on. There, boy. There we go. What'd you get? 660? We got in and out.
Yep, 1 minute left. I mean, that was an easy $70 scalp there.
Yep.
I rode it back up to the 63.
And the VWAP. $6.80. Come on, baby.
I'm just not getting anything for 5 minutes. I want to see what Jokes does.
To my price, getting to my support line right here. Oh, Jolt's coming out.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Yeah, it won't be very good.
Yeah, I know. Gonna be some very erratic candles in the next up to 10.
I'm about to my support.
They still got all them orders below us. I'm supposed to put actually. I never take puts.
There we go, baby.
I'm about low to put. I ain't lying.
I traded 2 yesterday, and I wish I'd have traded 3. Man, this is looking tasty. 550. 540, I'm going to get it. Nobody take his trade, because it's kind of risky right before the numbers. Jimmy flustered?
Alright. 67.45 put at $5.
Ooh.
This is gonna go real good or real bad for me.
Just got one. I'm gonna rely on this falling wedge to hold it up.
I'm gonna rely on my 15-minute EMA cloud that looks real mad. And all these orders stacked below us all the way down to 68.20. Oh yeah, there you go. Up 120. Still looking mad.
We're at the bottom of the triangle. $4.50. I got $5 average.
In what?
SPX calls.
Oh. Don't you wreck my puts.
God, SMCI. Woo! Okay.
Oh, hell yes. 670. I'm out. That's $170 a contract.
Very good.
Another $7. Why not get out early? I see 68.25. It's support. If it bounces at 68.25. I see orders at 68.20. I see confluences, and I still get out early.
AMD at a triple. Bottom.
That's 50%. Ah. $68. Did you take any puts with me?
Come on, baby.
Did you take any puts with me, Jimmy?
I took one,
Did you?
but I've got two of the SPX.
Calls and one of the put.
Yeah.
Those puts went from 5 to 850.
Very good.
I still think they got more room to run. Still think 68.25 can get touched.
Them puts weren't cheap either.
No, the 45s when I got them were $5.
Yep.
Puts are cooking.
Yep.
Back over 8. Oh shit. Back over. Yeah, back over 850 again. These can go 100% easy.
Yep. It's more or less keeping me even.
Is it really? The butts are saving your calls?
Yeah.
I think it bounces off 25 and your actual calls will start coming back.
Something I put here. The 30 number. Two more, 3. Now I got 4.
Can you call my coworkers and tell me to come leave me alone while I'm trading?
Yep.
I need you to do that for me.
SMCI. They pumped the heck out of this stock just a few days ago off earnings. It triggered my alert. SMCI. Come on. Nvidia's at a double bottom. Meta's at the 200. The woman lives on stolen territory.
850. Oh, we're about to hit my freaking level. I've been looking at teams and didn't even look over at the chart. Let's see the map real quick. Oh, yeah, at the orders. Yeah, there's orders all the way down to 6,800.
Mm-hmm.
I might should have stayed in my puts. Damn it.
Good call.
There's another put wall at 67.75.
I need a bounce. I want to get out of this freaking calls.
If it can run back up to 68.55, that would be a good bell point. Because that's
God.
a 5-minute EMA cloud.
Oh, once, yes.
Yeah. If you can get it back to 68.55, that's right.
$270.
Might get a little sympathy bounce here.
Let's get it. Okay. Gotcha. Apple has a symmetrical flag.
Oh my god! Freaking puts are almost 100%.
Yep, you said it.
$5 to $9.50. Yeah, somebody in the room better have taken those damn puts besides you.
Mm-mm. 5 day low. 10-day low.
There it is. $10, $5 to $10. There's your 100% trade. If nobody took it, that's y'all's fault.
We got a double bottom
Call
on.
that shit, and I never call puts.
Very good. And we got a double bottom on the 20-day. And we went below it. Now we got the wick.
Somebody just put in an $8 million freaking Tesla put.
This next rebound, I'm going to be rich. Not today, but I mean when it comes.
Can I stay on your yacht?
Yep. The RS people were talking to me today about that they knew they were watching some guy on a yacht, and first thing they thought was me. They had honchos up there.
Yeah, we're going lower. There ain't no orders above us. None. It's all blue sky. These puts are gonna be stupid.
I got the 69.50s. I might just sell them because we're bet that double bottom on the 20-day. $6,787.91. Let's see if we hold it. 6,787.91. I'm going to type it in. Last time I said that, I didn't have proof.
We're coming down another 10 points.
No.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but that's where the orders are. I hope I'm wrong, and then market just leaves those orders sitting there.
Yeah. I got 170.
There's your freaking bounce.
I need a good $3 out of it. About even. Boeing. Boeing 787 under spotlight again as UK regulators question Air India over fuel switch incident. By getting that put, it's allowed me to be green, but I'm still red in my call. Not by much, but yeah, I mean. We're between the 9. Let me look at the. Does the /ES do the. Your which it does. Bitcoin crashes below 70,000 for the first time in a year. Is crypto headed for a market reset? Three black crows on the IWM. On the 5-minute. Damn. Oh, God. SMCI is below my support. Come on.
Morning, Jim.
Good morning. Who am I speaking to here?
Hunter.
Oh.
Hunter Ellis.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Are you stuck in anything? You just watching?
Yeah, I bought some 686 calls off the bottom yesterday and made some money. I left a runner, and then obviously holding the bag on it this morning. That last runner, but I've been averaging into a position on 686s.
Oh, dang it. Can't hear you again.
Well, we're about to find out here on the 5-minute on the IWM. We got a triple bottom on the bodies.
This morning, 10-minute on SPY intraday fib levels was a perfect rejection. I wish I would have played 0 days for that just to hedge my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to get into these Discord permissions one day.
Oh, I don't think I left a soup out. Nvidia's at the 21, breaking the 21 finally. Nvidia.
Yeah, I saw some support on it too on the daily. It's coming up to the 200 EMA.
Yeah, and AMD kind of busting above the 21.
170 is going to be a hard ass floor for Nvidia.
I got that. When I have 171. 170.99, so we hit 171.31, so that's pretty close.
Yeah, 170 they have a huge put support as far as gas goes.
Yeah.
But it's also the 200 EMA on the daily, so you got two confluences there.
Yep.
Hood is getting absolutely slaughtered. God.
Yeah. I had some guy pumping Hood this morning too.
I mean, it's at a put wall right now at 75. It's got another put wall at 70. And I'm a buyer on it at 65 because I've got freaking daily support marked out there. Or maybe weekly support, actually. Yeah, it's weekly support.
I left a lot of money on the table with those. I had the 80 puts for like a month out, and I sold them at like 85, but I got them at like 95.
Very good. You sold them at a loss?
No. I sold them at a gain. I just left some money on the table.
Oh.
Shit, man, my $5 puts are $11.40 now. God dang it.
$12.50.
That's crazy. So SoFi's $19. About to sell some puts on it. I bid is 38. Holy shit. And it's already over 1 on the relative volume for the daily. Dude, I bid is getting killed in huge volume. Where's my support on it?
I'm gonna turn on my heat. 68 in here. I gotta see if I got anything to eat. I might have to go out and get something. And I'll be right back.
Damn, I bet it doesn't have any support until 30.
I want to make some money. Right now, I'm about even for the day. Little red. But if we get here, I'm gonna just go ahead and cut it here soon if it don't work. Still got the put, but I got too many calls.
Oh God, you're still in the put?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
One.
What do you take? You got to be close to end of the
50s, 67 50s.
Once it goes into money, it's going to start freaking raining.
I'm about ready to take my loss. I hate to. Got another forward wedge out of a snake. So it still keeps me hopeful. I'm right back. Break the 9. Cold had a little sharp bounce here, KOLD, within 11 cents from my support level this morning. Let's see if this falling wedge works on /ES.
Golly, the heat map is gross. Well, Lord, let's get a bounce. Why eat this chicken pot pie? /ES has a falling wedge. Can it break the 9 EMA? I got a target, 68.29. Can we break it one more time? I want to eat my chicken pot pie. Watch the stock fly to the sky. Thank you very much. Vegas, did I ever tell you I love you? We're like the odd couple, can we make it through? Your eyes are so blue, your hair blonde long. Baby, you love me, I think we can try to get along. Boom! Hot water.
exactly, OLD. So Boeing had some drama. Better put this on in case something. We're at the cloud on Boeing. We're at the cloud on Boeing. Here, I'm going to put my little red up here so I can go over this with my watch list. See what we got. Let's see if there's any cleavage on here. Maybe that'll give us a rebound. So on the /ES, we broke out of the cloud, and we're about to hit the orb here. And again, I got a ton of calls. $24. We're at the 63 right here. $24 of them bastards. $69.50s dropped all the way down to $7.70 on the puts. And they were at 13. Did you say you had the 40s?
45s.
I've been averaging heavy into my 686s.
You gonna get out green?
Maybe. I probably need to see 680.
I got out
683.
I rode them from $5 to $8, and then watched them go to $11.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. But we hit a football at 68.25.
Yep.
I didn't think we were going to be able to go below it.
I think a week out 680 calls on SPY right here could work.
Oh. Damn. You must be a rich man. You gonna let me drive your Ferrari?
Shit, I wish, Jim.
Huh?
I said I wish.
Yeah.
I've just been trading in my 5,000. It's just a $5,000 cash account.
Very good.
Oh shit, we got some NVIDIA calls coming in.
Yeah, NVIDIA looked good.
Sweeps. Yeah, they're piling in now. Got multiple 6-digit sweeps coming in. Some calls if it hits that 170. Because that's the put support anyway.
How much lower?
Master has 14.7 million in bullish flow today. NVIDIA, I'm looking at 170.
There we go.
They're buying the 190s for next week. Expensive, really. Oh, I forgot NVIDIA has multiples per week now, so they're bound in the 213s. $50 a contract.
Mark was listening this morning.
What do you think?
KOLD.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're the only one that took my put.
Yep.
It's okay. They're going to learn the hard way.
I'm watching this 677.32 level on SPY. It's an hourly level I have.
Mm-hmm.
Hoping this hourly candle can hold it.
How long you been trading?
6 months recently, but I used to trade around 2020, but just penny stocks.
Oh yeah, so you're not doing too bad.
No, once I left that other room, Jim,
Yeah.
I was down I started with 2,000, I got down to like 700, and now I'm up to 5,100.
Was I any help?
Oh yeah.
Funky, any help?
Man, I liked Funky in the other room, but he left.
Yeah, I told him to leave.
Yeah, that place was, it was too much background noise.
Funky, I got a confession.
Huh.
I tried to bring it up to you yesterday, but I didn't know if it was appropriate.
Uh-huh.
Could you tell that I was competing with you a little bit in Milky's room?
Uh-huh.
When I went in there and
I did not.
I
did not catch that.
Yeah, I was. Let's try and teach you a lesson.
I did not catch that.
I've been trading with Ty a lot, Jim. We've created a pretty good relationship.
Who?
Ty, one-handed trader.
Oh yeah.
That room's full of know-it-alls, and that professor might be the worst SPX trader I've ever seen in my life.
I never really paid attention, but I gave him compliments.
He runs straight off gamma. That's it. He has no strategy other than gamma.
Funk, you're 100% correct with that, man. That guy, I couldn't stand. He's a shithead. And not that I'm throwing daggers at people, but there's another guy in there, Dow. I just can't take him. He's so obnoxious. And it was like,
he was the one that was calling bull at $8.
yeah, he's a freaking nit. Right.
What's bull at today? Like under 7, maybe 6. I haven't even looked at it.
He loves to hear himself talk. He needs to grow up.
He was also the one yelling that Trump got assassinated. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
I've been in so many damn discs. Like, I actually left 5 Discords last month that people had invited me to that are paid Discords, but they invited me there for free so I could freaking throw out calls. And I left all 5 of them because they're so bad.
Yep. Man, Jimmy still loves Milky.
I still love Milky. The room's just too much.
I'm always bouncing around trying to pick other people's brains. I don't
You see-
place very long. I like to learn other people's thought processes and logic and strategies.
I learned 0 days aren't for me either. Like a lot of the plays I do usually are a week out now, and if I make money on the day, I take my
I'll
profit.
settle down. But until recently, I haven't felt like I was really top of it. You hush your mouth.
Hush, little baby, don't say a word.
Hey, me, Derek was on her to freaking come over here and whip my ass, but
Cheers to the chicken pot pie.
Costco has a dynamite chicken pot pie.
Costco? Costco.
Oh, yeah, man. Yep, Costco. Pot pie.
Yep.
I'm a big Marie Callender fan.
Yep, that's what I'm.
Now, with that being said, there are a couple of traders that are really good. There used to be one in Milky's room named Corporate Hustler.
Yep.
He's back
That
now,
dude
I think.
Trade and then printing entities. Hustler's out of my damn leagues. Holy shit.
Funk, you learned a lot from him, though, didn't you?
Yeah, he trades IWM a lot. He'll regularly trade 100 contracts, so he'll have $15,000 in a trade.
Fire.
I remember last year you were latched on to him. And
Oh, he's bad.
oh yeah, man. No, I saw it.
I think he's back in there.
I've been trying to figure out what he does for over a year. I can't figure out what he's actually doing. Like, he's using hourly candles and, like, he calls them Queen Powers or something like that, but he's tried to explain to me 3 times. I can't wrap my head around it.
Give us a little liquidity sweep on SPY and rock it back up. Doesn't look like it though.
No.
For the record, Funk, I'm glad you're back in this room, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Cisco don't look too bad today. It bounced off the 200.
See anything so far, Jim, except for maybe on the 5 minute, maybe a bullish flag, bullish minute.
Yeah.
Depending on which way it wants to go. I mean, not bullish, bearish flag, bearish minute.
Yeah, it's kind of creating a descending triangle now, the SPX. Almost. For another drop.
5 minute EMA cloud is still slapping it down every time it touches it. Okay, Ruffle, let's get to the bottom of your trading problems. What is it? I see you said SPY will probably be again. Why do you think that? Give me your thesis. What is making you believe we're going to have a recovery? Because that is how you get a bias, and biases will put in your portfolio.
Looks like SPY closed right at that hourly level on an hourly candle, so.
Because I can plainly point out why I think we're going to keep one down. I have orders sitting below us. I have CVD that keeps dropping. I have put supports that haven't been touched yet. Like, I have 3 things that tell me that everything could go down.
Where do you see it bottoming out at, Funky?
prices will not change until we reclaim that 5-minute EMA cloud. Big Amazon puts coming in. Man, on one and 400,000 on another. 500,000 on another, so there's over 1.2. Shit, it's down 4% today. I haven't even looked at it. Golly. Don't they have earnings after hours?
Who's this?
Apple. Amazon.
Amazon.
Is it Amazon or shit? One of those 7 has earnings tonight. Oh, it's Apple.
Earnings alert. Apple reports first quarter results. The company's quarter revenue of $143 billion, up 16% year over year. Diluted earnings per share is $2.84, up 19%. They were bragging about them iPhone sales. Remarkable, record-breaking quarter. January 29th, Apple will provide streaming. You sure? Earnings? Oh.
I'm looking.
January 29th. I think they already came out.
Amazon. February 5th.
Yeah.
That's the day. Yeah, Amazon's after hours. That's what they're getting crushed. I think everybody knows they're going to come out and say, "Hey, we overspent on AI."
The only good thing.
Everybody else has said it.
The only good thing it has in its pocket right now is that it was the Christmas season. So definitely, obviously more shipping went out.
Yeah, I would think though, out of the Mag 7, it would have been hit hardest by the tariffs.
Oh, really?
You don't think so? Out of the Mag 7, who else brings in that much from China?
What did I buy from China here lately? I know their watches are cheap. I don't know if I'd trust them China condoms. They might lace it with COVID.
Going back down. We're gonna go get that next level.
Dang, Amazon looks good where it is today on that sell-off. And could be another swing I can get stuck in again. I've tried, I hardly ever swing a stock into earnings, and I've done it twice this week. Both failed.
Really?
Yep. I hardly ever do it.
I mean, it's hard to get away with IV crush.
Yep. I was up so much this week, I thought I'd take the risk.
It's got to move insanely just to get around that damn crush.
Amazon vows to vigorously challenge German regulators' profit disgorgement demand. What in the heck does that mean? Profit disgorgement. So you can only make so much profit? Amazon
Goodness.
challenge.
Oh, baby, baby.
DISCO.
Disco?
CO.
Discouragement?
Yeah, is that what that means?
Discourage.
Discourage. Discouragement. Profit disgorgement is a legal, equitable remedy requiring a party to give up profits obtained through illegal, unethical, and wrongful acts. Amazon. I think it would suck to be a big business. I couldn't handle it. I can barely handle a small one without getting shook up.
Do you hear Spy singing to us?
Yeah.
It's singing us that song up there.
1, 2, 3, 4 bottom on the SPX. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the /ES. JP Morgan. Okay, I'm going to go over the watch list here. See, you have a close. Today, Amazon did hit the 200 SMA. I think Funk said that. We've hit it before and bounced twice in the last 4 months. So, I'm going to type that in here. Remember, every time we bounced off this, we've bounced off these 200s a lot on the daily. So if you're going through your watch list, go to the daily time frame, type in that 200. I'm going to type in the one. I don't think I have the 100 SMA in here. I'll just leave it to 200. Yeah, type in the 200 SMA and EMA. It's in a real good spot.
Yesterday's SPY was like mirroring Apple's price movement.
We're sitting here on ES on a level from November.
Ooh.
It's a pivot point from November 26th, it looks like. So it's just deciding where it's going to go from here. I think we're going lower. And then the next level down, I have 67.84.75 if we lose this level here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lizard, I have to say you're probably quite the gentleman. Especially after what I heard you say the other day. What you told your lovely wife.
What did I tell my lovely wife?
That you were glad that she was around. You were happy to be with her. I'm sure it was you that said that.
That might have been funky.
Shit.
That don't sound like nothing. That's my name.
Funky wouldn't say nothing like that. He's always telling her to get in the kitchen and cook.
That's right.
She couldn't find the kitchen with a man.
Michelle's telling me it all the time. I love you, Jim. I wish I wasn't married right now.
Yeah, options team. We got them stay close. We're testing the 5-minute cloud right here.
If we're going higher, they got to put a body on ES above 68.20 on a 15 minute.
There's a put wall at 68.25. If they can get through 68.25, I'll try and go long.
Yep. I see it, and I would take out the next two, or the last two downsized candles, so this could be creating an order block here, but we just started this 15, so there's still some time here.
Yeah, that's one hell of a minute candle, too.
Yeah, it is. I just wonder if they're running this up to shake people out, and, you know, then they slam it at the end.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for it to close. I'm not.
Oh, absolutely. I would never take a trade in the middle of a 5 minute candle.
Nope. I learned that lesson a long time ago.
It looks like SPY's mirroring Apple again today. It was doing it yesterday.
I don't like on the 15 that there's no wicks down the bottom either. They're very small, so they haven't swept this liquidity the way that I want to see it yet.
I'll share my screen so I can see what I'm looking at on my freaking chart instead of the book note. God, I got screens everywhere. If it breaks above this cloud, the cloud's hanging right at the 68.25 foot support. So if it breaks above this cloud on the 5, I get one open. I'm going to look for it to run up to 63 at 68.56.
And Funky, is that the Ripster cloud or your own?
It's his. We're coming up to the orb. This weekend I'm going to work on my charts. I got too many in here. It's taking too much time to look for them.
Something to take a look at also here on this move up. There's a small fair value gap on the 1 minute sitting right above 68.43.50, and that coincides right with the 200 on the 1 minute. So they may be looking to close that gap and then slam it back down.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how ES is pumping when 6 of the 7 are declining.
Yeah, I think this is bullshit move.
I'm watching SPY on the hourly right now. It held that hourly level of 6 seconds.
We got above it. Swap over.
I think if anything, we may go up and retest the intraday fib levels today.
Jimmy's going to get green here.
68.70s.
I got a lot of these suckers. Break. Don't pull back here. I can't believe I'm just now taking off my shoes. I can't stand wearing shoes when I trade. My feet sweat when I'm trading.
I got orders loaded, but I ain't pulled the trigger because we're not above the cloud. We're at the top of the cloud. We're dead ass on my 68.25 foot wall.
Okay, you watching that on your 5 minute?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to see a 5 minute close above that cloud, correct?
Yep.
Huh.
I got 68.
To the cloud.
Yeah.
I don't trust anything below the 5 minute. Everything else is just noise.
Gotcha. Sorry, Jim.
68, 28, 28, 28, 28, 28's my target. on SPX. No, I'm pretty good at moderating. I let the other people speak. Like I can stop and let them speak. I've been doing that for a very long time. So if I like say something you think I'm cutting in, don't. Just keep on talking because I'll shut my mouth. Right?
Right, mate. Slap hands, mate.
It's on at 200. I think they're going to drop it. We'll see.
200 EMA for sure. 68, 28, 28, 28, 28, 28. Tell the wife I said hi.
Say hello to Jim.
My name's Washboardjim. She left. Damn it.
She knows all about you, Jim.
Okay.
We laugh our asses off listening to you when we're on our way to the office.
Back a little bit before the next rollover.
Here she is, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, baby. I mean, ma'am.
Jesus Christ.
Going out
You have no shame.
Yep.
See you later.
That's a little bit I'm looking for. Where are we going to close?
Franchise trader just made me smile.
Alright, I'm in. Seen enough.
See enough. Well, I'm practically green almost. I've got 48 contracts.
Jim's testicular fortitude is just amazing.
What's that?
Your testicular fortitude. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you very much. It took a lot of work.
How many contracts did you just say?
48. Almost $4,800. 48.2. 48.2. Last ones were at 70. And that really helped. So I'll get even probably if I can get to 68, 27, 27, 27. 27. No, I don't have. I have 24. I've come up with 48. I got 24.
My testicular fortitude got smashed by AMC calls one day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my testicular fortitude, it got smashed by AMC calls one day.
You know why?
Mm.
Because that's one of the biggest pumps out there.
Yeah. It sucked, man. I just watched it go down and down and down. And ever since then, I've been like chicken shit.
Yep.
And
Well, there's a lot of dedicated traders that just trade after the what do you call it, roaring kitty. So they just keep they just keep going on it. They just keep going. It's going to bounce eventually. It's going to bounce eventually, and then GME, they kind of coincide together, and so GME invested all this money in Bitcoin, and they're losing their ass. I haven't even looked at GME now.
So now, and I was talking about the AMD, you know, with the chips.
Oh, AMD. I thought you said AMC.
Yeah, I think I did, but I meant AMD.
Yeah, my apologies.
And it was like when it was like $90 too.
Yeah.
But I put some calls, and then it started going heading down, and then oh no, I didn't sell, man. I just kept holding on. It was almost like a fly on the wall. I felt like I was like frozen. All I could do is watch it go down. You know what I mean?
Yep, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's something else. You know, it's like now it won't happen again. Now I just let them go real quick. You know, if it's not going my way, boom, I just get out.
That was before me.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know I
that's before you. Oh, yeah, that was before watching the channel.
Yeah,
I learned from watching you. Yeah. Something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
real quick, 15 closed as an order block here, so I'm going to wait for a pullback to 68.78, or I'm sorry, 678 on SPY for a 1 minute order block to form. So I'm just still waiting on this.
Slash you.
Yeah, I'll show you on SPY. I'll do it on ES2 and I'll post it in the chat so you guys can see what I'm looking at. This is what's worked perfectly the last couple days here. I still just don't like that they didn't leave a wick down the bottom of the last two 15-minute candles. Like they're pretty small, so
Yeah.
they may come back down there and grab that, and it may turn into a breaker block instead of an order block. So I'm going to be real careful with the way that I approach this, but I'll chart it out and I'll post it in the chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
Okay. /ES just hit the 200 SMA twice. Once a little bit earlier, and that's off the VWAP, and then again under the VWAP, the 200 SMA on the 1 minute.
Right where that was that fair value gap on the 1 minute too. It was a small one, but it was sitting right at that level.
Yep. IWM had 3 sets of 3 black crows in 5-minute time frame. I don't know how I said 48. Yeah, it is 48. I got 2 different accounts, so fuck. Here it comes, 68, 28, 28. 28, 28. There it is, 200 SPX. It's right there. And we got an inverted shooting star. I'm gonna sell my 70s. And that'll give me 24. Did you hear that phone? You're probably talking to clients.
So you can see what I posted there, Jim, on ES.
Yep.
So what I'm waiting for now is for us to come back into that green box, and then I'll flip over. I'm on a 15-minute chart, so I'm waiting for the 15 to tap back into that box. And then I'll switch over to a 1 minute and look for the same setup on a 1 minute with the order block. And then we break out.
And what's that dotted red line?
The dotted white line,
Red.
all
But
the way up the top.
no, the one we just hit.
That's VWAP. It's a
Oh,
it's a
VWAP.
dotted bar. That's
Okay.
what I have as my VWAP.
Yeah. That'd been a good trade just off the tweezer bottom. But then,
Yeah. And that's definitely, and I was watching Funky's curl too. And, I was debating on getting in, but we had that fair value gap that was sitting there. If I flip over to a 1 minute, we just cleared that, and now we're back at it.
yeah, I see it too. Slash on.
Yep. Kind of dancing in that area. And now, that's right where VWAP was. So now I want to see a rejection of VWAP come back down into my order block, that green block. And then I want to see a 1 minute with the same setup on the 15, basically.
Okay.
And I'll let you know when I'm going to enter if I see the setup. Again, I still don't like that they left that bottom on the 15 minute like that. And that's why I'm thinking they may sweep right on through and just bury this thing.
We're definitely at hard resistance that needs to break. And this is a triple top. If you notice on the slash ES, you can draw that trend line from the top. That's a triple top there too. See it?
Yeah.
And we broke the triple top, barely, just now. And now, well, we could pull back and make a head and shoulders on the 1 minute, on the 5 minute. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. And then retrace back up. And it's a fallen wedge that created the head and shoulders. Come on, you cockroach. Yes, cockroacha. Well, they got some big cockroaches in Hawaii.
Never been. Well, the 5 minute EMA cloud is just about a foot green, so you know what I'm doing.
Well, I want to show you what I'm looking at. Triple top breakout.
I want this 5 minute to touch the cloud one time. Hey Matt, don't run yet.
Oh.
See ES come down to 69.29 to get into that box.
Yep,
Then-
69.29 is what I'm looking for.
Yep. That'll pull us right into that green area that I have, and then I'm going to look for a long.
Oh, I'm definitely looking for loans. I see orders stacked all the way up at 68.80.
Yep.
Which is going to coincide with 200 EMA.
I see a red candle here on the 15.
We're in the bottom of that cloud right now at 68, 18.99 on the 1 minute. I sold some contracts for 70 to $1. The next resistance will be 68, 36, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12.
Wants to go without me.
It'll be very difficult to get above 68.50.
Yeah, that's my last resort. That's my third resistance. 68, 58, 48. But not on a day like today.
Probably gonna bounce off that thing. Hit up there a few times and then maybe head south. I don't know. But it's not gonna be easy.
No. If I had CNBC on right now, I'd be arguing with him right and left. G, you got your mic on. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Woo!
His day must be going real good. We're going to have to find that setting in Discord that FUMC has where when people join, they're automatically muted unless they unmute themselves.
Yeah, the push to talk.
He turned it off. All right, what do we got on Chatterflow? Let's look at the overview. We've got Palantir, AMD, and Master up in the top 5 for bullish. Iron and Intel rounding them out.
Well, 200 EMA became a hard resistance. Amazon's at the 200 now. The 1 minute. And I'm going to go get me a hot chocolate. There's one thing that I really enjoy now that I picked up from Vegas. I probably should have picked it up a long time ago. And that's after a good meal, have a cup of coffee.
God dang, Meta.
Hookers are blue.
Hell.
Bunk, what's your order book look like on, or your book map look like on ES right now?
Oh, I'm not sharing it, am I? My bad.
Sorry.
And I'm back at 70 again. I got out some of them at 100 at $1. So I'll probably add them back in. First, I'm going to go in the kitchen, turn on my water, and make me a hot chocolate. I'll be back.
touch it one more time. I didn't even get in. Damn it. I wanted these 6870s at 265.
You're on SPX.
God, it's cold in here.
Ooh, wait a minute. Whoa. Damn, somebody just ordered. Somebody said 320 orders at 6,800. That's new.
Okay, we're coming to support. 63. Can we hold?
The 6830 puts ready just in case.
Just in case, okay. That is if it doesn't hold to 63. That's the red line.
There it goes.
Yep. $70 to $85.
It's what it needs to be able to push through that 6850 is a nice short squeeze. You know, get them all thinking it's going to go down, and then bam.
Yep, there's 90. That was called a retest. There's 90. I can get 90 right now for $200. 95.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing.
I'm not.
Should have bought them for 275. They're already at 420. They're already at 420.
There'll be no cussing on this frickin' channel.
Fuck you.
Okay.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
I'm gonna have to read a verse out of the Bible. Right to the 200. I'm out. Oh, that was tense.
The fix is heading south.
God, you stupid idiot. 115. How does he do it? $125. 1.20. Thank you, God. I love you.
It's not easy getting up there, man. There's just a lot of longs up there. A lot of activity took place up there in that 6850 prior 2 days. All the activity was up there.
Won't you buy me? Now it's at 130. I'm almost even on my other ones. I gotta get 150. Now we're at the 200. So here we go again with another wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's like a brick wall up there. Full of bricks.
Now if we can hold the 200 EMA here on the 1 minute, that'll maintain bullishness for sure. And we'll have a rip. I did hear one person say that the stocks were oversold, but still to be patient.
I'm watching SPY right here. If this hourly candle can close above 680.53, we could probably see a little bit more upside, but I have golden pocket Fibonacci bearish for 683.08 to 681.76.
And go back and say what you just said about the bullish pocket. What?
I have an intraday. It's the golden pocket on the fib levels, but it's for bearish. If in order for us to climb even higher today, we're going to have to break through and close above the 683.12 area.
Golden pocket on the fib.
Yeah, it's the 0.618 to the 0.5 area.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, the channel, right?
Yep.
I got you now.
It's where we reversed.
I'll show you an example. Let's see if I'm right here. I'm just gonna chart this up. I'm not gonna. So the golden pocket would be the 38.2% to 68.8.
I usually do like 50% to 61.8.
Yeah, I'd like to see it pull back to 50% on a breakout for sure on the Fibby.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We broke the 200 here. This is a big deal so far. SMA on the 1 minute. And we're entering our first resistance level of 68.38.53. And I'm at 140. I got 10 more cents and I'm even. On 24 contracts.
Like 68.60 there.
Yeah, if you go to the 10-minute on, if I'm looking at my 10-minute chart on SPY. I'm looking at my 10-minute chart on SPY, and it kind of like 63 EMA kind of correlates to the top of that golden pocket area.
Creating names at key levels. Netflix. Oh, yeah, Netflix. I haven't looked at Netflix. Disney. Back to 120. Target. Going through my woke stocks. Michelle, Target, Disney, and Starbucks. Starbucks already got a new CEO. Target and Disney's getting new CEOs. IWM's at the 63 EMA. Alert IWM. And that number is 259. Five-minute. $130.
I'm gonna stay up here for a while. Go sideways.
I agree with that.
So that means we're going to keep scalping it to resistance.
Yeah.
If we're starting to break 63 now, we might move on up. We do have a hard wall. I mean, oh, that's IWM. Never mind. I'm looking at IWM. Never mind.
So now if the hourly on SPY, we want that 680.53 to be support right here, and we need to get above. If we can get above and stay above 681.26, the next hourly level will be 683.66.
Keep an eye on the bid. Somebody's selling the 68.55 calls and buying the 68.50 puts. This is Jim's Mail Show in this group. How can I help?
Hello.
Is this the Jim's Mail Show in this group?
This is the wishy-washy Washboardjim trading strategy.
So I must have the wrong group.
You looking for Washboardjim?
Yeah, I understand there's a male chauvinist group meeting here every
Male chauvinist?
Thursday.
Well, you're sick.
Allegedly.
That was the wrong group.
Mm-hmm.
We love women.
Of course. Especially the ones on TV on the Swaps Network. Nancy. Oh, Nancy.
How many shots of whiskey have you had already this morning?
Oh no, I don't do that. I can't do that anymore, Jim.
Okay.
I have to take care of my.
Very good.
Or else I'll be kicking the can sooner than I have to.
Yep.
Oh, Jim, it's funny because a few weeks ago or something, I had a wine with some friends at dinner.
Yeah.
And then when I got home, man, I traded awesome that night. I was doing the Asia session.
Yeah.
And I did really good. And I was like relaxed. I was buying here, buying there, I was selling here, selling there. Man, I passed on evaluation that night. One of those 50K evaluation.
Well, I'd go back and buy some more of that wine.
Yeah,
That exact wine, I wouldn't go any different. I'd say I want that exact wine.
Yeah. I understand why you always hear some of those traders used to drink a lot. You know, the ones that used to work on Wall Street.
Yeah. And I can't drink because I have epilepsy, or I'd probably be with them.
Yeah. So traders like trading in health or these are trading. But
Okay.
you know, I guess it comes down to the emotions. You're more relaxed when you're under the influence of wine.
Yep. Not me. I get horny.
Yeah. Me too.
We're pulled back to support here on the /ES, right back to the top of that wedge, that triple top. So this could be, and we're landing on the 9, and we're respecting the 9. And we're at the top of the third soldier of these 3 white soldiers right here as support. That's a pretty good little support area. So these, I'm going to move these options up closer to the money. I'm going to grab one. The 65s or the 60s at 520. And I'm going to grab one here. These are the 68 60s. Did you hear me deep breathe there? Inhale and exhale. The 68 60s at 520. Off the triple top. Now this is risky still, so $5.20, come on. I got one. I've traded this here strategy so many times right here. We'll see if we're right again.
Yeah. It's interesting that it didn't sit up there going sideways, you know, pushing up, you know, trying to push up through that.
Yep. I'm trading it off the /ES. Oh no. Okay, can't go any lower than this. $4.50. Try to get $4.20. 4.50. That's it. No more. $5.20 and $4.50. That's 2 contracts.
I don't know, Jay. Not looking good.
See if we hold to 63, it's a double touch. And they got an inverted hammer, almost like a gravestone. Slash ES is still holding support, I think, here. .485 average. Back to even. Kind of got a falling wedge. We got a 1, 2, 3. Man, 5-minute charts are pretty clean. I can find a strategy around that easy. On 5-minute, and just trade to 5-minute on these kind of days like today, when they're maybe just kind of switch it around a little bit. Falling wedge right here. That's what we're looking at. What the? Get out of here. We're still holding a 9. Higher lows. I'm up. I'm up $30. Uh-oh.
I'm in.
This is 4 minutes on the 9. And it's been a straight across sideways pattern for 10 minutes. So it needs to do something. You're still bearish as long as you're under the VWAP.
There it is. I saw the 5-minute AMA cloud funky curling.
460, come on. $390. Come on. I need you to bounce, baby. Getting ready to squeeze. We're going to know something any second. Symmetrical flag, pennant flag almost. Yeah. Boom, boom.
Can you believe someone's buying 6820 call puts, 6820 puts?
Right now?
Yeah.
See if we can hold this. Okay, we got 3 black crows here. I got 4 of them. $390. Still holding his support. It's on the 5-minute. Let me move the 1. I'm gonna stay in it. I need 485. I didn't buy the dip. Down $50. There we go. I'm in green. Let's break it. Break the VWAP. We have an ascending triangle, higher lows, and we're at the VWAP. Now I could sell them here, 540. Nope, can't now. God, I wish I'd have bought that $4.
Are you gonna squeeze them now?
I wish I'd have got them at 4. 2 of them at least.
We
Oh. Now, I did say this earlier, and I just now thought of it again. We're at 640. I did say we could come back and hit this head and shoulders. Now, I did say that. Somebody in here remember me saying it? Yeah. Say yes. And we did. We came back and hit it twice. Now we're double top. So this would be a good exit idea. Unless you think we're going to break out. And we do have a head and shoulders too. So we hit the head, we hit the right shoulder twice. I know if I sell these fuckers, they're going to run to 10. So I ain't selling them. Should I stay in them?
look at that, but then whoop, we're away my cousin. Easy.
Now say that in English. Your microphone's not doing very well. Type it in. 840. Did you get that, Randy? Magnificent, you still in them? I mean, magnificent. Heck, I forgot all about you, buddy, didn't I? You feeling lonely, magnificent? I want 10. Woo! I said hi to you, Michelle. You weren't on voice when I said it. I actually said if you weren't married, you'd probably be my wife. $8.40, suckers. There goes that fortitude again. Wait it out. Why did you wait it out, Jim? Well, I didn't realize it, but I was sitting here farting in my chair and just now realized that I did call pullback to this shoulder line, and then we broke out and I said we could pull back again to the next shoulder line. Now we're coming up to an inverse, to a head and shoulders, to a quad. Take it back. We're coming up to a quad. So if you can count to 4, you just might make a little bit more. This is Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can count to 4, you might make a little more.
So, Jim, something really weird just happened. My 686s
Yeah.
earlier, like, right when we had that last pump to 681.30 or whatever.
Yes, sir.
I was still down like $230.
Oh.
And a lot of money's pushing into here because I'm green on the day now with hardly any price movement.
You want to know something else?
What's that?
You just broke a neckline and a triple top, quad
Ooh.
top, triple top, interday, and you just broke the neckline on the SPY.
I like it.
Using the 5-minute time frame.
We were looking at VIX 4 hour earlier. It hit its fib levels and rejected up there at the top.
Look at the 5-minute. The 200 EMA is at 684.18.
Yep, I see it.
And you got a double top, interday double top, option trader. $682.96. That's what I'd be targeting.
Yeah, I like that.
Coming back, eh? We're at the 21 on the 5-minute. And on the 1-minute, it says we're finished. But, and solid support off the VWAP. So if we hold here, we won't see the VWAP.
Yeah, it looks like we just retested the 63 on the 5.
Oh my God. Did you hear that burp?
Mm-hmm. I could taste it through the phone.
Narcissistic Jim, with his ego and his wit, doesn't give a damn what you think of him one bit. The market takes a dip, SPX Jimmy will buy. Bitching at Molly Carolyn, still the apple of his eye.
Burp it up, Jim.
Let it fly,
Let it roar. In my monthly floor. Mystic Jim, hear what you think.
He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks.
Woo!
Candles on his screen bounce like titties in the night.
That boy ain't right.
Bull or bear, calls or puts, doesn't matter
One bit.
Jimmy's face can't wait for Nancy to come and sit. Hard for a dip, ass making noise. Bird for a rip, cheers from his boys. Jimmy is grinding away on his
Washboard toy.
Jim, let it fly, let it roar, let it roar. Stocks tend to rise with a fart from his core. Narcissistic Jim doesn't care what you think. He'll burp and fart out loud until his room stinks. Lots of fun he has, his ego's ablaze. Burps and farts collide, the room is so amazed.
155.
The legend, the king, playing his old washboard till that closing bell rings. Narcissistic Jim. Narcissistic
Jim. 620. Yeah.
That was beautiful, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Bravo. Amazing. I love that. Leg slapper.
That was pretty well known playing the washboard.
I'm still slapping my leg over here.
Yep.
I think that could win a Grammy.
It could. Give all the credit to Livid Goose. We're back at 750. We break 681.54. I think we're going to go up.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go up. It's pushing. So.
I still have my contracts, so we'll see. Right now they're, oh gosh,
God, dog. Man. That 30-minute range, man, is something else.
I'm green definitely on these calls now. Almost. No, I'm not.
Those 687 days out were from 648 to 866. No, they're at 866 right now.
I should have bought that dip on them things. The 69. I went up. I moved to the 60. 860s and sold them. I got them, but I just need a little bit more on that.
You know what's going to piss me right off, Jim, is whenever I sell for profit here in a little bit.
Yep.
And then tomorrow we're back up at 690.
Exactly. Iran makes peace with us.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. And Elvis will throw a concert at the White House.
Special guest, John McAfee.
John McAfee. I called him up one time. I left an email with him and he called me. And I asked him, I said, I want a job being your chartist. And he emailed me, says, he didn't call me, he said, what's a chartist? I said, I'll chart all your meme stocks or whatever you call them, Bitcoin. He got into some kind of coin stock. right when they first started.
Yeah.
And they finally got rid of him because of his reputation. At that time, he was being called out for murder. So he mailed me back. And I just thought that was so thrilling that a billionaire would, write me back like that.
Yeah. I guess you replied to him and he never replied, huh?
He replied in email, but he said, nah.
And then story with what happened to that guy. I mean, it's like he knew like he was like the first to know all the dirt on everyone.
Yep, and he's probably still alive.
Because he had access to their computers.
Yep,
Yeah.
I bet because he built him a little bunker there for a bit. He had all aluminum foil in it so nobody could find him. And I guaranteed he's hiding somewhere. He didn't die.
Yeah.
He paid them suckers off, them French people off or whatever.
Jim, you full port in Bitcoin down here, brother?
I'd like to see it at 50,000.
Pump it up. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. It's 870. $9. I can sell them.
I can almost see them selling stock.
6900s are 140 now. I got these at 520. I got these at 520. We're at 890.
I just saw grain on the day there for a split second for like $10. Open P&L like 130.
I hit my second resistance at 68.4428. Yeah. Randy?
Full. Ain't nobody buying out there, Jim. What's going on?
No, they need some slapping.
You know, it's the short squeeze on silver, right? When that was going on, that when you look at the profile, the value, the profile, it was like nobody was buying up there. It was like almost just going up by itself. It's crazy.
Institutions. That was an institution trade there.
Yeah.
I think we've come down to my support that I have on silver SLV. $8. I don't know if I should say. Yeah, I mean, this is the third touch. We got a head and shoulders. I had 65 for some reason. 64.98. I need to get me some chap lipstick. I blistered my lips up in this cold this year. I guess I was licking them too much. Where'd Funky go? He's working.
Okay.
Seems like we're definitely going to hit this trend line. I just don't know when. We've had so many attempts. 1 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. I can see Phoebe. I can see Phoebe. Does that mean I can't do dog talk no more? Magnificent. Dog talk. 1 ups, 2 ups, 3 ups, 4 ups, Phoebe.
Someone's dog's name is Phoebe?
Phoebe is 5. No, my dog's name was Beppy.
Oh.
He passed
My
away.
dog's name.
Your dog's what?
That's my dog's name, Phoebe.
Oh, BB.
Yeah, Phoebe.
Oh, Phoebe.
Yeah, one of those, what do you call them, Boston Terriers.
God.
Found their supermarket.
Well, that's what I had. I'll show you a picture of him.
Yeah, this is one of those brown ones. The, what do you call it, cinnamon color. Looks like a pit bull. It was big, like big bone.
1060, what? Ha ha. All right. Hold on.
There you go.
Richard.
Let's go,
Woo, I'm done. I got my 10. Woo.
What a push up, huh? It's amazing how when it looks like it's ending, it's the end of the world, when it's gonna go down, it just turns right around.
That's why they call me Washboardjim.
You know how many times I sold the whole man thinking that it was gonna go down, and it just turns right around.
Yep. I've told that story over and over and over and over. I finally learned my lesson.
And I was like the kind of, oh, just hold on to it, Jim. You know, like I couldn't let him go, man. Like greed, you know, like I couldn't lose $100. You know what I mean? And you end up losing 1,000. You know what I mean?
That gets bad. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Took me a while to break out of.
Oops, I put 1030. Washboard has reached 153.
Yeah, there he goes. Bang.
Ruffle Sponge, why you sad?
Mm-hmm. maybe this is what they wanted all along, Jim. Hard to
Such a out 1030. And that's already at 660 again. I have a target. I hit it, and I'm out.
That's a hell of a knife.
Yep.
It was a rejection right off that intraday golden pocket, but I don't think we're done going up.
Oh.
No. I don't know, man. It's like, let's see.
Ruffle, what switched for me on not losing money is I've been playing, instead of playing 0 days, I've been playing a little far out. I look for when we get overextended from like the 200 on the 10-minute or even the 1 hour, and just look for tops and bottoms, and then just start playing longer out calls or puts, and just having enough money to be able to average into that position if it doesn't reverse for you.
Mm-hmm.
And averaging in at the right time, not just averaging in because you feel like it.
Yep.
My 686 puts yesterday was like an average of like 642, and I've gotten them down to 460 today. If you see money on the day, you take it. If not, you kind of just play the game. You really don't need to start worrying until you get close to like day before day of expiration. That's whenever you really got to decide whether you want to call it quits or not. I took my first loss last week for 800 one day and 1,000 the next.
Mm.
And if I would have held them, I would have made money, but it was getting close, and I just decided to cut it. But I've already made that back.
Yeah, that's good. I want to try to get in the long term, and I want to just kind of put the money in and just go long term. You know what I mean? Buy an option way out in time. You know, I don't know, 6 months, a year, something like that. But you know, I think it's the timing that you gotta get the timing right. But I just it always seems like it just goes up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right now we pulled back to the 63 again. They were at 620 and I didn't get in them. I'm about pooped out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta take a break, man.
Yep.
You do a lot of gym. I say you got some fortitude, man.
Thank you very much. It takes a long. No, it took me a long time. But I went through so many periods where, man, I sold it for a small win or I sold it for a loss, and then time after time after time, it just reverses on me, and I just, Or I catch myself getting in a stock and it just dips a little bit, and I buy the little dip like I did there on that one, and it bounces up real good. So I'll go in small and then add on. Always go in small. But
so funny because when I play with the MES, I'm like, so small that I'm like, ah, man, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing out. You know.
No. Not if you have a little. Not if you have a little account.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't say hello to YouTube yet.
PPIs is nice though, because you don't need a lot of capital, and you can get by the PPD rule.
Yep. Yep.
Another thing I recommend to Ruffle is start using Fibonacci levels and start learning them. It really helps you find those reversal points.
So to get that correct.
Man, look at that thing go, huh? That's Jim getting out, right? Jim, you getting out?
Yeah, I got out.
That's why it's going down like that, right?
Yep, because I'm the market maker. So here's the SPX on the 5 minute using Funky's Cloud. Always every time of the day, like yesterday, ready to close, we had that little pullback to the 200. Now here you got a head and shoulders right here on the 5 minute. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm going to show you where I'm going to put my alert. I want to put on the body of that candle right there, run it straight across to the shoulder line. Now we've had 2 touches already. Oh, that ain't right. You bring it up. Yeah, I need to bring it up a little bit. Damn, Jim, you're anal. Right there. Setting alert. And then if it doesn't hold that support, I'll buy a put.
That's probably going to bounce.
Gonna bounce? We'll come down to the right shoulder, huh? Charge. Let me see what that is on the 1 minute. Yeah, that's pretty close. It's a double confirmation. 68.20. And that's a triple bottom with another inverse head and shoulders right in here. One more red candle down. Not prepare. Hey, Randy, we got an idea for you on your roofing jobs.
Oh my gosh, he's got that thing up on the roof. Dude, that's so steep. Oh, it's slipping. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, there it goes. Oh man. Oh my gosh, he's got that thing up on the roof. Dude, that's so steep. Oh, it's slipping. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no, there it goes. Oh man. Oh my gosh, he's got that thing up on the roof. Dude, that's so steep. Oh, it's slipping. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no, there it goes. Oh man.
Imagine, Jim, you got solar panels and covered with snow. Now you got no electricity.
Yep. I got electricity. These are kind of stupid. Did you take some of my answers, Magnificent? Do the kangaroo rat when they call. See, I'm in Africa right now studying the kangaroo rats. Please leave your name, message, and I'll try to contact you as soon as possible. There it goes. I missed it. It didn't do my little dippy. Is it too late to have a coffee? It's 12 o'clock. I think I can have a small coffee.
Yeah, sounds good. Good deal.
I'll be right
Hey
back.
Jim, look at when you come back. Look at the 10-minute on SPY. I think I see a Head and Shoulders there too.
10-minute SPY.
Yep.
Definitely broke resistance. That's called a pivot point.
If you look at the
Inverse
720 or
inverse head and shoulders. Inverse head and shoulders, right?
yeah, inverse.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Jimmy agrees. And then we got to break the 63 on the 10-minute.
Yep. So the fib level on that right there is 681.69 to 683.06. I want to see a 10-minute candle close above 683.06 for confirmation for a move up. Then it'll use the bottom fib for support.
You know how to put a chart in the room?
Yeah, but my charts look like dog poo-poo.
Okay. Well,
I'll put some. I'll put one.
I don't want to embarrass you.
that never get old. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too. Teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight. Washboard Jim in the trading fight. Lines and candles, a dance on the screen. Risk and reward in a world so mean. But Jim just laughs, tips his old hat. He's got the moves, imagine that. Jim likes titties and telemarketers too. Teaching fools like me and you a work of art. His strategy's tight. Washboard
Jim in the trading night. Fight, 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 fight. See the golden pocket of the perfect rejection? Yes, I see the golden pocket. So you did the Fibonacci on the interday,
Yeah, that's on the 10-minute. If you look
pre-market,
at
pre-market, pre-market.
yeah. Swing high to swing low.
We're coming right now to the right shoulder. So
You can also do a fib level from the swing from the like all-time highs to this swing low, and that'll give you a golden pocket for it's like a target for like long-term out.
you like
When we start going back up.
when you set your Fibonacci up, do you like to do it on a certain time frame?
I usually do it on the 10-minute, but you can do it on the hourly or whatever you're going to watch. It's a lot easier to see on 10-minute.
Yeah.
Your swing highs and your swing lows. And it can even give you it can give you an idea of where you're going to bottom out at. Like today, if you would have done it from the swing high to put in your golden pocket to where we had a push up and then rejected, it can kind of give you an idea of where we might bottom out.
Jim, it looks like everybody's out for lunch, man. Ain't nobody buying anything.
Yep. I have to make a phone call. Now we're rejecting the pocket.
Coffee, Jim. Cheers.
Oh yeah, the coffee. I'll be right back. You got yours already, huh?
Yeah, man. I got some good coffee from Colombia. I took a trip down there to get my teeth fixed.
Oh yeah.
And I went to some of those mountain towns down there, man. They got some good coffee, Jim. Oh my God.
You save a lot of money doing that?
Sure did, man. They were gonna charge me 30 grand over here. I ended up paying like less than 4,000, man, and that was with the trip and everything.
Huh.
Spending a little money here and there.
So you got a vacation out of the deal too.
Yeah, man. Although.
And a couple of Colombian chickadees.
It was 4 weeks of teeth work. So horrible vacation, Jim. Horrible.
Oh wow.
4 weeks. I had my teeth every week. They were like doing something, had to wait a day to recover. It was like that,
Yep.
But it was it was cheap, man. It was saved me a lot of money.
Well, they did a good job.
I was fortunate that
Probably.
my mother's Colombian, so I was able to go with her.
Yep.
She's like 83 years old, Jim. So
That's
this
good
might
of
be her
you.
last trip. I
Yep.
don't know.
That Fibonacci, that's 38.2%, lands right on your pre-market low. It's 680.20 something. And the Fibonacci, I mean the orb, top of the orb is a 61.8%. It's like they were trading that thing. Where's this go on 5-day, 5-minute? I think that was a new low. Yep. SPX is hitting my support here. Just barely didn't touch it. Just come close to touching it. My alert for my pullback that I called right in here. So prepare ye in the name of the Lord. What's going on there? Huh. Shit! Do you see how I did that? I moved that screen in there and everything. All my windows went blank. That sucked. Ooh. There it is, right there. 360. These are the 6860s. At 360. 6860s. Oh dang, it just went to 410 and back down.
That's the bound here. Or else. $58.40 foot. You notice a lot of volumes trading too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just hitting the block down there.
Got a double bottom. Just for my second entry, if it gets down here. Had a tweezer bottom. Pat Gray. Inverse head and shoulders on 1 minute. Hmm, 320. Right here.
Buying the puts. I don't know why, but kind of like selling the whole. But the VIX is on its way up.
That's not good. So if it don't hold this 3, I'll just jump. Yeah, see, I got these supports down here too, so I'll be getting right back in it. I still ain't made my coffee. Dadgummit. Time keeps ticking. I'm trying to cut myself off at 12.
Yeah. Why?
Just to experiment, see if I can sleep better.
You're not holding things overnight, are you? Positions? You have positions overnight?
Oh no, I don't worry. I did this week, but I worried. And I lost.
It might be the coffee, Jim, you know.
Yeah.
It's funny because I drink coffee and I sleep okay, man. I'll drink coffee all day and, like into the evening, and then I'll go to sleep. Okay.
Are you in 50?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the 50s? Wait till you turn 65.
Yeah. It just comes with the package, like with the age.
Yeah.
You don't sleep, My mother's like that, man. My mom don't sleep, she don't want to rest. She doesn't want to sit down. It's like she doesn't want to miss out,
Yeah. I think that happens when you get older.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are ready to go. Oh, I'm not out at 3:30. Average. Okay, I'm gonna go do it. I'll make this one a little steep. I'll be right back. Let's listen to Jenny for a bit. Being she's been looking good here lately.
You might say here, but yeah, so we can see that we have retreated back to a gap. So gaps often come back into focus.
Rick the cat.
Here you can see that this 150 level where we formed a gap is around where we've solidified now here lately. So this is a mark to beat in this general area here for support. If we were to look further toward the downside, we can see another gap. We have one right here, as well as a repeated series of highs at our green line here. So between about 127 to 133, stand out once again as a potential supportive zone. If we were to look to the upside, 178, again, a gap here, that's our common refrain. The low point after the gap up was once again supportive here at 178. So some pretty noteworthy horizontal levels to keep an eye on here. When we look at our moving averages, the price activity has outpaced them to the downside here. The closest one is our short-term 5-day weekly EMA in dark blue. That comes in near 165. Recently, though, our moving averages and our price crossed below our long-term 250 one-day EMA in our orange color there. That came in at about 183. So that's another more serious upside area to watch.
There it is. That's my last one, or I swap out here. Take the loss.
RSI,
I haven't took a loss in a while. But
pretty strongly oversold. RSI only goes from 0 to 100, so a reading of
that's my last resort.
21, 22
is support
is really
here.
quite low here, but as we said,
200 SMA. It's been a pivot point. Get two more at 235. I got 4. That's my last. If we go below the 200, I got to stop out. $282 average, 283. Rounded up. Damn. Come on, hold it.
Selling the calls pretty hard.
Yeah, I think I'm gone. Come on. Fake sell. Today, I'm drinking out of a glass made in Cozumel.
Jim, Funky's clouds are confirming what I was saying to Randy about the blue order block that I saw up higher.
Oh? Is that good or bad?
If you're in calls, I won't want to be there.
Oh.
Especially if we lose this orb here.
No. No.
You see the 1 minute candle from, I guess your time, it's 11:45.
Yep.
That was when I entered the puts.
I would have questioned that. Unless you were at the top of the candle, I would have probably said yeah. I just said, oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
The
I was
double
doing
top.
it based off of the blue box that I posted up earlier.
Okay.
Because it was off of the first, I think it was the 15-minute that we opened with.
Yeah.
That turned into one of those order blocks, and then we came back up to it, and then we had a powerful move within that order block on the 1 minute once we tapped into it. There were some smaller BS ones, but nothing that really displaced anything. That one, that 11:44 and 11:45, that combo right there, displaced it. Like the move up. So that gave me an order block on the 1 minute within the original 15.
Yeah.
So that was why I hopped in. And again, this strategy has worked pretty well for me since I started using it.
Very good.
And then I've been sitting here watching Funky's Clouds, and they're just confirming what I hopped into here.
Yep.
Like we just had to flip over on the 5 minute, and he's saying that 5 minute has never misled him. And I'm looking at the 15 and the 30s, and they got violent tips going down. I wish he was in here right now so that we can run this by him, but it's all coming together here.
Yep.
So we'll see what this does. I want to see it reject VWAP and then go back down. Right now we're testing VWAP.
I'm down a couple hundred on it. We got a triple bottom on this /ES.
Mm-hmm. It's going to bounce. This is where it's going to do it, Jimmy.
Yep, and we've got a falling wedge too on the /ES. And just right above the VWAP, you got a head and shoulders. So you
I
could
took profit on one of the contracts, and my other one I have set at break even.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to let this play out, and worst comes to worst, I'm guaranteed green.
There you go. Got a little wedgie. I'm going to get my coffee made and I'll be right back, and maybe. Yeah, the VWAP, the head and shoulders hits the VWAP. It could be a couple of them. That's a little bit above it, not much. That one definitely hits it. Say, baby, the Olympics are coming up. I said, say, baby, the Olympics are coming up, and the phone registered, sweet baby, the Olympics are coming up. That's to a lesbian. I'm going to say this. I just now the other day, I was at a Wendy's, and I go in there and order a chocolate chip cookie every once in a while. So the guy or girl behind the cash register was real feminine. it looked like a guy. So I have a way of being polite, saying thank you, ma'am, thank you, sir. So I sat there and looked at this thing, and I said, is this a guy or a girl? And I had to ask it to repeat what it was saying, because I couldn't understand he. And so I said, thank you, sir. And I felt so guilty for the first time in my life for saying thank you, sir. And I thought about it all night. I said, what's this world coming to where you can't even say thank you, sir, without somebody being offended?
Yeah. I had that problem with my boss. My last job.
Yeah.
One day we get a new boss, and it's best time. Man that dressed like a woman.
Yep.
And so every time I talk to him, I always call him sir. Every time, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. And he never really got upset about it. He never, he was cool with me and stuff. And I didn't mind nothing, but I was just always calling sir.
But he accepted it. Was it a she or a sir?
It was a man that dressed up like a woman.
Oh yeah. That would be. It's uncomfortable, ain't it?
Yeah, it was funny. It was my manager. One day, we got a new manager. Him.
I'm reversing.
It was like 2002 or something. It was kind of when it was all starting out. Well, the first time I seen that anyway. First time I seen him. So my manager was like that.
We got to adjust. I mean.
So, I had that preference, Jim. I don't know if it's proper to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because apparently it's not a preference. It's something else.
And then you come up with some different kind of greeting that's polite.
Yeah. You get used to it, Jim. I got used to it for a while. At first I was like, man, what the hell is this world coming to, And then I got used to it. I was just another person, just another.
Yeah. Well, I went to the cannabis shop down here, and there was a tranny in there, and I went, what do you got going on that's good, honey? Let me say it. Like I do every woman, Hey, babe.
Yeah, the funny part is, with the new generation that like, imagine, Jim, you were like 18 years old, and or 21, and now you can get in the bars, legally and stuff.
Yeah.
And so you start going to the bars after, being like homebound all your whole youth because, these kids don't go out. They're sheltered their whole life. And so finally, when they get to be 21, they get to go out there and go to a bar. Probably for the first time. It wasn't like us that we used to sneak in there. We were like 15,
Yep.
16 years old, we're in the bar already. They would let us in.
Yeah, they
remember that, Jim?
Yeah, oh yeah. They had 18, I think, 16 here too, back in the 70s, 80s, early 80s. Place called Fire and Ice Disco Club, but we could go in there but not drink. But I don't think that was right though. 16-year-olds with adults drinking in a drinking establishment. Okay, we've got 3 black crows. I'm falling out of my channel now. I don't know what to do here. I was almost even. We'll wait for the double bottom. If that happens, if it fails that, I'll jump out. Triple bottom, whatever bottom it is.
So Jim, now imagine you're 21 years old in this time, and you get to go to the bar for the first time, and you can't tell if it's a woman or a man. And how do you ask them? Is it okay? Is it polite? That's what for us. Deal with it.
Well, I saw the little tranny girlfriend that I had back in high school about 40 years later. He said, Jim, is that you? And I said, yeah. Who are you? Well, I'm Aaron Appleton. And I said, oh. Hello. Almost got in a knife fight with a guy. Or he did. Wow. He had the knife. I was pretty tough back then, but I wouldn't fight that guy. He was too bad, too tough.
Tough fight.
Okay, we're coming down to support here. It's do or die. I still ain't got my coffee made yet. I mean, it's freaking trade. I think I'll go in there and do that and come back and have this thing up. And bring my phone in with me just in case it doesn't hold the orb. But by that time, I've lost probably $400 or $500. QCOM's down 11 today. AMD going to fill the gap. Maybe you got some noise coming off your mic. We're at the 200 on the QCOM. It did bounce today. Target to 140 from 180. So they maintain a hold. Target 140 on QCOM. AMD.
I'm still bullish on SPY. I'm super bullish if this hourly candle closes above 679.59.
679.59 SPY. 679.59. Is that the pivot point? Yep.
It's hourly level.
Right at 50. Right at 50, it's a pivot. Do you use a pivot point?
I have a pivot point indicator, but it's not showing it right there.
I meant to say VWAP. Apologies. Do you use the VWAP?
Yep, that's 679.78 on mine.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I called it a pivot point because it really is. Yeah, I'm about done here. Got to reverse. I'll be right back. Market's down pretty good. 500 points on the Dow. I didn't even look at it. $125. Let's load up. Actually, I don't know if I should, being so far out of the money.
She looks like you, Dad.
Aw, she's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep.
I'll scalp it, is what I'll do, and leave that
Actually,
one.
we invest with Schwab now. Oh. They have everything we need, all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to talk
We're on the
about
orb.
the winner of today's earnings, and that is Hershey, now pacing for its highest close since August of 2023, which was hugely attributed to higher prices, which led to a sweeter than expected 2026 guide. For more on Hershey, I'd like to now welcome in Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers and Fast Market. So Diane, walk us through this report and what clearly is resonating well in a fun space to talk about. Who does not love to talk about a maker of chocolate?
I love that we're talking about a couple winners. I just heard you guys talking about Tapestry. Coach has been that girl, you guys, but she's really made a comeback recently. All right, let's get into it with Hershey. They did better than expected on both the top and bottom line. Adjusted EPS coming in at $1.71. The street was looking for $1.40. Revenue topping $3 billion, $3.09 billion to be precise. That was also better than expected. So be on the top and bottom line. Sales are growing overall. What was interesting to me is we often think about Hershey's as the sweet side of the business because that's what it's known for when you think about the chocolates and the candy. But snacks, a growth engine here. Snacks grew, salty snacks we're talking about here, 28%. So there was strong consumer demand there for the salty side of their business. Who doesn't like a little salty and sweet mixed together? Now, there was some tariff pressure, especially on the sweet side of their business because cocoa prices dealing with that. So there was some impact to margin, but clearly investors are willing to, look past that. Beyond that, to the diversification beyond sweets and leaning into salty snacks there. Again, I cannot get over that 28% jump in salty snacks. In terms of their guidance from here,
AMD.
they're guiding for adjusted EPS to come in between $8.20 to $8.52 for fiscal year 2026. That's better than what the estimate is. Street looking for $7.15.
AMD's at support.
Revenue for the year they're guiding for between $12.159 billion to 12.
I'm going to pull up the yearly chart on AMD. Right now you're at a 20-day low, new low. Come on, baby. Boy, I tell you what, Randy, I like it here. We're at the 200 EMA. If the sell-off continues on the daily, hey.
Hey Jim, do you know who DJ Khaled is?
What's that?
So do you know who DJ Khaled is?
Do I know who?
DJ Khaled.
No.
Well, he has a famous term where he says another one, and I
Oh.
just bought another one.
Another one. So
Another one.
who is this guy?
He's just a musician, and that's his catchphrase.
Oh, okay.
Another.
We used to say last call, and then we'd always play 2 last calls. What's that other stock you were rambling about yesterday? BBIA or something? AI?
BBAI, Jim.
BBAI.
Yeah.
We definitely went below my support. So the next support is going to be the triple top breakout right at 379. $380, $379. $379. Traders Digest jobless claims head ahead of Amazon earnings. A hidden revenue drain. Oh, I was going to put an alert there. I had a flashback. Boom. No. Wonder if I can. Someone say you could set an alert. Create an alert with drawing. Crosses box, crosses above, crosses below, crosses above, crosses below, crosses above, crosses below. Well, let's see if I can raise it up. No, I can't raise it up a little bit, so let's redo that. No, I have to use that. Okay. I gotta get my alert above it. 386. I'm gonna say gap. Bottom of gap. Bottom of gap, 379 to go long. And, you know, this thing was at 236 this year. And we're in a market correction. So I can get down here to the lower levels. Yeah, this is done. We got to do something here fast. Lucky me. Well, I think that's a new low. See, 5-day, 10-minute. No, not a new low. We got a resistance to break. I can see that. I gotta get my coffee. It's been sitting in the thing now for a while. So it's gonna be a good one. So if we curl back above that, I'll jump in the trade. I'll say, ooh, now that's weird. What the f... Resistance to break, and if that triggers, I'll jump in it. 6/1/68/1492. Amazon's down $10. AVGO up today, $7. It was up a lot more than that earlier. Broadcom strengthened its NVIDIA alternative AI chip roll. I'll go get my coffee and go charge my phone. Hims is at $23. I'm going to go through my watch list here real fast. So let's do something here different. Give me 1 second.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a plan in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside.
Welcome to Jim's Review. Sneaky snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. AVGO. So we'll start off with the biggest loser of the day at 14%. That is Mr. Don't call me Mr. MSTR. Bitcoin's crashing. My target is 50,000. That's Mr. baby. Next, where's my watch list? Definitely at a year low. And we'll turn this to the weekly. We're below the 200 on the weekly. This is oversold. I like it. 3 years ago it was at 1883. We got a double bottom. We got an inverse head and shoulders. So Jimmy likes it. I'm going to draw a price line at 104.41. And we're getting close, man. I'd keep a good eye on Mr. here tomorrow for a scalp play. Back to the 200. Regetta. We got 1073 support level on Regetta. Using the weekly time frame. I'm setting my alert right at 11:56 to go long. And I'm going to say the 200 EMA on the weekly. Booyah, baby. This is Washboardjim's going over his watch list. Coin. That's a rare spectacle of a stock. A triple bottom on coin. This could be reversing also. If you use the weekly time frame, whoop, remove. Straight across triple bottom. Did I ever tell you how much I loved you and I cared? First day I laid my eyes on you, it was night, and I knew I was on time. Oracle, that looks real good, coin does. We're at the 200. Oh my God. This is solid. I like Oracle. I need to put it on the list. Damn, Sam. This is very nice. Oh boy. I gotta show this to Vegas. Say, baby. Check this out. Okay, this is gonna piss her off. Call her baby. Hims. Fat drug at $20. $200 SMA on the weekly. CrowdStrike. We broke a triple bottom. This one here has a way to go. I'm gonna set alert right. This one here is still overbought. There's some pretty good stuff going on here. We got the 50 SMA. 50 SMA on Amazon today, double bottom. I liking this spot. I have a little bit higher hopes on Amazon than others do, but we'll see. Sales, Christmas sales were up. Cyber Tuesday was up more than it's ever been. Walmart sales increased through cyber. Online sales helped Walmart out. I bought more this year online than I have my whole online thing. AMD on the weekly. I like Amazon where it is, and we've got earnings tonight, but I'm not going to buy it this time and watch it bounce. Do you hear me? It'd be nice to get one more crow to the 63 on AMD for a strong buy at 175. PANW. We're almost to the 2, and there's so many. I'm telling you, I'm liking this getting ready to get set up here. There's a triple bottom. So I'm setting alert at triple bottom on PANW. Anybody following along with me, or I'm just talking smack and wasting my time?
Just watching ES and SPY, Jim. Is what I'm doing at least.
What's that? What's
So
that?
I'm just watching ES and SPY.
Am I wasting my time talking?
Some people may love it.
Nobody said so.
Maybe they don't love it.
Angel, my heart's broke. Am I wasting my time? Lotto Play. Hello, YouTube. Sorry I haven't been paying no attention to you today. Please accept my apologies. Bobby's following. Bobby's my best friend. Angel says, no, it's not a waste of time. She loves listening to my voice. I understand. It was hard being a teenager and a youngin'. Had so many women chasing me. Now they don't look at me. Nope. I didn't want to get that triple bottom here on PANW. Try and set my alert. And then I'm going to go back to looking here. What time is it? 1:10. Triple bottom. Lulu. Man, Lulu's getting, I have 162.74 for triple bottom, quad bottom, solid support. PayPal, this one here, going to take a lot of work. $35. Snow, down $5 today. Ooh, snow went below the 200. Ooh. Inverse head and shoulders. Set an alert on snow at 156.
And Jim, now it looks like a cup and handle that was on SPY. 10-minute time frame.
10-minute time frame. Yep. Sure enough. Beauty. And we're just right up to your golden box.
Yep. Let's see what happens. We're not there on mine yet, but
The 38.20 is your first resistance.
you'll
38.20.
notice too, we hit that 10-minute order block, bullish order block on SPY 2 down here. We wicked into it.
Okay.
Good call, Hunter. That's when I switched.
You saw it?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm at 2:30 on my calls.
My my golden pocket's sitting from 681.68 to 683.01.
We got a triple top right now. We got a symmetrical flag on the 10-minute. Triple top. I feel tense. General Motors still up there. I got screwed in Google. There's some Google calls. Is the stream ended? Oh, that was funk. God darn it. Excuse me.
Coffee.
Yeah, I got the coffee. I wonder what happened to my screen.
Your stream's still up, Jim.
How do I switch it? Ah, there I go. I had funkies on there. And Google breaking out.
Whole shot out of that 68.20.
Walmart. Recession stock. 129. Shop. Right above 100. 101. Nvidia. The 50 SMA. On the weekly. Apple.
Can you take me higher?
$279.81 for Apple resistance to break. All time. Not all time high, but body high. Love. Ooh. Look, Love had a breakout. Quarterly dividend of 18 cents per share. Southwest Airlines declares 180th quarterly dividend. Target $55. Metter. Retrace the 63, actually below it, around 600 to go long. 606. I'll put it at 610, 611.
If these contracts give me $5 today, I will get out of them. Got an average of 450.
10% goes my way. Did you know that?
What's that, Jim?
I get 10% of all your winnings.
Oh, shit. I'll sell now for a loss then.
No. So Cisco had a nice little breakout here this week. $194 billion shift, how quantum risk redefines value. Trading names at key levels, Netflix, Cisco, and more. Oh. Let's see what these faggots have to say. Huh.
Their software business is a high margin business, and it's the one part of their business that's actually doing okay, and they're not being branded a software company. It's about routers and router switching, enterprise spend, and a lot of this build out that is very, very helpful to Cisco. You're essentially back through those .com highs. I think this stock has been one of those slow ones to finally get back there. I'm long it. I think it's going higher.
Bono, and which would you nibble at?
PNC.
You've been around a long time.
I'd probably nibble here. I'd approach it with either call spreads
PNC.
or right. But I mean, you've got 21% EPS growth, net interest margin.
What the fuck are we doing that for?
Based.
I don't want to hear that.
Real strong fundamentals. Now, what concerns you is that the stock has just run
Fundamentals.
so much, and it's probably getting into overbought territory, which is why I look for kind of a cost-controlled way to get into the stock.
Guy, you have one that you don't like in this group.
Well, it used to be called John Deere. Now it's Deere and Company. Tim actually owns many of their products, and clearly it's been helping. But, you know, if you look at it, they reported a thing on the 19th.
Why the Wawa?
Why the Wawa?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a proud deer owner.
No, I think that was in response.
I don't want it either.
Right, yeah, it's true. Not because you owned your product.
I interpreted it the same way.
Not all about you, Tim.
Not all about you. And I look at the reversal in Caterpillar today and say to
It's
myself,
overbought.
2 times normal volume, all-time high. I don't think this is one you want to initiate a long position at these levels.
Cat's overbought.
I like Cisco.
Okay.
No, it ain't.
Cisco's just remarkably, I think it's high at the dot-com peak. It was in March. It was
CSCO.
God.
Shut up.
Fine. Netflix, PayPal, Boston Scientific, all at or near 52-week lows, or even worse. Some agreement on Netflix here tonight. Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I can own Netflix with a lot of comfort here. I'm not sure how much the overhang around WBD will, how long it will continue.
Off.
It's a heavy model, but there's no questioning their leadership, their dominance, their pricing power, and the fact that they are a free cash flow machine, or they used to be. This is an opportunity.
When I say agreement on the desk, all you guys like Netflix.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to point that out for a reason.
I say it's time to buy it.
With a little bit of a caveat, I think this is where you kind of start to establish a long position. I'm not saying that I think in the next week this is going to get turned.
You know what? I ain't gonna listen to that shit no more. Get rid of the music. And I gotta get it off here.
We got our own music, Jim.
I like music, but I don't like that one. Now I can't get rid of it. Ugh. God. Give me a break. No. What they do? Give me a mouse? Virus? Fucker's blocked. Huh. Increase limit and restart. Increase to 32. I got it at 32.28. Damn it. Okay. One more time. I've been watching a lot of Arctic people, how they live in frozen weather, and just gave me a few ideas. I'm going to build my off-grid little bunker. I think after when I get ready to retire, I'll travel a lot. Have an off-grid cabin. Okay. Let's see what these suckers on CNBC are doing. I won't be able to handle it very long. Spy got up in that channel to Head and Shoulders, off of an inverse Head and Shoulders, called by, who called that? H?
I'm back.
You're back? Did you make your people happy?
Had to go make me some hot chicken.
Oh. So she does cook.
Hell no, I had it DoorDashed.
I didn't mean to offend you, ma'am.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. What I was going to say, Microsoft is $2 away from filling that gap.
Well, I went through a big old watch list, and there's a lot of good-looking spots coming up.
I don't know. Just
A lot of good-looking spots. Off the 200s on the weekly. Not the daily, but the weekly.
Oh, yeah. Watching them too. Something was about to hit the weekly 200. I don't remember what it was. I looked at it earlier. I think you called it after I looked at it.
Yep, probably did.
What's about to hit the 200 on the weekly? Damn it.
I think cold would be a good one to go long in here soon, Randy.
Whatever. I'll run it later.
Ooh, code pulled back. Damn. I could send this to Vegas because I told her 18.
How low you think Microsoft can go? Let's see what you say. See if it lines up with what I say.
Breakout and rips. Check out BBAI 379. PFSI. Did you hear me, Funk?
What's that, buddy?
BBAI 379.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not worried about BBAI at all. Like, that's not something that
Well, I
causes
didn't-
me to even look over there. I'm
What?
so
I didn't know if you were in it or
confident
not.
in that damn stuff. Oh, I'm in it, but I'm in it for $5. I'm in it for $5 puts. So even if I get assigned in March, I still don't care.
You're in puts?
I sold some cash secured puts. So the March 20th strike, I sold some $5 CSPs. So if it's under 5 in March, I'll get assigned. But
God.
I don't actually care. I'll hold them at 5.
Is that bullish or bearish?
When you sell cash secured puts, it's bullish.
I was confused. We're at a pivot point, Randy. I already had this down for 92.88. Did you see that? I already had this charted up for the pivot point at 92.88. And we hit the 200.
You think we can get down there on Microsoft?
Yes. Let me look at it again.
My line.
Microsoft's overbought. PFSI. I think I might have gave you that chart already. Him and Bill Gates. Heard Bill Gates had syphilis or VD from Jeffries. He needs to resign from Microsoft. Yeah, we're getting close to the 200.
That's why Melinda left him, Jim.
Yep. She knew what was going down.
She didn't want none of it.
Nope.
She wasn't going to catch that.
If I had a woman cheat on me, my last girlfriend, I said goodbye. She said, she come into the room, she says, "Do you still love me?" No. You fucked up.
Good thing you told her, Jim.
She'd be a millionaire now if she had any sense. We're at the 200 EMA on Microsoft, so it's getting close to support. And the 200 SMA on the weekly is a lot better buy if you can get it there, 374. That's a nice spot.
Chart I posted.
No, I didn't see it. Yeah, I see it now. What's it, Microsoft?
No, that's so the top one's Microsoft.
Mister.
Master.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Good spot. Good chart. Yep, I like that one. You did good there. Yeah, I like that one. You did good. That's where I'd have charted it. Maybe a little bit higher. And took off those two little wicks. Let me show you here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the two pivot points.
These two pivot points, and raise it up just a little bit more.
Yeah. Regardless of wherever it's at, Master's in it.
Yep.
And it's highly oversold on the daily RSI is 10.
But if you look at the weekly, that's a nice setup.
I wonder how much options are on it.
We bounced last time, we bounced off it just a little bit off the 200 before, and that's where we are now, a little bit above the 200 EMA. Then on the daily,
They're still expensive as shit. It's lost $300 a share and they're still expensive.
now on the daily, we're right at support right now.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm looking at calls.
Yeah, right now.
At the money calls 2 weeks out are still $1,000.
395.31. Let me see where we are. Yeah, I'd wait for 395.31.
Oh God, no wonder. Holy shit. Implied volatility is at 125.
Yeah, it's way overbought, in my opinion. But these
Way
guys overbought.
Master?
Oh, no, Microsoft.
Oh, No, I'm talking about Mr.
No, Mister's not.
I'm saying that at the money 2 week calls for that is still over 1,000, even though it's only 110 a share. They're still pricing options like it was over 300 a share.
Yeah, it's still pricing options like it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
It's kind of funny. We got a 1, 2, 3 on SPX. Symmetrical flag. This is it. Sweet spot.
Oh, you know what? The IV is so high, you could actually sell a cash secured put for February 20th at $80 and collect $325 in 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
Holy, never mind, I know what I'm doing.
I don't. But I know what I'm doing here. SPX. Randy. Risky. February the 5th. 68.25s or 68.20s. There, look at that. Already $100. Now it's back down again. SPX, calls, scalping, lotto, strike, 68.20. What's that? $7.50, $7.30. Okay, $6.90. No. My balls are itching again. There we go. One, two, three. If you can count to three, you can trade with me.
Reddit just closed a gap. Holy shit, the RSI on that is bad. They are way oversold on the daily. It's in the single digits. And they have earnings tonight?
Amazon?
No, Reddit.
Oh.
Reddit is heavily oversold, just closed a gap, and has earnings tonight.
$7.70. Just 1, 2, 3. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. $8.20.
Look at this, what I'm about to post. I wonder. IV is going to be super pumped because it's earnings day, which means that premiums are going to be juiced if you wanted to sell a put. I am bullish on it. I don't want to take calls. I want to sell a put. Selling a single March 20th, March 20th, 130 put would net me $820 premium. Off 13,000 capital deployed, you're getting 825 back. That's pretty stout.
Yep. Yep. I agree.
If you want to take your chances way down, you go with 120 strike and you still get 530.
Bunk, can you say that again? What are you saying with this?
So with Reddit, I'm looking at the March 20th options chain.
Okay.
So if I wanted to sell one cash secured put, which is going to tie up 12,000 of capital because I want the 120 strike. But on that 12,000 capital, you're making 530 back in 43 days. Unless it goes under 120, which I just don't think will happen. Cash secured puts are a great way to make money, but you better be sure that you want to hold the stock at the price that you sell the put for.
Come on, dog.
You do not do this on meme stocks.
That's Reddick. Reddick is a meme stock.
I mean, it was at 270. I don't think it is at 150.
You don't think?
I mean, it's where all the LLMs go to train. Like the biggest community forum on the internet.
Yeah, it's definitely a good company. It was probably one of my Mimi call outs that didn't turn out to be a Mimi.
No, they did the IPO at 40, and it went to freaking 230 within 5 months. So pretty Mimi.
I'm still in this sucker. We got another 1, 2, 3 here.
You got a big megaphone on Spy, Jim?
No. God darn it. Come on. We've got a symmetrical flag. That's a symmetrical flag. Got a head and shoulders on there, straight across. That'd be your resistance to break. $681.34 if we hold here. We're definitely at a 1, 2, 3 bottom.
And I see upside potential for the next day or two. At some point, we're just so overextended down on the daily chart.
You're the second person that said that today.
I may regret it, but I'm heavily averaged into the 686 calls for.
Oh, that's a 5 minute. Dang it, Jim. The 1 minute we can go lower. Shit. I need to look at that 1 minute when I'm doing the 5. Because I would have lowered my support level on the 5, on the 1 minute. I
You're
took
good
that.
right here.
Yeah, I took the 5.
Yeah, you're good right here. You're in a fair value gap.
IWM looking good too.
Never trading that son of a bitch again. Off another 250 on it today.
You did?
Yep. Saw lunch lady call it out. Looked at it. Looked good. Got in it. Immediately went against me. Yeah, you need to hold that fair value gap you're in.
Jim, I didn't know you and Jeffrey were good pals back in the day.
Me and who?
You and Jeffrey.
Well, we had parties. Kind of, I mean, we didn't have underage women, but we had big parties back then. They were kind of like that.
Yeah, but Randy, if it blows past your short strike, aren't you stuck with 300 shares instead of 100?
Come on, baby, get back up here. I'm still in my support. See, I'd have took it here. Definitely on the 1 minute.
You're still holding that bottom of that fair value gap. You haven't lost it yet.
Yeah. So I'm going to add 2 of them just to see if we get a reverse here. If we don't, I'll dip right back out and take the loss.
I'm going to put my faith in you and go with it. Think about that.
Very good.
I'm not even going to look. Just going to click the button.
490 to 550, 570 right now. $6. Oh, no. There we go. We're at 650. And green.
Now you jumped out of the fair value gap. RSI looks good.
What are them right there? Oh, that's that. Okay. Can I see that's right? Yes. We're at the 21 right now. God damn it.
I'm going to need you to teach me spreads. I don't know those.
Randy.
I started out trading by wheeling. The wheel is all I really know. Then I taught myself how to scout. But I don't know spreads. Iron butterflies, jade lizards, freaking bubblegum fantasies. I don't know what the hell they are. Broken wing butterfly. I mean, shit. The names y'all come up with us for those things.
I'm even now. I don't know if I should get out of this thing.
This looks like it's contracting.
Just tighten that out.
Y'all might call it squeezing.
We broke out of a wedge. More than 1 minute. And we're trying to break the cloud. The 21 and the 9.
You going now?
I really like that. I really appreciate you doing that for me.
Oh, the cloud?
Yeah, I do. It cleans it up a little bit for one, my chart. I didn't mind it before, but I don't, at least I know the 9's crossing the 21 right there.
There's your buyers.
There we go. We had a fallen wedge breakout.
Now you need to open the candle above 68.33 and you'll be fine.
It's a 63 EMA. We're at a resistance here. If that breaks, we'll just shoot up. So I either sell it now.
No, it is power hour. Oh, the 2-minute rollover. I missed that. How about hourly rollover?
Come on, bitch. Did you hear about my transsexual experience the other day?
I'm afraid I did not.
I'll tell you about it here. I'm 670.
Oh yeah, you're fixing, dude. If you've got my RSI that I built you, the custom RSI I built you,
Mm-hmm.
like just look at the moving average line. You haven't lost it yet,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
and it's turning green, which means there's more buyers stepping in. Just ride that moving average line all the way up until the RSI looks like it's fixing to cross back below it. It looks like it's going to shoot up because that candle opened way above the damn moving average.
Yeah. There's the 50.
Just like that.
Profit.
$3 for 430.
How does he do it?
Once you get used to watching that RSI, you'll find yourself not looking at the charts as much. don't know what cat freaking developed that because I stole his code off TradingView and I wrote it for Thinkorswim. But whatever's in there is badass.
Oh, 556.
Matter of fact, I think I can look at the code. Tell you what this bitch does.
Yep. Randy, did you do it with me, brother? I called your name. Oh. Oh! 850.
Have you dropped below your RSI yet?
No.
Exactly.
It hit the 200 EMA.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it did. It hit it on the way past it. But your RSI was showing you that buyers were still in there.
$11.40.
Profit is profit. Profit is profit. Yeah, my calls went from 3 to 6.90.
Panic attack.
One day, I keep promising myself I'm going to take the chart completely off to where I can only see that RSI, and I'm going to trade based only off that RSI. See if it won't not spook me out. God dang, $8. That was fun. Hey, Microsoft, I want to keep my damn eye on you because I think I'm going to grab 100 commons if you show me you're trying to reverse.
God, $12.
Did you get in with us, Randy?
Some bitch.
I knew you would.
Funk, how are you reading that RSI?
Hang on, I'll show you on my screen.
Okay.
So, it's the one I built. So
Yep.
you see how you have this moving average?
Yes.
So basically, I dug through the code. This guy did some straight up black magic shit. So he turns the RSI value into an RSI candle, a Heikin-Ashi candle, takes the value of the Heikin-Ashi candles, averages them out, and puts some kind of Sheshi-Shepnan
15
algorithm on it. But anyway, that's where you get this moving average from. Once your candles claim the moving average, so that red candle right there that claimed the moving average, that's where you would get in and you would stay in until it freaking lost the average like it did here. So that's a move. If you got in on that red candle or even that blue candle, that's a hell of a move there. That's your second hell of a move.
And what time frame are you?
Those are both 100x trades.
Yeah. What time frame are you on with this? Like
I mean, it works on any.
Okay.
I do it on the 1, the 2, the 5. I don't have a preference for that one. 1 and 2 get you in the best entries.
Gotcha. Okay.
They went to 15. They went to 15. 70.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, mine are at
15.90.
From $3 to $9.80.
Do you know that would have been $3,000?
You know to listen to the RSI next time?
No.
Funky, is that something you have for TradingView?
Okay, so that fair value gap is gone. We're filling one right now.
$15.
Good bounce from 68.40 after we fill this gap. Depends on if we lose that moving average or not.
SPY had a nice setup too. Look at this chart on the SPY. This had everything. I mean, I want you to be able to look in a pattern and find other patterns. But this is the SPY. So I'm going to type this, I'm going to put this in the room and I'm going to talk about it. And what makes a bullish, how you can figure out that a chart's bullish by looking at it. Ready? So we came down. We had a diamond shaped kind of pattern right here. And it broke out. Also, it could be a, little kind of screwed up, but it ended up being a triple bottom by the end of the day, and then run up, came back and started creating a trend line. So you got your 1, 2 right there, and it created a head and shoulders right here. So you got a head and shoulders resistance, which means that's where you probably want to sell it at. It's already hit it twice, so you might even be shy of it. Then it's got a symmetrical flag, and it's bouncing on a pivot point off the 200 SMA. So you got your 1, 2, 3. You got your symmetrical flag, which is bullish. You also have an inverse head and shoulders, which is bullish. And you have a 1, 2, 3 resistance. You have a shoulder line resistance, and you have a 1, 2, 3 entry. And a symmetrical flag. So I sold it at the 200. Now we're coming back down for number 4. If you want to make a little bit more, here we go.
I see you watching the 2 minute. I was watching it on the 1 minute, and that just paid.
Just paid.
Popped out there.
So the February 6th was 683s. Get 5 of them on the SPY at 193. No. 183. Shit. I got 183. 683. Well, I don't know what I said. 683 at 193. Got it now.
I cannot believe that Mara is down to 680. Holy shit.
Who?
Mara? M-A-R-A?
Yeah, that'll be a buy soon. That'll be a buy soon.
They are literally the second biggest Bitcoin holder behind Master.
Yep,
That's
Mara.
$6?
680. That stock was $24 a few months ago. That's
It was
crazy. They lost 17% today.
Oh, damn. Go to the 5-year, 10. Let me see here. He's a lot higher.
Better call or something.
What's that?
Was that like a vaccine play back in the day?
No. It was always Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bitcoin.
I was thinking of pharmaceutical.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, shit. That thing had support for years at 23, 24.
Go back 15-year, 5 month. This thing hit 155 at one time. Me and Vegas called this out, actually.
It actually hit 233 in the start.
Yeah.
In 2013.
Well, that chart's
I just sold some freaking $5 cash secured puts on it.
I
I'll
bet-
pick that shit up $5 so fast. And get paid to do it? Yeah. Oh, gee, I'm looking for deals today.
Yep. It's a deal maker.
I'm like my wife going in the store. I got money burning a hole in my damn pocket.
Hey, Jim.
Yep.
Up to what time have you been able to execute orders on this 0DT option? Like pretty much up to like 350.
No, you
Three
have to be out
five?
by 3. You have to be out by 3 p.m. CST.
Yep.
PM.
Yeah, 3 p.m. CST, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
They've extended an hour, didn't they?
Hmm?
Did they extend it an hour after hours?
You can't close it even if they did. So you better hope you're in a cash settled.
Yeah.
Like SPX.
I've never been stuck in a stock. I've sold a couple for losses where I didn't sell them and they expired on me.
Freaking thing is still going.
I'm about ready to stop out. We've got a double bottom coming up. We retest this double bottom and see. If that doesn't hold, I'll get out of here. It's got to hold here.
Took more calls.
I bought new ones. 683 SPY. At 193 tomorrow.
Oh, you got 1DDs.
Down. When asked if there is a temporary agreement with Russia on New START treaty, White House Press Secretary Leavitt says, not to my knowledge. I don't want to add any more to this. I should. Add a double bottom, but a little bit late. We got a spinning top doji. Back down again. No. Don't. Let's go, baby. I really want this to hold. 6 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7. has to hold here. Right now I'm down 200. I could add on and save, get another 5. And that would make it 10. Woo! Matey, quit breaking glass.
That was the cat. Sorry about that.
Cat's gonna get your ass. He going after you.
I guess that means it's time to buy, huh?
He's telling you. Or she. We're above the trend line. We're at the cloud. IWM's at support. Hike. Dang it. This ain't gonna work. Yeah, I might have to take a break from drinking coffee and just have one a day.
Drinking trade.
Yeah, I might have to stop out. This thing ain't doing what I want it to do. We're at 233. So let's just give it a little bit more time here. Temporary agreement with Russia. Argentina Foreign Minister Pablo Corno post on X. We just came out of a signing of the reciprocal trade agreement with Trump. Had a very promising, productive discussion with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Minister Keir Starmer about island of Diego Garcia. I understand that deal Prime Minister Starmer has made, according to the best could be made, the deal sometimes falls apart. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever that is. Ah, darn it. I'm about to stop out. I've had a very productive discussion with that. Google jaw-dropping.
I've got a trend line and a support zone at 68.10.
You also got a bottom down there at 68.03.50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the 2-minute trend line takes me to 68.10.
And then top of the Darvis box is right around 68.26.
Master has earnings today.
Oh, does it? Yeah.
Yeah, that'll freaking go over like a fart in church.
You know that, I just thought about that. I go to church every Sunday. I think that's the only place I've ever sat down in a congregation and never farted.
Yeah, it's probably a good call.
I can't remember farting in there. And I've heard a couple women queeve, but I've never farted.
Oh my God. I'm going to take this. I can't even. I just got to go.
Sorry about that, Angel. Please don't think anything less of me, Angel. I apologize. It was a slip. I'll never do it again. Ooh. Please continue. Okay. As I sit in this spy call, it's time for the Poop and Learn book. Rice feeds half the world. Rice is the main food for more than half the world's population. It grows in over 100 countries and comes in thousands of varieties. Now, if you eat black rice, back in the day, you were only noted to be a king. Commoners were not allowed to have black rice. From sushi in Japan to curries in India and stir fries in China, rice and also cashew chicken in Springfield, Missouri, rice plays a central role of many cultures. It's one of the most important crops in human history. How rice feeds half the world. Poop and learn.
Fascinating.
Did you like that one?
What one?
That rice feeds half the world? We're at 175.
$140.
179, come on. Trying.
God dang it. It's gonna go. Fucking RSI, I didn't watch it. I'll get them tomorrow.
The RSI spot on, Punky.
I mean, that was an easy $100.
So the 9's trying to cross the 21 now. We're above the 21. Might have to take a $100 loss here. Temporary agreement with Russia River debt. Laid off. I don't think we're going to have a bounce. We broke out of the wedge. No, we had a double top. Fuckers. There it goes. Time to retire, Florence.
All right, last 15 minutes of the day. What do we got on fire sale today, shoppers? Hood at 71, Sofa at 19, Joby at 9. Mara is, Mara's already made a turnaround. Shit, it's at 670 now. I just don't think I want to play with Joby or Archer. Y'all can have that air taxi shit. I don't believe in it yet.
I'm gonna buy one.
Buy one what?
The
An air taxi?
Yeah, a little helicopter. When I get ready to retire.
You gonna buy it from Archer or Joby so I know which one to buy stock in?
Oh, I have to look. I have to. It's what is it? I can't.
I mean, there's only two of them. There's Archer and Joby.
Let me see which one it was.
boy. Reddit on the hourly. Sure looks like it's had enough of this down crap. That looks like consolidation to me.
In as little as 3 days. The customer loves that.
Bob's Discount Furniture.
They want to go in store, they want to shop online, they want to be able to transact wherever they want. We give them both.
Bob's Discount Furniture.
What do you think about Elite? I'm not going to do leaps. But what do you think about Elite on UNH?
United Healthcare.
Yeah. How long can the biggest healthcare provider in the nation stay beat down?
We've had. We've got a Head and Shoulders set up. I think we could get down a little farther.
It's going to double bottom on the weekly.
Yeah. Triple bottom off that one wick. We're at 250, 248, 248, 250.
Oh, yeah.
Off that one wick, at a hammer wick. I'd set an alert at 250. I mean, higher than that, 255. Let me look at the daily, or yeah, daily will show it. Daily will show it too. We got a gap. We're at a gap right now. Support.
Yeah, I saw that.
At 265.22, 266, 267, actually. 267. It could be a good one. If I was to take it, I'd go small or wait till tomorrow. They lowered the price to 430 from. They raised. Well, they took price target on the stock from 430 to 350. And they're boosting dividend. No. Outperform. Lowers price to everybody's got 350 on this thing.
Yeah, Truist has 370.
Now we got one here. We got one here at 255. They're also lured at 255 by HSBC. So I like that 255 area. I'm gonna set an alert if I can get it on the. Oh God, we're already there. We hit it. We hit it.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
My alert triggered.
Yeah,
Let's just take a look at
267.
the option chain. What are we looking at for Elite? An 80 Delta Leap for next January is 8,500. Actually, it'll be $8,000. Be midpoint. If you want to move to a 90 Delta, it'd be 10,000.
No. I don't think Archer's the one. Oh man, those things are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got less than 2 minutes. One loss today. Trying to get it back, but it keeps going up and down. Need to break the 63, and I don't think I can do it, so I'm going to sell it right now. Get out of this thing before it's too late. I sold some, but still all of them were at a loss. $154 and $170. Not a bad day. I just left $3,000 on the table. Boom, boom, boom. Well, it's nice to learn new things every day. Always, that's one thing I like about this here. I can't physically be athletic anymore, so I had to find a different way to get that adrenaline in my life, where I used to be competitive, then I had to kind of give that up. And there she goes a little bit. So keep sticking your nose at it. One trade at a time. I ask everybody, just do one trade at a time. Don't try to be a hero. You won't get caught. You won't get hurt. You can stop out fast. You won't lose a lot of money, especially in a bear market. And if you're in puts, booyah to you. But times like this, I've done excellent trading one stock at a time, and it's still a lot of fun. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Not bad, not bad. You know what I'm tired of, Jim? Is
What?
missing I get scared, right? And I know, like, I should pull the trigger, right?
Yep.
Everything looks right. And so then I just watch the trade go my way. I don't jump in. You know what I mean? Like, I'm at that point now where I'm like, it's no longer that I'm losing. I'm just like missing the trades. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. There's fear in the market right now. Your mind is telling you something, that if it's telling you that you need to just wait, give it a couple weeks, give it a week until the market starts looking better, then you can start trading with more confidence. I wouldn't try to push yourself, because we all have different emotions. That's something you're going to have to pick up on your own. But my suggestion is wait until we start we start banging them right and left, and we don't have to sit here and wait and think and say, oh, that didn't hit. Here comes another support. Well, that one didn't hit. Wait until we start saying we're hitting resistance levels. We're starting to break out. We're starting to move, and then we're getting. Huh?
Trading account, which is the one that's going to buy us our beach house, but like this was a tough day to trade.
Tough day to trade? Yeah, I had a pretty good day, but that last trade I got stuck.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to my daughter. I didn't realize I had it off mute.
Okay.
No, it's just nothing followed through. We were pinned between two order blocks the whole day, man, and none of them got taken out. So it was just a crazy day.
Yeah.
I was able to scalp here and there, but man, if I would have banked if one of them followed through.
Yeah, no follow through.
Well, I had a pretty good one, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
It was this one right here, that fallen wedge.
Yeah, there was a good one at the end of the day that I had that charted out, but I sold too early, and that's my problem, man. I'm not letting these follow through the way that I should.
I wouldn't worry about that, not with this market the way it is.
Man.
Just take what you can until. I mean, it might even be tomorrow. I mean, the tension with Iran and the Democrats and the government shutdown that we had, that government shutdown had a lot to do with why a lot of these companies' earnings weren't very good. That's what I've been hearing in a way. That had a big effect on it. We were they weren't spending $18 billion a day in our economy.
It's almost like it was not so much the earnings, but more of the sentiment.
Yeah, exactly. The sentiment. The
Like,
sentiment.
I don't know, the sentiment is
Yeah.
like a turn for some reason. Must be that like you're saying, the news about the shutdown, the Iran thing.
Well, I'm trading about half of what I do. Usually. I mean, whenever, I'm just not doing 10 or 11 trades a day. I'm not doing 6 or 7. I'm doing 4 or 5 right now. This is my suggestion. Wait till the middle of the day until this market correction's over with. If you can't scalp these fast scalps in the morning, wait for that setup. Now, you said it earlier, Livid. I'm waiting for the setup today. And you had your mind set on that, and you passed up a couple good opportunities.
Yeah, I passed up that first move down from the top of the orb. I just sat on my hands watching it.
Yeah. So be more than one symmetrical. The market's going to not always be what you think it's going to be. You got to be vigilant and versatile when it comes to.
Yeah, and you remember earlier, Jim, I was saying on the low a day how I didn't like on the 15-minute how they left those 2 candles sitting there.
Yep.
Well, now those bastards just swept it. After hours, they swept it.
On the SPX, was that the SPX? Or
I was
slash ES.
Yeah, I was charting on ES, and now they just swept it. And look at what they're doing. They're pushing it up all of a sudden.
Yeah. I mean, this could be like a double bottom. You see the double bottom, right?
Yeah. Yes.
6803, where I had my trend line. We can come in here tomorrow and it'll be a real good day. But we're closing. I'm telling you, we're closing in on a lot of 200s on the weekly, and that really excites me.
How much does it drop from the top? How much does it drop from the top, percentage-wise, anyway?
I don't know, but that's a good question. Find that out for us. Google it. Yeah, if it's like 9%, and they might want 20. If 9 doesn't hit, if they don't get the 9%, they might move it up to 20% correction. It's usually 6 or 7, 9, or 20. So, well, I'm going to get out of here and watch my videos and eat.
Good hanging out with you guys, man.
Yeah, just, I want you to think mind over matter. Come in here very excited in the morning, not down.
Nah, man, I'm good. Listen,
Positive.
I was good in my one account. I was down in my other one a little bit. But I'm happy with what I'm doing now because I'm seeing things, and now it's just executing.
Yeah, you got to trade it on your own. I'm a great trader, and everybody's going to have a different style, different approach, different fingerprint. But we try to utilize charts. That's why they look so symmetrical, so trendy, because we all try to look at the, try to, I don't know, make it as clean as we can.
So, things.
Yeah. So.
All right, man. I'm going to get out of here.
Little by little until you build that confidence up.
Yes, sir.
That's why I jump in a lot because I have so much confidence, and I execute, and they turn out most of the time good. Every once in a while I'll get stuck and I have to play it out, or I just have to lose it. But they usually play out. But today that last one didn't play out too good.
Yeah, you're damn good at it, man. So
yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Go in small, add on big.
What do you do?
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that all the time, man. You do have brass balls to do that, but it works for you.
Yeah. So we'll Okay. Y'all take it easy tonight. Get a good night's sleep.
All right, Jim. You too. See you, buddy.
Yep.
take it easy tonight. Get a good night's sleep.
Hey, Ricky, I got a Discord link down in the content.